KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Hi, there you go. That was it last night. The Texans hung around in the first round. The draft party people went home happy. The ones I talked to and texted with from the party were happy with the selection. They were happy that there was a selection for the first time, Seth.
Yes.
Since 2023, when they selected Will Anderson Jr. with the third pick, the Texans decided to hang around in the first round of the NFL Draft. Ty Simpson going off the board early to the Rams probably virtually eliminated the opportunity to move out of the first round because teams moved into the first round for quarterbacks, as you called yesterday.
Well, by the way, though, theories that Sean McVay didn't want Ty Simpson, and there's so many things floating around in this brain of mine right now because there's so much obviously that goes on early in the morning, the day after the draft, technically. It was the Texans trade up for Keylan Rutledge, and immediately I thought of the conversation we had earlier yesterday where I thought, man, if they draft somebody that all the mock drafts have taken in the second round, you're going to have to deal with a lot of people saying, like, why did they take this guy here when they could have had him later? And Keylan Rutledge was one of those guys that we've talked about that, man, it seems like there's a lot of buzz about him all of a sudden that maybe the draft media is catching up to the way teams actually feel. Mm-hmm. And Chase Basantis was an example of that, the guard out of A&M that I thought might go in the first round. Rutledge was another guy that we started hearing a lot about possibly going in the first round. And from the way that Caserio talked about him afterwards, They had conviction on this guy. They really seem to unanimously feel very strongly that he fits in with a theme of what the theme of the Texans offseason concerning the offensive line has had a very defined theme. And it's they want guys who are physical run blockers. They're taking it back to 1997 with a lot of this. Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, the re-signing of Ed Ingram, the retention of Trent Brown. These are all guys that have a physical element to them and that they enjoy and savor run blocking as opposed to previous versions of the Texans offensive line that cared more about finesse football play and Instagram. And this is so it fits a theme. Whether the individual player works out or not, we'll find out once he actually plays against actual NFL players. But I like that they have an image of what they want, and they're going after players who fit that image.
Yeah, they're not messing around with the offensive line. They're not messing around. They've improved the physicality of it in free agency. They improved the physicality of the offensive line last night. There's a lot of interesting wrinkles that go with this pick. And again, if you're just getting up, maybe you didn't see the draft last night, the Texans moved up from 28th to 26th. In the process, they moved back in the third round, so they swapped thirds with the Bills also, and they duked the Bills the 167th overall pick. So the Texans have one less pick today than they did yesterday. They're still picking in the third round tonight, but it's much later than they were before. The two second-round picks remain untouched. They're still picking 38th and 59th overall as of right now. We'll see where that goes. But they move up to get Keylan Rutledge from Georgia Tech, which is interesting because you're right, Seth. Even if they just stayed at 28th and drafted Rutledge, there would still be that buzz you're talking about, which is this guy was a second-round pick who started to get some buzz throughout the draft process. Even if they'd stayed at 28, people would still be saying that and likewise probably be grading the pick the same way they are this morning. We'll do the report cards later, but the reviews are very mixed on this pick right now from the experts out there, I think because of the dynamic that Seth is touching on there. There's a lot of draft experts that are trying to justify their grade on Keylan Rutledge throughout the months of February and March when they're grading this pick. That they traded up to get him shows even further conviction and probably shows that they knew something in San Francisco, who was picking 27th. The only reason you trade up, unless you're just trying to be super careful, The only reason you trade up is because you've got a strong feeling that when you're at 28 and you move up to 26, is that the team at unless you got to have a feeling that the team at 27 is going to take him. Otherwise, why would you trade up? Why would you just give up picks?
So, and San Francisco immediately ends up trading back, right?
As soon as they make that pick.
Yeah, as soon as the Texans make that pick. I just wanted to check the timeline on that. This is interesting. In his press conference yesterday, Caserio mentioned how much resources they put into trying to figure out exactly what other teams are thinking, and I think that they, based on what we're about to play, let's play this Caserio clip and then we'll discuss.
James does a good job. I think the scouting group does a phenomenal job. I mean, like the pro staff, the college staff. I mean, essentially, like when we were going through the draft, we were looking at each team. Okay, what are their needs? What do we think they're going to do? And whoever had that team had an answer in a heartbeat. And honestly, it played out exactly the way I thought.
Yeah. So
that was last night after the draft, right?
I demand that the Texans scouting staff does a mock draft next year.
Yes, they should. Dude, we get clicks, man.
The first 10 or 11 picks or so were very much, guys that never go to the specific teams that all the mock drafts say, but the big chunk of guys that were supposed to go top 10 or so,
it was the right
they
guys.
all went.
Yeah.
The offensive line started coming off the board, kind of generally where you thought they would go in the draft, and it got down to the point where by the time the Texans were drafting, the names that had been mocked to the Texans a lot at interior offensive line, Chase Basantis was the one big guy who was still there. And
still there today.
Yeah, and he's still there today, right?
Yeah.
Emmanuel Pregnon hadn't been mocked to the Texans a lot, but he's still out there. But the fact that the Texans traded up to him, up for him, I feel good about the fact that, all right, look, this was a combination of probably, yes, one of the guys that they had graded highest and a position of need, even though technically on the depth chart, it's not a position of need because he's a guard, and the Texans have two guards that they just paid contracts to. He can play, theoretically, he can play center because he played some at the Senior Bowl, and people were pleased with the way he looked playing center. But Nick said what he said many times before last night. He said, look, we're gonna put the 5 best guys on the field.
5 guys.
Guys will compete, and we'll see. The thing I liked about that, hearing that when he said it last night, because that's been a point of contention with us in the past where, man, sometimes you just because you've got your 5 best athletes out there doesn't mean that the right tackle should be playing right guard and left tackle goes over to right tackle. Yep. Nick acknowledged that last night. There's way more actual competition on the offensive line than I can remember on a Texans team. Last year, we were watching the Texans offensive line during training camp, and there were times where you're like, okay, this is some backups competing to be two different backup caliber players competing to be starters.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Is there's just more talent on the offensive line now.
You've got guys where you're in a position now where you just signed a couple guys in Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller, who I think honestly, it's always dicey when you frame it this way, but I think there's genuine competition for those guys. And we saw it last year. Cam Robinson signed a nice deal. It was a 1-year deal.
1 year,
but he was a veteran player who signed a pretty lucrative 1-year deal. Yep. And he wasn't a starter, except by way of injury he was, but he wasn't a starter on the depth chart at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And I think you've got an amped up version of that this year, where some of the guys you signed in free agency I think have some genuine competition. I think that Trent Brown is competing with Braden Smith. I think that Wyatt Teller's competing with a draft pick. I think Jake Andrews is also competing with a draft pick now for potentially at center if they try him out there some.
Well, we should mention, and John Harris is going to join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. Johnny had a late one last night, and he'll have a late one tonight, and he's working Saturday too. This is Johnny's weekend. Of course, draft expert for the Houston Texans. We'll have his reaction to the Rutledge pick coming out of the chute in the next segment, and we'll take a look also in the next segment at who some of the guys are the Texans could be targeting tonight. There's some juicy names on the board still, and the Texans have that 38th pick. But when we had Johnny on the other day, Seth, you asked him about center. We had him on Wednesday, the day before the first night of the draft, and you asked him a general question about center. You yourself have looked at a half dozen or so of those center prospects. And when you ask Johnny, like, hey, who's your favorite or who's a name or whatever, the first name he brought up was Keylan Rutledge, which I know was confusing to me and you. Like, wait. Like, did he hear us right? We said, you think we said guard? And Johnny, so we both kind of paused, and Johnny went and filled in the blanks, and he talked about the Senior Bowl where Rutledge was working out as a center for some of the teams and doing some center things at the Senior Bowl. And Johnny watches these guys through a scout's lens also and thinks that Keylan Rutledge has the skill set to be a center in the NFL. So that's the first thing I immediately thought of was they're going to give him a go. This is their way of maybe filling in the entire offensive line here.
And Nick last night when he was asked about it a couple times didn't commit to any of that and say, that they know he can play center or anything. Because I think a fair objection that people might have, and a couple of people said this to me last night, was, okay, well, if you're drafting a center, why do you draft a center this high? I don't think they're drafting a center. I think they're drafting the guard prospect.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that his first avenue onto the field might be at center. But they like position versatility. So the fact that he's demonstrated at least a little bit of that, I think, comes into play. And the other side of it is, look, they're drafting guys with more than just a one-year time horizon. Wyatt Teller isn't going to play forever. And at some point, Wyatt Teller or Ed Ingram is going to get injured. Both of them were injured at some point last year. Like, any offensive lineman these days tends not to play all damn 17 games. So I think they drafted an offensive line prospect that has some position versatility. But first and foremost, and this came up multiple times last night, was that it's the style and the manner in which this kid plays.
Yeah.
He's genuinely tough. He's genuinely gritty. He has a nastiness to him. And I think you can say that about every offensive lineman that they've either brought in or retained, is that they want genuine nastiness. They want this is a guy that fits a profile that Nick Caley and Cole Popovich have set out there. So I like that. Now, as far as draft picks themselves, I don't care if they go number 2 overall or number 32 in the first round or in the 7th round pick. They still all have to prove it.
Sure.
So I'm not like the people who listen to the show know I'm not going to sit here and act like any draft pick is ever a slam dunk guaranteed all pro. I like the process and the filter that they're using for this guy, because I don't know if we can go back through offensive linemen that the Texans have drafted going back a long time through multiple GMs, and I never really felt like there was necessarily a theme to the type of guys that they were drafting. I didn't feel like they had a focused vision for who they want. This offseason, I feel like they have a focused vision for what they want.
Where do you think that's coming from? You think that's Cole Popovich? You think it's
I think it's Nick Caley and Cole Popovich, and then Caserio, probably appreciating that he's getting a clear vision of what types of guys they want to have.
Yeah.
So it's I think it's an organizational thing, but yeah, I think at the sum total of it all is that Nick Caley is the offensive coordinator. Nick Caley last year during training camp talked a lot about how they wanted to be tough, they wanted to be physical, they wanted to be nasty, they wanted to punch you in their mouth. Problem was they still had some glass Joes out there when it came to trying to punch people in the mouth.
That's right.
Now they're getting up into the Soda Popinski level of
the big guy, the bull, Brahma Bull or whatever the guy's name, Bald Bull.
Yeah, Bald Bull.
Bald Bull,
Was Soda Popinski, I think Soda Popinski was still kind of low in the
Yeah.
Kids, go play Punch-Out today.
Go play Punch-Out.
I
remember Don Flamenco used to toss flowers at his opponent and things like that.
Yeah, he sucked, man.
He was bad.
Yeah, I think Don Flamenco was the guy he faced after Glass Joe.
Yeah, that
Kids,
sounds right.
Go play Punch-Out after you're done listening to all 4 hours of our show. And just know this, Tyson winks before he jabs.
He does. Yeah, Mike Tyson. Yeah. That's the tell.
That's the big one.
That's the tell. Here's what Daniel Jeremiah on the NFL Network had to say right after the Texans drafted Keylan Rutledge with the 26th overall pick.
Because of how this dude finishes. Just watch the strain to finish. That's a scouting term we like to throw out there. I just want to show that aspect of this guy's game. You see the size, you see his ability to anchor, all those things. Let's just watch this dude finish. Look at him just keep going, driving. We're 20 yards down the field. We're not stopping until you're on your back, and that's what he does. and it's every single time you get to watch him. These are all finishes. You want to set a tone with your offensive line, this guy is going to be very popular with his running backs because of what he does in the run game.
Brent Key, very tough coach, right? Down at Georgia Tech, said this guy is the toughest player he's ever coached.
Yeah, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. That is a windshield that they just drafted.
I like that at the end.
I like the analogy. The visual isn't all that great of like, yeah. Like nobody walks into a bar and is like, you're dealing with a windshield now, bro.
Holding a big-ass windshield.
One thing I learned last night, an alarmingly high number of people think that Georgia Tech still runs the triple option.
Oh, yeah. That. They think Texas Tech runs the air raid and their defense sucks.
Yeah, they don't realize, all these Texas Tech defensive players are going off the board, and people are like, don't they suck on defense?
Yeah, they gave up 50 a game, I thought. Yeah,
I did. I understand it if you haven't watched a boatload of Georgia Tech football, but they're not. They do pass the ball now. They're kind of a modern spread to the college offense. And he does now. His calling card is his run blocking more so than his pass protection. But I think a very fair question that Adam Spillane asked me was, what would be the difference in the scouting profile between him and Kenyon Green? And let me say this first with a disclaimer. I think Kenyon Green probably got drafted. He got drafted higher than I thought he would have, except that I did like him. If you had picked Kenyon Green 28th overall in the draft, I liked his scouting report. Like, I don't want to sit here and act like, oh, yeah, Rutledge is slam dunk going to be a better player. But if I were to point out some of the differences, I think that with Rutledge, with Kenyon Green, I would always say, all right, this is a college guy who was a mauler, and some of the stuff he did in college was just by brute force and strength and just a whole lot of upper body Greco-Roman wrestling. I wanted him to win with his feet more and be more precise with his feet and get up underneath guys and not have to just use his upper body strength, because it's hard to do that in the NFL. I think Rutledge is more refined in that regard. I think it's just his style of play theoretically would transfer to the NFL a little bit better. The other part about Kenyon was just that he was injured constantly.
Always,
and that's the injury after injury after injury.
Well, how about
and then he also asked me to compare him to Juice Scruggs. I'm going to tell you this, after listening to Caserio's press conference, if you want to get drafted to the Texans, two things. Get in a car accident, and two, transfer from a smaller school.
Yeah.
Because Juice Scruggs had gotten in a car accident, and people liked his adversity and being able to overcome that adversity.
Yeah, he had a back injury, I think. Yeah.
And then with Jaden Higgins, transferred from a smaller school
Eastern Kentucky,
and proved himself. So Rutledge has both those.
Rutledge checked both boxes. Yeah, transferred from Middle Tennessee to Georgia Tech and almost had his foot amputated because of the car accident.
Caserio last night said it was a program that transferred from a program that nobody had ever heard of. I'm like, there's a few.
Well, it was funny when he said, because I didn't know. I just looked it up just 2 minutes ago because I remember Nick saying that. I'm like, God, he made it sound like he transferred like from some Bible school.
I thought it was like a non-accredited JUCO or something.
Like it's Middle Tennessee, like they're FBS. I would be angry if I'm Middle Tennessee this morning.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, Nick.
I played with a quarterback from Middle Tennessee State, Jonathan Quinn.
Oh, he was from Middle Tennessee, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had to start on a primetime game up in Minnesota back when their defensive line was
I remember that.
He was the one where John Randall was barking when it was when I was at the Jaguars, and we had to play this rookie offensive lineman who had played the week before and was awful. So when somebody got injured and this kid had to come in, John Randall started barking, and Jonathan Quinn, the third-string quarterback from Middle Tennessee State, was back there.
Yep.
We'll have to ask. I'm going to ask Keylan Rutledge 8 questions about Jonathan Quinn, and if he doesn't nail them,
the history.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a day 2 of the draft. We're reacting to last night. Keylan Rutledge, the newest Houston Texan. Give us your thoughts. 713-572-4610. That's the base power text line. Coming up next, we'll take a look at who are some of the names on the board for tonight. Who are the best available? Texans picking 38th overall, so they're up early tonight as of right now. Barring any sort of moves up or back, they're going to be picking early tonight. Draft starts at 6 tonight here on Sports Radio 610, so an hour earlier than last night. And we'll also get John Harris's reaction last night to the Keylan Rutledge pick. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp is the leading
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was the reaction last night from John Harris, who came on this show on Wednesday and volunteered Keylan Rutledge's name as a good target for the Houston Texans. They move up to 26th from 28th last night, and they draft the interior offensive lineman out of Georgia Tech. This is Robert Hensley, who's he's part of the draft coverage for the Texans on draft night as well, announcing what the Texans are going to do with that pick. And here's John Harris's reaction to it.
The Texans make their pick after the trade.
With the 26th pick, after moving up 2 spots in the draft, are taking an offensive lineman, Keylan Rutledge from Georgia Tech.
Knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. This screams Texans. This guy is the epitome of swarm. My comp for him is Wyatt Teller. When you see this dude come on the screen wearing 77, he's got the neck thing. It's what I talked about this with Sean and Seth the other day. Hey, what's the one starting position that isn't settled on this team yet? Center. Well, is there a center worth the first-round value? Probably not. But what about a guard that could move to center? And Rutledge at the Senior Bowl was cross-training to play center, and that's when it hit me the other day like, dang it, it's Keylan Rutledge. This makes the most sense in the world. This is a tough SOB. He is swarmy. I just had a feeling the way this was going, like, hey, he would be a guy that would fit this organization really, really well. And what's the one thing D'Amico talked about the other day, along with Nick? The person matters. And having that culture, how are you going to change the culture? You got to go get dudes that are badasses and glass eaters. Keylan Rutledge is that from out of Georgia Tech, and they got a chance to see him at the Senior Bowl. An offensive line coach that we all know was at the Senior Bowl. He got an up-close view of him the day he was there. Keylan Rutledge going to the Houston Texans is, man, I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
All right, Johnny's excited about that. He mentioned what he said on our show the other day.
In Caserio's press conference, I mean, Caserio won, these GMs all look a little bit agitated that they have to spend 15 minutes after a long day talking to the media. But every single time he talked about Rutledge, it was about the conviction that the entire organization had about him and how much he matched just the physicality, the punch-you-in-the-mouth mentality, all of those kinds of things. And the immediate reaction from a lot of people, because you've been watching mock drafts, nobody's been mocking Keylan Rutledge to the Texans, and the immediate reaction from a lot of people is, why are you drafting him here when you could have him later? And I warned everybody about this, that there's always a few guys that are kind of chatted about that the mock drafts have him going in the second round, but more teams likely have him in the first round. It's the same conversation people were having about Titus Howard back when the Texans drafted Titus Howard in the first round. He was on that list of guys that it started to feel like, all right, I think teams might have a higher assessment of Keylan Rutledge. I thought Chase Bisontis, even though he didn't go in the first round, I thought he might have been one of those types of guys. Malachi Lawrence, we talked about being one of those guys.
He was. He went to Dallas at 23, yes.
Right, getting drafted 23. Yep. I'm sure there were Cowboys fans that are saying, why'd you draft him here when you could have had him in the second round?
I thought of you immediately when that happened.
No,
yes.
And if you look at, because I go to that one website, mock draft database, where it takes the sum total of all the mock drafts, and if you look at Keylan Rutledge, going back to January, he was a 4th-round pick. So that's when all the draft media is looking at this guy. And then they go through the process. You start to hear buzz and chatter. And he just steadily ascended up into the second round.
Yeah.
And a lot of times guys like that, it's that, nope, there's a lot of teams that actually feel way more strongly about this guy. The thing I like about it is that it fits a theme of what the Texans have done on their offensive line. Mm-hmm. Whether he ends up being a good pick or not, we'll see when he starts playing against actual NFL players. But the style of play, the physicality, the tenacity, all of those things, this fits the mold of a very defined image of what they want in their offensive line. Mm-hmm. And I like that they have that. Yep. I feel like forever, like we've been hearing about, they want to be tough, they want to be physical on the offensive line, and yet they didn't have guys who were that type of player. Mm-hmm. Now they're digging into a bucket of prospects that are cut from a certain cloth.
Yep.
And I think that's why they felt as strongly as they did about him. They didn't bring him in for a top 30 visit because Nick said they didn't need to.
Yeah.
Like, they just flat out.
They knew.
Yeah.
Didn't meet with him at the combine. Like, didn't.
Yeah.
Like, they knew what they knew what they were getting. They knew what they were getting. So that's Keylan Rutledge will be a big topic today. We'll hear from him in the 7 o'clock hour. He talked to the media last night on a Zoom call.
The offensive linemen that were still on the board at the time, Chase Pasantis and Emmanuel Pregnon, in terms of interior offensive linemen, yeah. I'm cool with this. I thought that Chase Pasantis was the. I was kind of thinking, like, I think it's going to be Chase Pasantis here. I think they're going to go with the gritty interior offensive lineman. They just like Keylan Rutledge a lot more.
Yeah.
I like that, we said that Nick doesn't necessarily fall in love with players all that easily.
Yeah.
And he's not going to make aggressive moves because he's in love with one player. I think they love this guy as much as scouts are capable of loving a player.
Yeah, and I think, well, some of it
and it wasn't a super aggressive move. It was the points add up to about a 5th-round pick.
Well, and I think when you move up a significant number of spots into like what you like to call a band of players.
Yeah.
Then it's not as specific. When you're literally jumping one team. Yeah. To go get a guy, it's probably more about a guy right there.
It's about a guy.
And
and that's how Caserio framed it last night. Is they like the guy a lot.
Yep.
He just checked off basically. We'll play a clip in a little bit of just where he says he basically checked off more boxes than any of the other prospects in the draft.
That was cool to hear. Yeah, I thought that was very insightful. As far as tonight goes, Seth, the Texans right now have the 6th pick in the 2nd round, and then they're picking later with their own pick, 38th and 59th overall. These are some of the names that are still on the board that we've seen mocked to the Texans either in the first, some in the first, but in multi-round mock drafts. And tell me, I'm going to just throw some names out there, and if these names are still on the board at 38, or even if you would be inclined to duke a 5th-round pick to move from 38 to 35 or something like he did last night. These are the names: Avion Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson; Denzel Boston, wide receiver, Washington. We've talked about wide receiver. Caden McDonald is still out there, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. That's a big one. Zion Young, the edge rusher from Missouri. I know you want an edge rusher, is still out there. Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. Those are 4 or 5. Anthony Hill, the linebacker from Texas.
Did you mention Caden McDonald?
I did. Yeah.
You did, yeah. Okay. Caden McDonald, I think right now, as far as my own little personal amateurish, the big board of guys that I'm intrigued by for the Texans.
That's your guy, right?
Yeah, he's sitting right there. And I think and Christian Miller's also there too.
Yeah.
And Lee Hunter is also there. There's multiple 2nd-round caliber defensive tackles. I think Caden McDonald was the one that people were wondering, okay, that doesn't really look like much of a pass rusher, and teams don't like to take defensive tackles who aren't pass rushers in the 1st round these days. But he reminds me a lot of a guy that probably has upside, is a guy that might not ever get 10 sacks, but can get you push up the middle, flush it out to guys like the edge rushers you have. I think for me, it's that the backup defensive ends who play a lot. In the Texans system, the backup defensive ends are going to play a lot. Right now, I'm not super enthusiastic about the pass rushing ability of a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
So there's about 3 edge defenders, T.J. Parker, Zion Young, Cassius Howell perhaps from A&M, that the Texans might be looking at if they stay there at number 38.
If you were Nick Caserio and Caden McDonald is on the board along with a couple of those edge rushers you just mentioned, is McDonald your guy, or are you taking an edge rusher there?
If I were going just purely by, okay, where can guys play and make the biggest impact immediately, and then also, if the guy develops, that sure helps the issue we're going to have in a couple years when Will Anderson's contract kicks in.
We have 2 $50 million
we can't pay both Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
I'm going edge rusher.
Are you? Okay.
So that's me, because I think he'll get on the field this year. if he proves that he's worthy of it, and that it's a little bit of a long-term solution too if he works out.
Does Rutledge getting picked last night take Chase Bisontis out of the mix at 38 for the Texans?
I think so. Yeah.
Just a balance.
Unless they just feel like the value is too good. Maybe they really like Chase Bisontis, and if he's still sitting there at 38, they might feel like, all right, look, there's again going back to what Nick says all the time. 8 or 9 guys are going to play during the season, and we want to have as much competition between those guys. I do feel better about, at this point right now, looking at how the offensive line looks, I do feel better that if they go to 6 offensive linemen this year, it's not going to be an emergency measure. It could be more that, no, we're going to run the ball down your throat.
We are dictating terms to you.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. As you can tell, we're going to be draft heavy on the show today. So if you're looking for draft talk, you have come to the right place. You've walked into the right room, as I like to say. Headlines are coming up next. We will touch on other storylines from the draft last night. We got the Yankees and the Lakers in town this weekend, man. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate to dole out, man. And we'll do that. We'll dole out some hate in headlines. We'll do that coming up next. I'll tell you someplace and people in a company that I do not hate one tiny bit. In fact, I love them, and you will too. If you have anything metal.
10. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
All right, there you go. He is your newest Houston Texan. I would imagine he's headed to the building today with his family. That's what they do with first-round picks. We'll hear from him at the top of the hour. But his name is Keylan Rutledge, and he is an interior offensive lineman from Georgia Tech.
He's got a glorious red beard, but don't let the recent Mike Burrows experience sway you.
He's ruined it. Burrows has ruined it for all gingers.
Well, Burrows is back on the upswing. Yeah. So he's tough. He's nasty. Genuine toughness and nasty, which I like about him. It's not a fake tough guy thing like it was with Trevor Penning. And I think that's the overarching theme of the revamping of the Texans' offensive line this year is that they are going after guys who are fiendishly devoted to run blocking. That's going to appeal to some people. That's going to make other people feel like, well, pass blocking is a thing, is it not? But I like when any team actually identifies a type and goes after it. And we'll see when he starts playing against actual NFL players just how good he is.
Yep, we'll deep dive on him at 7 o'clock. We'll hear Nick Caserio's scouting report on him. Nick is a big fan, as you can probably imagine, moved up to get him. Keylan Rutledge, and we'll hear from Rutledge himself. What are you getting as a Texan fan in Keylan Rutledge? What does he know about C.J. Stroud? We'll hear from him at the top of the hour. As far as other draft day storylines go, Seth, I would say the biggest ones that probably pop here and maybe in other NFL cities, the two big ones for me were Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals at number 3, because that really wasn't a thing until this week, really. Except for the occasional mock draft that might have had him going to the Cardinals, all signs pointed to him becoming a Tennessee Titan. And then Love to the Cardinals became a real storyline this week. I suspected that maybe it was the Cardinals putting it out there to try to maybe amplify what they could get for the 3rd overall pick, sort of creating an auction environment for them. They ended up just saying, you know what, we think he's the best player in the draft and we're going to take him. I don't know how it's going to go for Jeremiah Love his first year in Arizona. They feel like a team that's closer to being one of those teams trying to get a quarterback in next year's draft than they are becoming an actual good team. But I just like the fact that he's not in the AFC South, because I can tell you probably, if I had to guess, if the Cardinals didn't take him, I'm going to guess that the Titans would have jumped all over Jeremiah Love, because they did end up taking a weapon with that next pick with Carnell Tate. Yeah. So I can't imagine if Tate and Love are both on the board that they're taking Carnell Tate over Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, and I think with Carnell Tate, he doesn't scare me nearly as much as Jeremiah Love. Might end up being a really good NFL wide receiver, but I think a rookie wide receiver doesn't help Cam Ward out as immediately and as profoundly as Jeremiah Love would. So, yeah, I was happy to see him to go to the Arizona, not the Titans. Yes. That's what I'll call them. Yeah, there's the Arizona, not the Titans, has Jeremiah Love now.
Amen. And then the other one that I think surprised a lot of people was Ty Simpson getting drafted earlier than people thought and getting drafted by the Los Angeles Rams with that 13th overall pick that the Rams got last year in the James Pierce Jr. trade with Atlanta. So the Rams, who are an undoubted Super Bowl contender, instead of making a move to continue to fortify and try and overtake Seattle in the NFC, they make a pick that is clearly for at least a year or two down the road in Ty Simpson.
Right. And people were trying to read into Sean McVay's body language at the press conference. I haven't investigated that yet or not, but they said it looked like he was upset with it. I'm guessing that was a whole lot of Sean McVay's just not that kind of a coach where I think he would let that show.
No.
And he says that they did call Matt Stafford earlier in the day to inform him that they're making the pick. It's curious in that unless they feel that strongly about Ty Simpson, man, when you're a team that could win the Super Bowl this year, you're taking a guy that might not even step on the field. That's right. It's really it's interesting.
Yeah.
I defer to the long-standing successful franchise that they've been. That all right, they know what they're doing in general, but I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I don't either. So we'll see. But I think those were the two those were the two big things that popped.
You know what? It's also, look, Matt Stafford, they didn't even know if he was going to play in the regular season a couple weeks ago.
Oh, we had to hear about his back the entire
training. He was in that science RV, getting all his special treatments.
Yep.
Probably illegal.
Yeah, probably. We got a lot of hate coming into town this weekend. We got the Yankees and the Lakers coming into town this weekend. They're probably here already, and if any of you are listening from the Yankees or Lakers, you can go to hell, man. We're winning these games this weekend, all right? Astros this weekend against the Yankees. It's McCullers, Burrows, and Arrighetti in the 3 games against the Yankees. The news with the Rockets, Seth. Kevin Durant, who was healthy all year long, played 78 games, was awesome, all NBA caliber all year long. And then he bumps knees with somebody in practice leading into this series, misses game 1. Now he's listed as questionable with an ankle sprain on the other leg. So he's got the right knee contusion, and he's got a left ankle sprain, and he's listed as questionable for tonight. This just feels snake bit, this whole Rockets thing.
I need to focus on the draft and the Yankees right now.
Yeah.
And I forgot, Burrows had that promising first time through the rotation. The promising first 4 innings. It was the 5th inning that did him in last time.
Yeah, 4 2/3. He was almost perfect through 5 innings.
Yeah. No,
I was there.
Look, this is what you need to know about this right now. Aaron Judge is 4th or 5th in home runs. Yet he strikes out 3 times as often as Yordan Alvarez does.
That's a good stat, Seth.
These are 2 magnificent players, one of whom plays for the Astros. And please, Astros pitchers, if you could ever really just genuinely show up for a series, could you do it for us? We don't know what's going to happen.
That's true.
With the rest of this season, but the Yankees are in town. You've got an MVP candidate versus an MVP candidate. Do it for Yordan if nobody else.
I'm in Angel fan mode. I want to come in on Monday or Tuesday when the new MVP odds come out.
Yeah.
And I want the Astros pitchers to have done Yordan a solid, where Yordan has a great weekend against the Yankees, and the Astro pitchers shut down Aaron Judge.
Look, the Yankees are what you expect them to be. They are boom or bust. They've got the ability to just hit with great power in stretches and in streaks. But if you could get it together with your pitching for a little bit, give me if I could get 5 innings out of each of these starting pitchers.
Yeah.
I know it's that's a feat we haven't seen since the days of Hercules, but please, 5 innings.
5 innings. That's all we're looking for, man. All right, those are your headlines. We're going to be heavy on the draft today, including coming up next, where we'll hear from Nick Caserio. His opening statement about Keylan Rutledge, I think, shows right away how much Nick loves this guy. The scouting report on him. And we'll hear from Rutledge himself. What are Texan fans getting? What separates him from some of the other guys the Texans might have been looking at? You guys are going to enjoy this. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Texas Sinus and Snoring. I'll give you my scouting report on Dr. Ben Salento, best in the business.
The West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday, a draft weekend Friday. The Texans, they drafted an interior offensive lineman yesterday. His name is Keylan Rutledge. He is from Georgia Tech. He transferred there from Middle Tennessee, and he's an ass kicker. Here was Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, in his opening statement on Keylan Rutledge.
Some interest in the player, so we felt like, all right, we'll just move a couple spots, essentially give up a fifth-round pick. This is essentially what the difference is when you actually do the math. To get a player who I think you all just spoke with them. But I would say, the things that stand out about him, toughness, violence, physicality, his playing style, his intelligence. Basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play. Intense, violent, physical. Like, we're going to run the football this year. It was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully we've done that. And I would say Big Red is hopefully, a part of that. Like, where is he going to play? Like, who the hell knows? We'll figure out, who the best five guys are and, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most, understanding that we'll probably need 8 to 10 guys on the offensive line here at some point. So.
Okay, this is what I liked about that. First was I enjoyed the explanation of going up to get, just for those of you that don't know the draft points system and everything, basically the old Jimmy Johnson chart where you attach points to it, when he says it's the equivalent of a fifth-round pick, that's how all the points add up when you factor out the trade.
That was the tax to move up.
Yeah. And I think that's where there was a lot of conviction. Multiple times in that press conference, Nick alluded to how the entire organization felt about Keylan Rutledge, that they didn't need to bring him in on a top 30 visit. He couldn't even remember if they had an official meeting with him at the Senior Bowl. It just that all the boxes were checked off every step along the way, and they really liked this guy. And all those things that they talked about in training camp last year, about they want to punch you in the mouth, they want to be tough, they want to be physical, the style of run plays that they were trying to run early in the season, all of those things, they wanted to be committed to it. They just didn't have the guys who could do it. So this entire offseason has been about bringing in guys who are fiendishly committed to run blocking, guys that are tough, nasty, physical, all of those things. That's what they're going after, and Rutledge fits that mold. Whether or not he ends up being a good pick, we'll find out when he starts playing NFL football. But the theme of what they've been going for in the offseason very much could have pointed towards a guy like this. I think Chase Bisontis is a similar type of player, too. They like Keylan Rutledge more than they like Chase Bisontis.
Yeah, and Bisontis is still out there. Bisontis is, and who knows, maybe the Texans load up at that position.
Well, the other thing, too, is that I kind of, in the way he framed that, where does he end up playing, who the hell knows, it feels a little Daryl Morey-like, in that Morey always had the philosophy of just don't overthink exactly how it's all going to look. Just get as many talented players on your team as possible. I think on the offensive line, that's what it looked like for them. Let's say if Nick is saying we're not worried too much about position, let's not even restrict it to interior offensive linemen. If Caleb Lomu was still on the board at the time, not a great run blocker, and if they were just saying we'll take the best offensive lineman, they like Keylan Rutledge. There's a good chance they like Keylan Rutledge more than Caleb Lomu, who had been mocked a lot higher in a lot of mock drafts.
Yeah, I think that what brings center into the conversation is that's the one area on the offensive line that they just have not addressed directly this offseason. Right? They already have their left tackle of the future. Left guard, you feel like, all right, they signed Wyatt Teller. Right guard, they brought back Ed Ingram. Right tackle, they signed Braden Smith. Unless you feel like Evan Brown is going to be the center for this team this year, they have not addressed center with any sort of perceived frontline kind of guy. So there's an opportunity there. And again, we played John Harris a little bit earlier, and Johnny's going to join us today at 9 o'clock on the show and talk about this pick and help us preview tonight. That's the first thing Johnny brought up with us the other day was the possibility of Keylan Rutledge, just before he was even a Texan, Keylan Rutledge, that he could play center. So that'll be an interesting talking point as we head towards training camp for sure, and even heading towards the spring activities.
Well, and that was another objection people made, and it's understandable, is, when we brought up the position versatility, people said, well, you don't draft centers in the first round. Yeah, they're not drafting a center specifically.
No.
They're drafting a guard who could end up playing center this year.
Yeah.
But in terms of the prospect itself and where does he play on the offensive line, that old theory of just get the 5 best guys out there, it's easier to do when you have guys who are genuinely versatile. Nick also expressed a lot of humility about that last night, though, too, that you just never really know if a guy's going to be versatile until you actually put him in that position.
Yeah, here's Nick Caserio on scouting Rutledge and what they saw.
Did you have a specific moment in meeting him or watching him that you had conviction yourself that he was a guy that you really liked?
Yeah, when you put the tape on. I mean, everybody that watched him, I mean, your notes basically say physical, tough, strong, good around blocker, good at the point of attack. He's probably more athletic than maybe people think he is. He's got some technique things that he can certainly clean up, which I think one of the things with the workout, sometimes you're trying to have a player maybe simulate some of the things that they're going to be asked to do. So can they take the coaching? How do they apply the coaching? I mean, it wasn't a player. Like, the makeup on this guy is, like, elite. Like, a couple of the metrics that we have when we grade players, I mean, in, like, 4 or 5 categories, like, there's one player in a draft that our scouts graded the way that they did, and it was him. So, like, that was like, okay, we didn't talk to him at the combine because we didn't need to. Like, and we might not even interviewed him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful stuff right there.
Yeah, no, they like him a lot. This is, like, you talk about, drafting for need versus drafting best player available, et cetera, et cetera. People love to get into that debate. I think, look, they have a need at offensive line until they prove that they can have a good offensive line.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, like, there's names on the depth chart, et cetera, et cetera. Until they prove that they have a good offensive line, they have a need at offensive line. And this is a guy that they felt very strongly about, obviously, just by way of trading up to get him. And the thing about that he said there, that, he's more athletic than people realize, it's not just that he's a red-headed, chalky white guy. I think that people might not think he's as athletic as he is. He doesn't, when you watch him, there's a certain stiffness to him that, he doesn't look like the most fluid of guys, but his measurables are elite when it comes to, like, his vertical, his 40, his 3-cone drill, all that short area quickness stuff. And then when you watch him on film, it's almost a little bit like Ariante Ursery. I had to watch Ariante Ursery a few times to realize he was actually moving. He was covering a lot of ground really fast.
Yeah.
On outside runs and everything. It just didn't necessarily look like it.
Just doesn't look right. Yeah,
you almost got to just in your mind put it in like, oh, wait, I'm just watching dots on a graph here. And like, oh, okay, that little dot is moving really fast.
Flailing arms and legs or anything.
It might not aesthetically be what I want or whatever, but he actually is pretty explosive and moves pretty quickly.
Yes.
And that he finishes blocks. He's got a nastiness to him. He plays with a good pad level, in my opinion. As Nick pointed out, he's got some technical things he's got to clean up, like all rookies do. But it makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
It makes a lot of sense. And then there's people listening right now that are going to say, sure, that's great and all, but do they actually know what they're doing? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll find out. We'll find out. And this is another draft pick. Nick mentions he's got some technique things he can clean up. Okay, well, this is where the confidence in Cole Popovich comes in, to take this guy and smooth off the rough edges with him.
Yeah, and that's where, too, we talked a lot this offseason, and it was really after remember that Mike Vrabel viral video? The one of him with Maxa Anichor.
Oh,
not the one with him and Diana Rossini.
Okay.
It was that viral video before all the other viral videos and photos.
Yes.
It was where he was working out with the offensive lineman and kind of getting a feel for him and everything.
Yeah.
So we talked a lot about how sometimes offensive line coaches or coaches in general, especially with offensive linemen and defensive linemen, you can kind of get in there with them and run them through some drills and actually get out if you push against them a little bit. You can kind of feel where a guy's strengths and weaknesses are that doesn't show up on film necessarily. And that's where hopefully Cole Popovich's input compared to, say, a guy like Chris Strausser, who just frankly looked like he'd rather be sipping a mochaccino than coaching football at times.
Yes.
I mean, he literally didn't even know if he wanted to coach football.
The second year he
going
was
into
here,
the last year he was here. Yeah. I had Cole Popovich. As of right now, I feel better about maybe his ability to scout offensive linemen than some other offensive line coaches.
I think one of the things, we'll hear one more from Nick here in a second, but going back to his opening statement, we will run the football this year.
Yeah.
Like he is, sometimes you hear things, you read transcripts, you read into things. He is emphatically saying, like, it almost feels like, damn it, we haven't been able to run this thing since I got here. They're conducting themselves, Seth, this offseason like a team that is stating we will run the football this year.
It's been fun for me to watch the analytically minded young folk throughout all of this, as the run game has very much come back in vogue in the NFL. Teams ran the ball more than they had in over a decade last year. Mm-hmm. And we went through an entire generation of Gen Z and young millennials saying, like, oh, these dinosaurs, they don't understand how little it matters whether or not you can run the ball, to the point where that became the prevailing groupthink. And now a lot of teams are realizing, wow, nobody knows how to stop the run, and not that many teams even know how to run the ball.
Yep.
There's an opportunity there.
Yep.
And that some of the old established the run doctrine and everything has a lot more validity to it now, and you're not a dinosaur if you do it. It's like when you see kids live through their first financial bubble popping.
Yeah.
You're like, you thought this was going to last.
Right. It's okay.
The vigor and the folly of youth. Yay.
Yeah, these things all come to an end.
So I think it's funny because we are at a point now where I think the teams that are ahead of the curve are actually teams that realize there's a lot of opportunity if you can just run the football old school.
Oh, yeah.
And that sets the tone for a lot of other
things. Look at the team that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The Seahawks, man.
10 years from now, there's going to be a new generation of young nerds saying that, like, these guys don't even believe in establishing the run.
Yeah. It's all cycles.
They don't even know. They don't even read books.
That's right. Here's one more from Caserio. He says, man, Keylan Rutledge, all ball.
I mean, this guy's all ball. He's all football. Doesn't really care about anything else. Wants to punch people in the mouth. Yep, that works here. So, I mean, that's what you see on tape, which is, I'd say, part of the intrigue with the player.
Yeah, Sean, do you know how I know that Nick feels strongly about this guy?
Why?
Do you know how hard it is for me to, when I cut up Nick Caserio audio, to get a good, concise 12-second clip? That was about as concise and punchy of a clip as possible.
That was a good punch.
Ever out of Nick Caserio.
You're 100% right. Now, I was a little disappointed. I think it was right before that where he brought up the fact that Keylan Rutledge was at an Airbnb with his wife watching the draft and not having one of these parties that looks like a circus, he said.
I didn't play that because he said that he was there with basically just his wife.
Yeah.
And then I saw the video of it, and I was like, no, there were like 10 people there.
There were like 10 people there,
Yeah.
but I just love the fact that whether he was accurate in his assessment or not, I just love that he proactively brought that up as part of the whole ball of wax. It is Keylan Rutledge. That's Seth, I don't know anything about offensive line technique or punch or where your hands should be or footwork or anything like that. I am here I like this guy because he's just chilling at his house with his wife, and he doesn't have 50 people around him, all with their phones out, pumping him up. That's the scouting I'm here for.
Who was my favorite moment last night? I can't remember if you remember when I texted you that one of the draft picks, one of his buddies, when they were celebrating, got in front of the camera. And his pants were like halfway down his butt.
Dude.
And I was so happy that I knew that there were millions of people my age at home saying, like, pull your britches up, Buster. What are you doing?
It was Ianachor.
Yeah, that's right.
It was Ianachor, and Amy said the same thing. Like, that guy's pants are around the bottom of his butt cheek.
I knew America's fragile sensibilities were going to be tested in that moment.
Well, they're fragile about
Buster, pull up your pants.
That style of wearing your pants, anyways. And this guy's
I was so happy that Max Ianachor hadn't gone to the Texans just because I knew that would have been the 33% of what people were going to be texting and calling us about.
I know. That's I have it in my notes. I'm looking at it right here. Ionichor to the Steelers. One of his homeboys had his pants down, butt level, right in front of the camera. Yeah, that made
the other one that I loved is, remember, Mekhi Lemon had gone viral at the Combine because when he was doing his interview, it was almost looked like he was R. Kelly trying to seduce you or something. And he gave his interview with Laura Rutledge, it was that same vibe.
Yeah.
That's just the way he talks.
Yep.
I love it.
You definitely.
I feel like he's going to be a hit in Philly for about 3 weeks, and then they'll hate him like they hate everything else in life.
You definitely texted me about him. You said Mekhi Lemon, seductive AF. That's what you texted me. Oh man, we'll go through some of the league-wide draft day notes in just a little bit, but we promised some Keylan Rutledge, so here it is. What separates you from the others, Keylan Rutledge?
Yeah, just how I'm wired, how I'm mentally, how I finish, how I strain, just the kind of mentality I bring to offensive line. That's different than everybody, and I'm gonna give my all for the Houston Texans. So I'm excited to get up there and get to work.
Okay, they didn't interview him at the Combine, and they didn't do a 30 visit. I listened to that 12 seconds of audio. I'm like, I would have liked to have interviewed him if I were the Texans. He's a very folksy guy.
I think there's times where it sounds like in the evaluation process that he was checking off so many boxes that, for one, sometimes you might get to a point where everybody feels good about it. You're going to check your blind spots and everything, but you don't need to overthink it. That if people unanimously like him, and that all the reports from a coach that you respect, like they keep saying that they love Coach Key at Georgia Tech. But then also, too, look, they ended up trading up for him.
Yeah.
So were they playing a little bit of that game of like, man, we know that other teams know that we tend to draft guys that we had a top 30 visit with, or a Senior Bowl visit with, or a Combine visit with, that they might have thought, like, we don't need to put any more smoke out there than we need to. As of right now, because Nick talked about that last night, they do a lot of research trying to figure out what other teams are going to do. Teams do look at mock drafts because they are a pretty good indicator for where players are going to go in the draft.
Yes.
If not to the exact team, but you get a good feel for it. So when they're looking at mock drafts and they see that Keylan Rutledge, early in the process was being projected as a 4th-round pick, and then they see him start to slowly rise up the board, there may have been an element of like, listen, we don't need to put any more extra positive smoke about this guy than we need to. There might be teams that liked Keylan Rutledge that were thinking, all right, look, it looks like he's probably going to slide into the 2nd round. And so that, like, this is one of those situations where an absence of a top 30 visit might have been the indicator that they actually really liked him.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do and figure out, beforehand.
Yeah, well, and you only get so many of those visits. I mean, they call them 30 visits for a reason. You only get 30 of them, and sometimes
they do get those Zoom calls.
They do. They get 3 Zoom. What do you say? 3 with each prospect.
3 Zoom calls with a certain number of prospects.
Yeah. So there's other ways to do it, but that's a great point about maybe trying to game the system by not having a guy come in for a 30 visit it's an interesting concept.
You want a girl to like you. Don't act too much like you.
Play hard to get, man. Yeah. That's
not a direct analogy.
Sorry.
You don't want your buddy who's like a Mike Vrabel type to just swoop in. If you got one of those friends. You got one of those friends that as soon as he knows you have something, he's got to have it.
Yeah.
You don't let him know that you're interested in this girl.
That's right.
You're like, who, her? She's
yeah.
Like, not in a good way either.
I play a little chess, man.
Yeah.
Here's Tate Rutledge. Tate Rutledge is the guy on the line. I knew I'd do that at least once this morning. Keylan Rutledge. What are the fans here in Houston getting in Keylan Rutledge?
Yeah, man, you're just getting a relentless worker, someone that's just going to come in every day, be the first in, last out kind of guy, a guy that's blue-collar, gritty, wants to get after it, wants to finish dudes in the dirt, and you're getting a guy that's just a great teammate. I'm going to hold people accountable, and I'm going to push the standard for the whole team, so I'm ready to get up there and just get to work, man. And, about me, like, I can play all 3 interiors. Obviously, I just played right guard in college, but, I'm comfortable snapping, playing left. Anything the team needs me to do, man, I'm there, and I'm going to be the guy they can call on, so I'm ready to get to work.
Okay. It's big talk right there, man.
Yeah, no, he has a lot of good clips, but this is where I have to fight against my my ingrained defensive lineman who hears a rookie offensive lineman talk about how we're gonna show people how it's done. Like,
how's that going for you right now?
Just settle down there, killer. We'll see about that.
Are you able to resist trashing Keylan Rutledge on his first
I've heard a lot of bold talk out of rookie offensive linemen. Let's see what you got.
Yep. Here's one more from Keylan Rutledge. What do you know about C.J. Stroud?
Heck yeah, he's a baller, man. Been watching that guy since he was, in college, dicing it up. So I can't wait to get there and just get to work, man, and just, do whatever the team's asked me to do and just be a good piece for him, and let's go win some games and let's get in that Super Bowl, man. So I'm excited.
Yeah, now, Seth, do you think that C.J. Stroud has texted Keylan Rutledge yet?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. I don't know. Still adjusting to the central time zone, so he's probably up. Even if he's trying to get to bed early.
Yeah,
and everything.
Yeah.
If I were, you know what? I don't know. I bet he texts him today. My hope was that every Houston Texans player who's currently on the roster was in bed by 10 p.m. last night because they have a frothy workout.
They got workouts, man. Yeah. Especially the interior offensive linemen. You just got some new competition in the building.
I've always been early to bed, early to rise, but I can't remember. When I was an active player, I don't think there was a single time that I ever watched the entire first round of the draft.
Oh, really?
It's just it goes too late, man.
Well, I do like, and we'll transition here into just some general draft thoughts. I was a big fan of this new 8-minute between picks.
Somebody, one of our listeners tweeted you and I saying it doesn't seem to matter that they reduced the time between picks because look at how long the runway is for the prospects to walk out. That doesn't have anything to do with the other. Like as soon as the pick is in, the next team's on the clock.
Starts.
So yeah, you don't have to worry about that guy walking forward.
That is a long walk they've got though from the green room.
It was.
I would be bushed. Oh man.
You know who I was impressed with that I'm really pulling for is Ruben Bain with his short arms because that's all people talk about.
Yeah, his tiny little gator arms. Yeah.
To the point where they don't realize he does a lot of things that compensate and overcome having short arms.
Yeah.
But when he did his interview, he was like, and he had his sunglasses on. You could tell he was all business. Like that's a guy where I would say, hey, listen, whatever you're typing into your phone about his short arms, go ahead and say it to his face.
Right.
I will not be making any jokes. If I ever meet Ruben Bain, I'm not going to make he's not the kind of guy you can mess with like that.
No.
He's not going to laugh it off and be like, oh yeah, the short arm thing.
No, he's a bad man. Yeah.
I would extend my hand to him an extra couple inches than usual.
That's a little bit
and
of
shake his hand and say, these are just fine. Hopefully I won't tear a rotator cuff reaching out to shake his hand, yeah.
What did I say?
I know. I love that kid, though. I hope it works out for him.
Yeah.
I thought there was a good chance the Ravens would have taken him, except just because that's the Ravens tend to take guys who.
Yeah.
Well, Terrell Suggs, remember, was a guy that was, short arms, didn't run a great 40, all of that, but he just flat out produced.
It worked out with him. Yeah, it worked out with T-Sizzle.
But the other guy, Ioane was the most heavily favored to go to the Ravens because he just looks like a Raven.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, there he is.
He does. Easy trip from Happy Valley over to Baltimore for sure. Kevin Clark of ESPN, I watched a lot of the post-draft coverage last night after it was over. He was on with Scott Van Pelt. That was his huge shocker, was that the Ravens did not take Ruben Bain with that 14th overall pick. Yeah. He was stunned.
Yeah, he felt like a Raven too.
Yes,
he's just everything from his style of play, the fact that his measurables are what drove him down the board, and everything. Like the Ravens do a really good job of saying, "Oh, you guys don't like his tiny little arms, huh?"
Yeah.
I do. I have this vision of a bunch of NFL scouts showing up at a bar, looking at Mike Tyson, and be like, "Look at Pipsqueak over there. I'm gonna go kick his ass." Look at his short arms. What a clown.
The funniest part of that is the stereotypical scout that you're portraying. Like, I think I'm gonna go kick his ass.
I'm gonna go kick it. Look at Half Pint. I'm gonna just go. Look at that sawed-off little wimp.
Look at Pipsqueak over there.
Oh my God! Did you hear him talk?
Yeah.
That would an old school scout would totally say. Mike Tyson, short arms, didn't like his persona.
Right.
He's got a squeaky voice.
Squeaks like a mouse. Yeah.
What a wimp! Probably not tough enough for boxing.
My God! I'm gonna go kick his ass. I don't know why that tickles me so much. Okay, so I just jotted down some things, Seth. A lot of this, it feels like it's me jotting down notes, and I could take you and me texting each other during the draft and just hold it right next to it, and it looks like that.
That's what I want to tell the kids. Hey, this job isn't as cushy as it seems. Sometimes you have to text back and forth with your buddy at night for 3 hours.
Jokes with your friends, yes.
With a bunch of jokes, that half of which you actually can't say on the radio.
That's exactly right.
I can't even empty my Vrabel portfolio on the radio because of the damned FCC.
That's right. That's right. Okay, a few things here, though. Fernando Mendoza's hand-talking is going to be even more annoying at the NFL level than it was at the college level.
It is awkward as hell, man. It's honestly
for those on YouTube, I'm demonstrating what I'm talking about. He does a lot of that thing that people trying to make a point at a TED Talk or something would do, where they're karate chopping his palm of his hand.
But he does it like a guy who's watched a whole bunch of TED Talks about the importance of using your hands when you talk.
Yes.
It doesn't look like natural, you know. There's I'm a natural born hand talker, and when I see people that are doing it because they've seen a presentation about how you're supposed to use your hands, it just sticks out like a sore thumb.
Oh, and when they start losing, it's going to be even worse. Raider fans might end up hating him.
I want to tell you another thing, though, too, man. Orlovsky is just biding his time because, look, Mendoza might be 10 times a better natural quarterback than Ty Simpson.
Right.
We don't know because Ty Simpson's played like 3 college football games.
yeah.
But I mean, Ty Simpson goes into a situation where he might sit all year, learn that system, and end up playing for a Super Bowl-ready team in year 2.
For that head coach,
Fernando Mendoza will be, coming out of his 3rd concussion by week 1 of year 2.
Yeah.
So Ty Simpson might end up looking like the better quarterback, even if he is or is not early in his career, because he's just in a much better situation.
Well, and that's the dynamic, too, when you're a quarterback, is like, okay, do I want to be a really high pick in the first round where I'm going to a bad team, or do I want to be a first-round pick but maybe a little later where I'm going to a better situation? Ty Simpson's going to inarguably one of the top 5 teams in football, arguably, I mean, on paper, maybe the best team in football, and they picked him at 13 because they had Atlanta's pick. So he's still getting pretty, he's getting drafted. He's getting better money than he would be getting at the back of the first round, and he's going to a team that's back of the first round caliber. You're right. It's a great situation for him. The Jets war room and any war room that gives a standing ovation for their own pick I can't read what I wrote in my notes here because there's curse. These war rooms it's fine I'm fine with the war rooms that are high-fiving over a pick.
Yeah.
They go over, they
like
shake
genuine
the GM.
enthusiasm or something.
When
I didn't see it. Did it feel like the Jets were a choreographed standing ovation?
Yes, they all stood in their own spots, all stood in their own chairs, and just stood and clapped forever with the pick of, who did they take? David Bailey. With the
second pick.
Well, they took Kenyon Sadiq later, and they traded up to get Omar Cooper. They had a good draft last night. On paper, we'll see. They did the same thing 4 years ago. They had 3 first-round picks, and now here they are picking second again.
Talk about pre-draft smoke and everything. Not that the Jets had as much reason to put out smoke, but people were reading into the fact that they canceled their top 30 visit with David Bailey,
the guy they picked,
and a lot of people thought, it's Arvell Reese. Like, no. So as it was with the way that Nick was talking, sometimes you don't need. You feel good enough about the guy that you don't need a top 30 visit.
Yes.
We got character issue dudes that we got to spend some time with before we talk to the guy that we already feel awesome about.
Well, especially when you got multiple first round picks like the Jets do. If you feel like we don't need to do any more research. They were essentially picking first in the draft last night because everybody knew Mendoza was going number 1 to the Raiders. So there's nothing that they don't need to worry about anybody coming up and getting a guy. So they know who they're taking. They can spend the rest of their time hoping Kenyon Sadiq falls to them at 16 like he did last night. Yeah. Jeremiah Love is going to the worst team in the NFC West, and this is about as ideal as it could get if you're a Houston Texan fan because it was precariously close, I would imagine, with him landing with the Tennessee Titans. If the Cardinals had passed on Jeremiah Love, we would be talking about Jeremiah Love in the AFC South this morning.
Yeah, and I saw a few Texans fans. They confessed this to me. One, I don't have the tweet here right now, but he said, Seth, I feel dirty and feeling happy that Jeremiah Love didn't go to the Titans just because he didn't want it to be soft, I don't want to be a guy that's afraid of other players going to other teams. Look, it doesn't have anything to do with whether Jeremiah Love would have vaulted the Titans up to AFC South contenders or anything. It's that 2 times per year that you play that team, and they have one player who could break the game wide open for them. Even if the Titans are worse this year than they were last year, but they have Jeremiah Love on the team, that's like 2 breakaway runs or 1 reception that can flip the tables in a game. And that's I didn't want that. I didn't want that constant headache or menace. And that if the Titans do get their crap together too, then it could be a real big headache.
Well,
so don't feel any shame at all about somebody that you play twice a year not getting an electrifying football player on the team.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. By the way, how about this? Because of the way the draft works, because the salary slotting is not specific to position, it's just specific to the draft slot. Like a quarterback makes the same as a running back that gets drafted third.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love is now the highest paid running back in the NFL in history in terms of guaranteed money.
Yeah.
He's guaranteed $52 million. It's by far the biggest guarantee for a running back in the history of the sport. What a weird wrinkle that is.
It's a really weird wrinkle, but going back to kind of the way the pendulum is swinging, Jeremiah Love's he's a rare prospect. So it's not like all these running backs are all of a sudden going to go in the top 5. But it's 2 years in a row now where a running back has gone in the top 5. And I think that the pendulum swinging back towards the run game means that at some point, listen, everybody, I don't know how people get angry about this stuff, but good for you. At some point, there will be a free agency contract for a running back that's higher than whatever Jeremiah Love is making.
Did you hear what the overall attendance was last night when it got announced?
300,000 they were saying at the beginning?
320,000 was the 320,000 and something was the official attendance.
Which matches the population of the city of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, obviously a lot of fans came in from out of town to cheer for their teams in the draft. Did the overhead views of it? I mean, I hate.
Pretty cool. When I first tuned in, they were interviewing Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
And which is always just so thrilling. But I was kind of surprised because they showed the stadium.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, wow. And the lower bowl was already pretty full even before the draft had started.
Yeah.
Like, they're doing this at the stadium. And then they zoomed back to the actual stage presentation.
Yeah.
And that was rapidly filling up. That was impressive. That was pretty cool. I don't know if Bridgeland is going to be big enough to contain it when the Texans inevitably have a draft there.
I don't know either. 300,000 people. Wow. Now, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that Houston would get 300,000 out to the draft. It would be 86 degrees outside.
I don't also always buy the attendance figures at public rallies.
That one feels way off to me. That just feels mathematically impossible.
300,000 seems improbable.
Yeah. So that was crazy.
On a school night?
On a school night. Yeah, exactly. On a school night.
It was, you know what, as they're talking about how there's 300,000 people there, I'm like, okay, cool. As they're opening the draft, and they brought out Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt with Roger Goodell, which was a weird sight because you're in Pittsburgh, and it gives the impression of, wow, they're booing T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward. No, they're booing Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
But so as they're gushing about the 300,000 people are there, they kept going back to a close-up of 2 random annoying Steelers fans. I was like, oh, could you show it? Like 3 times in a row, they go to these 2 guys that they realize the camera's on, and they're saying, yay! Yeah. This is a bad look for Pittsburgh.
Bad look. I didn't see the stadium. So there were people in the. Were they doing a watch party in the stadium?
Yeah, they had a watch. It looked to me like they had a watch party in the stadium.
Okay.
They were showing that a lot pre-draft, and then during the draft, they were more just showing the stage area.
Yeah. A few other observations from me. As far as worst drip of any of the prospects that were there.
Yeah.
Jordan Tyson looked like a valet driver. Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State who went to the Saints. He had on like a black coat that looked more like a windbreaker than a sport coat. He had a white button-down shirt and a black tie, and his shirt was untucked.
Oh, okay.
He had a black tie, a black...
Wait, which white shirt? Did he have a collared white shirt?
A collared white shirt, yeah.
Who was wearing the wife beater?
I don't know.
A white beater underneath his, and it was kind of like a super aggressive tuxedo cut almost.
Okay.
And then I felt bad because he opened up the jacket, and it was his mom's name monogrammed into there.
Who was that?
Embroidered into it.
Yeah.
And then there was another guy. Oh, this was late. It was after the Texans had picked, I think. It was a guy they showed. They flashed back to the studio photography of it. It was a lineman who was doing it with his shirt off. and it was not a good look. It was not a good look at all.
Oh
but
my
I
God.
admire the confidence.
Yeah.
He's like the woman that you see at Walmart wearing with the extreme muffin top, but she's going to wear that halter
The muffin
top no matter what.
Yeah. God, I'm trying to remember who that player was. I remember because he had on kind of like a short sport coat.
Yeah.
And he opened it up, and he had engraved it for his mom, and he said, my mom is my inspiration.
Was it Jordan Tyson? I think it might have been Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Tyson? No, Jordan Tyson's the one who I just said he was the one who was dressed like a valet. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember who that was. It looked like a wide receiver or a DB. It was a more slender guy. Looked good in the suit. We'll figure it out.
Don't worry, everybody.
Don't worry, we're on it.
We'll get to this.
We'll get to the bottom.
News.
We'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah. For me, as far as being a Texan fan, the draft felt like it started when Caden Proctor got picked at 12.
Yeah.
Because I felt like the first 11 guys, that went weren't anybody who you and I had talked about for the last 2 months in mock drafts or anything like that. Caden Proctor at 12 was the first guy where I'm like, okay, this thing is now let's get dialed in now here. We can see anything Texan anytime soon.
In the top 16, the really only notable things where there were things sliding around or unexpected was that Ruben Bain fell as far as he did to 15. But even that wasn't a huge surprise given his aforementioned tiny arms. God, I love it. I hope he does really well. I'm glad he's in the NFC. Caden Proctor didn't slide as far as a lot of people thought he might have. Ty Simpson got drafted. That was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think the Chiefs trading up for Mansour Delaney was a little bit of a surprise. But beyond that, pretty much everybody that went in the top 15 was about where you would have expected they might go.
Yep. All right, we got a lot to get to still with the draft. Hey, we're still doing a mock draft injection today. We've got a couple of mock drafts for tonight. What are the Texans doing at 38? What are they doing at 59, if they even stay in those spots? Mock draft injection, rounds 2 and 3, is coming up next. But first, men's tea clinic. Today is my men's tea clinic day.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Well, a lot of text rolling in on the base power text line. We'll get to some of those. A couple Tate Rutledge questions for you, Seth, that we'll get to. Top of the hour, we will circle back to my predictions that I made. How did I do on my 4 predictions for the draft? We'll go back and see at the top of the hour. I'm not afraid to be wrong. Thank God. So let's look at the old mocks for tonight, Seth. We've already got mock drafts out for rounds 2 and 3. So I've got a couple of them. If we don't get to both of them here, maybe we'll do a bonus one in the 9 o'clock hour. Because obviously there's multiple picks to dig into. So the first one we'll do here is Josh Edwards of CBSSports.com, a round 2 and 3 mock draft that he did immediately following last night's first round. The Texans are picking 38th. It doesn't look like there's any trades in this one here. The Texans are picking 38th. Now, the guys that go off the board, Texans are picking 6th tonight, the 6th pick of the second round. Our Mason Thomas edge goes off the board. Chase Besantis off the board. Jacob Rodriguez off the board. So these are some names we've seen mocked to the Texans either in the first or second round lately.
Yeah.
Denzel Boston, another one, a wide receiver, off the board. And Jermod McCoy, who's a cornerback for Tennessee. Those are the players that get drafted before 38.
So immediately there, as I'm thinking about defensive linemen at this point, I'm not thinking about centers yet, but I'm thinking about defensive linemen and linebackers. The guys that are still there, like the edge rushers, T.J. Parker, Zion Young, Cassius Howell, I'd be happy with any of those guys, but Caden McDonald's probably the highest graded defensive lineman, interior or edge, that's available right there. So, yeah, I wonder if the Texans were the same. I wonder if they would take Caden McDonald or one of the edge rushers.
Oh, here's who Josh Edwards has him taking with the 38th pick in the Josh Edwards CBS Day 2 mock draft. The Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive lineman, Ohio State. Here's what he says. As the league swings back toward heavier personnel and 2 tight end sets, there's a need for interior defenders who can stop the run. McDonald epitomizes that role as a player who brings little pass rush potential to the table. Boy, that goes back to something that D'Amico said earlier this week.
Oh, as far as,
sometimes guys come in, they either haven't been asked to do it or maybe they're not great at it, but they've got the physical traits to do it.
And I think, too, there's different things, especially when you start talking about interior defensive linemen. I think the obsession with sacks or even, honestly, pressures that are credited to an individual, sometimes people overrate that. So if you're talking about a guy that's a classic 3 technique, a guy that lines up in the gap between the guard and the tackle, then, yeah, you want to see a whole lot of pass rush traits. And that's what the Texans generally are going after. But they've had really good success with guys like Tim Settle or Sheldon Rankins, who's not going to be a double-digit sack guy or anything or a threat like that just get penetration and push up the middle.
Yeah, they're disruptive.
And I totally think Caden McDonald can be that guy.
Absolutely.
And sometimes that yields more sacks than the guy who actually gets a bunch of sacks himself.
Yes.
Because the quarterback, if you think about the big-bodied guys that get a lot of push up the middle, like Vince Wilfork was like this. It's not like Wilfork ever actually racked up a whole bunch of sacks, but he's so massive, and because he's compressing the pocket, the quarterback's got that pressure in his face. And the guys on the edge end up taking advantage of it. And I think that Caden McDonald could totally be that guy. So, look, is he going to be a high sack guy? No, but I 100% think he's going to be a guy that really pushes the pocket effectively.
All right, so that's who they take at 38th in this Josh Edwards CBSSports.com mock draft. And then, Seth, it's like it's almost like Josh Edwards just listened to what you were saying right there if he were putting this together. Because the names you mentioned at edge rusher. Now, keep in mind the Texans are picking 59th as of right now, but they were picking right around there last year, and Nick Caserio moved up 10 spots to get Ariante Ursary. So not afraid to move up in the second round and go get your guy. But Cassius Howell goes off the board at 40. Zion Young goes off the board at 43. If you're looking at linebackers, C.J. Allen goes off the board at 44. Kristen Miller, who we've had some fun with his audio, and he's a really good player from Georgia. We talked with David Pollack yesterday about him. He goes off the board to the Ravens at 45. Okay, well, congratulations to Kristen Miller on your 6 Pro Bowl selections if you go to the Ravens. Anthony Hill, T.J. Parker, another name you mentioned. These guys are all off the board before you even get to 50. So
the
these
edge rushers and the linebackers are
flying.
Going. Yeah.
They're flying off the board. So we get down to the Texans at 54. Lee Hunter goes off the board to Jacksonville. Gabe Akis.
Another edge player.
Yeah.
All those edge rushers that we talked about. That
all
man,
gone.
There seem to be a lot of guys that are viable second-round edge rushers. This mock draft would make sense. This would be in line with what a lot of people are expecting.
And I think there's a possibility that Nick Caserio does what he did last year and moves up from, I think they were 58 last year, something like that, and he moved up to 48 to get Ariante Ursery. But here's who they've got the Texans taking. We've seen this name. We saw this name yesterday. With the 59th pick in the Josh Edwards, CBSSports.com mock draft, the Texans select Josiah Trotter, linebacker from Mizzou. So there's your linebacker.
I think there's a lot to like about him, and if you look at people's different prospect rankings, they've got some of them have him above a couple of those linebackers that just went. I do wonder if he's as I don't know if he doesn't have necessarily the athletic upside or the speed that they would feel like, okay, this guy could be an upgrade over Toa Toa. That's what I wonder about him. They might like him as a linebacker and feel like he could be a good serviceable player. I think if they're drafting a linebacker when they already have 2 starting linebackers, 2 starting off-ball linebackers, that I don't know if I would expect them to make this play. Like I think he might be a better, like a more polished, complete, ready-to-play linebacker than a guy like Galde, who went a few picks earlier.
Yeah.
But Galde's, has better measurables and it has more upside because he's relatively new to the position. So, I don't know. I don't know if they would take him this high.
Yeah. The other guys on the board, for what it's worth, when they get to 59, these are the guys these are the next few picks. Mike Washington, the running back out of Arkansas. Jadarian Price is gone now. He went to Seattle, so that dream is over for me. But a running back would be interesting, and Washington had easily the best 40 time of any running back at the Combine. Caleb Tiernan, an offensive tackle from Northwestern. Jennings Dunker, the interior offensive lineman, who's another big redheaded dude from Iowa.
These are too many names. Who do the Texans pick?
No. They already picked.
Okay.
They already picked. I said they picked.
Oh, no, don't they have one more? I thought this was a 3-round draft.
It's 3-round, but this is the guy that messed up the third. He still got Buffalo.
Gotcha.
Sorry about that, Seth.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this guy still has Buffalo with the 91st pick, which is not true. The Texans now have it. So I'm just spitballing the guys who since you said you don't seem that excited about Josiah Trotter, I'm just going through the names that were still on the board right there. Yeah. D'Angelo Pons, the cornerback from Indiana.
I think right now, as far as just what I would hope to get in the second round, the defense, like if Cade McDonald is still there, but Christian Miller is still there, Lee Hunter is still here. I'm talking about going into the second round, not this mock draft specifically.
Yep.
The one big question would be, all right, I suspect that the Texans like Chase Bisontis, the guard. If they got down and Chase Bisontis was still available, would they, and let's say Chase Bisontis is the best player on their board at that point, would they actually just almost create a too crowded environment there at interior offensive line and take Chase Bisontis? Or do you think they try to trade back, or they take a linebacker or somebody, even if they're graded a little bit lower?
I think they'd always try to trade back and get more picks if they could. Are you saying at 38 or 59, or either of them?
At 38.
At 38, yeah. I think they'd try to move back probably, because I think there's still a lot of good players there at 38. They could probably create a nice auction environment for 38 right there.
The way this mock draft went, there are a bunch of edge rushers that I think are really viable picks at number 38 that I'd be disappointed if they passed on those guys.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they're passing on them for a reason, but I'm uncomfortable. That's one of the areas I'm uncomfortable with on this roster right now, is that they've lost pass rushers at their backup defensive end positions. And I don't think the guys currently on the roster are going to replace that pass rush.
No.
Now, maybe they progress and develop, but they've got to bring at least one more edge rusher in from the outside. And if it's not in the draft, it's going to be free agency or trade after the draft.
Yep. All right, I made 4 predictions yesterday. How did I do on these? And we'll hear from Nick Caserio on the trade up to get Keylan Rutledge, the newest Houston Texan with the 26th pick. Stay there.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, you're nervous about who
Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so
with the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
That's your newest Houston Texan. It's Keylan Rutledge. About an hour from now, we'll have John Harris on to talk about Keylan Rutledge and what he could bring to the Houston Texans. Here was Nick Caserio's opening statement at his press conference last night following the first round of the draft on Keylan Rutledge, the newest Texan.
Some interest in the player, so we felt like, all right, we'll just move a couple spots, essentially give up a fifth-round pick. This is essentially what the difference is when you actually do the math. To get a player who I think you all just spoke with them, but I would say, the things that stand out about him, toughness, violence, physicality, his playing style, his intelligence. Basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play, intense, violent, physical. Like, we're going to run the football this year. You know, it was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully we've done that. And I'd say Big Red is hopefully, you know, a part of that. Like, where's he going to play? Like, who the hell knows? I mean, we'll figure out, like, who the best 5 guys are and, you know, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most, understanding that we'll probably need 8 to 10 guys on the offensive line here at some point. So
you had to plant your flag right now, Seth, in an opinion of what Keylan Rutledge is doing for this team in week 1 of the upcoming NFL season. What do you think it is?
Week 1.
Is he a starter for this team? If so, at what position? Is he
I think he's
backup?
I think he's, oh boy, because it's not going to be starting at guard, barring injury to Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, this is barring injury, yeah.
Yeah, barring injury, obviously. So I think that the fastest way for him to get on the field is to supplant Jake Andrews.
Yeah.
I think that, I think it's at center. I think he's starting center. I think they think there's upside in Jake Andrews. But one of the big things with Jake Andrews is in run blocking, he's going to have to really turn it up a notch in terms of his physicality and all of that. And I think he was better last year than people realize, but I think that it really comes down to whether Rutledge is actually, capable as a center. Because, look, he looked good for a guy at the Senior Bowl that hadn't played center before, but that's not the same as actually being a good center prospect.
No, and there's so much that goes into center other than just the physical part of it, too.
Yeah, so you know what? He's going to be a backup offensive lineman. I think. I think that's the most likely scenario. He might supplant either of those guys at center or left guard at some point in the first season.
I think it says a lot about what they've done so far this offseason that they just drafted a guy in the first round, and you're saying he's probably going to be a backup, and I'm like, okay, that sounds fine to me. You know, like whereas last year they drafted a tackle in the second round, and they had to throw him out there to start the season, even though he probably wasn't ready to be a starter yet in Ariante Ursary.
I don't like calling him Big Red because
well, you better get used to it.
It reminds me of Matt Bonner. And I don't need any more Matt Bonner in my life. Yeah,
that's very random.
They used to call him Big Red.
Yeah,
and he had like a Big Red gum sponsorship. And I don't need screw Matt Bonner.
Oh, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on screw Matt Bonner. Nick called him Big Red like 15 times last night in the press conference.
Yeah, the part there too. I wrote the words down. He said toughness, violence, physicality, and then I think he said that's who we are. And I thought, man, yeah, on defense, that's who you are.
Yeah.
And if they're doing that old thing of, I've told you, Sean, sometimes the best way to lose weight is to just keep telling yourself over and over, I am a person who is my target weight. You know, I'm a 175-pound person.
Yeah.
And not me. That's not what I would be saying.
No.
And those are the decisions I make when it comes to eating and how I operate. I am a 175-pound person. And I think the Texans right now, this offseason, when it comes to the offensive line, they're telling themselves, we are tough, we are violent, we have physicality, and those are the only kinds of guys we let into the club. So they get Braden Smith, who's a tough and physical run blocker. Mm-hmm. They retain Ed Ingram, whose calling card is his run blocking. They bring in Wyatt Teller, who's aggressive as a run blocker. Trent Brown, too, bigger physical dude. So that's what their guiding principle was in looking at offensive linemen, and I think that's why they're so high on Keylan Rutledge, because that's 100% who he was as a college player.
Yep. Here's Nick Caserio's scouting report on Keylan Rutledge.
Did you have a specific moment in meeting him or watching him that you had conviction yourself that he was a guy that you really liked?
Yeah, when you put the tape on. I mean, everybody that watched him, your notes basically say physical, tough, strong, good run blocker, good at the point of attack. He's probably more athletic than maybe people think he is. He's got some technique things that he can certainly clean up, which I think one of the things with the workout, sometimes you're trying to have a player maybe simulate some of the things that they're going to be asked to do. So can they take the coaching? How do they apply the coaching? It wasn't a player. Like, the makeup on this guy is like elite. Like, a couple of the metrics that we have when we grade players, in like 4 or 5 categories, like there was one player in a draft that our scouts graded the way that they did, and it was him. So, like, that was like okay, we didn't talk to him at the combine because we didn't need to. Like, and then we might not even interviewed him at the Senior Bowl.
That's when you hear something like that. Like we have these metrics, 4 or 5 metrics, and there's one guy that graded out elite in all those. I'm like, I start thinking, why did you wait for him? Why did you wait till the 26th? If that guy's that good,
right?
Then why were you waiting?
Because I think he's talking about those 4 specific areas where they might have 20 or 25 total variables. It's not like saying he's the highest graded guy in the draft.
That's kind of what it sounded like.
No, the way I interpreted it was, hey, for some of these key variables, whatever they were,
he was elite.
Sounds like it was on the toughness and physicality side of things.
You're 100% right,
or whatever it might be that we had him rated as high as we did.
Because the way he said it, I'm like, so you had him rated higher than Jeremiah Love, Okay.
No, I think
that makes more sense. No, you're
those
right.
specific things that there wasn't anybody else in the draft that checked off all of those particular boxes.
No, you're right. And I'm glad we had said this because I'm guessing there's other people that may have heard it the way I did. And you're 100% right.
I think that the one thing that came through too, because he referenced it a couple times in the press conference yesterday, was again, Caserio and the Texans seem to have programs that they really respect, and it sounds like they really respect Brent Key and Georgia Tech and the way they operate. And we need to do this disclaimer once an hour at least. For those of you who are concerned that Georgia Tech is a triple option offense, they are not. They haven't been for several years.
No.
But there's still people out there that think that they only pass the ball 3 or 4 times a game.
It's a good PSA, Seth.
Yeah,
yes.
So it's not. Don't worry. He has pass protected before in his life.
Yeah.
It's not his calling card, but that's also in line with what the Texans have really showed you with their actions this offseason. They've focused way more on the run game than on passing, on pass protection when it comes to offensive line. I think that if you look at the first 3 years of CJ's career, they've been a bad rushing offense every single year. And it's hard to operate as a quarterback when you've got a bad rushing offense. And I think they said, what itch do we need to scratch the most? What's the biggest chunk that we could take out of some of these deficiencies on offense? And by and large, it's simple. You don't have to slice it and dice it. It's those 40 to 50% of the times that we try to run the football.
Yep.
That's a pretty big chunk of our offense, and we're not doing a good enough job at it.
Yep. We will run the football. That's what Nick Caserio said in one of those cuts that we just played a few minutes ago. And speaking of which, on the flip side, the pass blocking, here was Nick Caserio asked about scouting reports that Keylan Rutledge's pass blocking needs work.
Yeah, I don't know who said that or like what scouting reports we're reading or who we're relying on. I mean, all players have areas that they can improve and fix. So, I mean, doesn't matter who they are, what they are. So, again, I don't know what scouting report or who said that. I mean, we don't really care. What we care about is what they do when they walk in our program and what we're going to ask them to do. All they want to do is see a player take coaching, improve, and apply what we're teaching.
Would have been
That's
great.
all we care about.
Would have been great if he was like, who said that?
I'm reading from this specific draft.
Yeah.
I think I kind of when I compile spreadsheets on these guys, I should do a better job of crediting which random people said what and what have you. Yeah. But it was something that consistently came up with him was that the run blocking is more of a calling card than his pass protection.
Yeah.
So that's the was that inconsistent balance and body control was one of the things that I had written down from somebody else. His pass protection range is average, and I think that's without it calling out any one individual draft analyst in the media, that was pretty consistent.
Yep.
So. I think I would guess that that's probably consistent with what the Texans scouting report is because again, this is the deal. They. You know what, Nick will say, okay, he'll scoff at some of those reports or anything. At the same time, he brought up PFF's grade on Ed Ingram.
He did,
being the best run blocker in the league. Last year, where he wasn't nearly as good as in pass protection, which matches the eyeball test. But so that's their model and their template so far this offseason. A guy like Ed Ingram, they reward with a big contract because he still has work to do in his pass protection, but he is a super physical, super aggressive run blocker, and that's what they want to do. They want to run the football.
All right, so I'm looking at my 4 predictions from yesterday, Seth. My 4 bold predictions. I just want to go back. I'm a big enough man to go back and look and see, was I right or was I wrong? And this is a good lens to look at some of the things that may have happened or didn't happen in the draft.
I admire you for doing bold predictions because the exercise in and of itself is that you are – you're sarcastically, boldly predicting these things. Yeah. They're predictions that are unlikely to come true.
Right.
And yet there they are in print and for people to throw in your face afterwards. Well, as if you were predicting this is 100% correct.
Yeah, well, let's not ignore the upside that if I were to get 3 out of 4 right, I look like a genius all of a sudden.
That's true. You get to copy and paste that and say, you heard it here.
Crotch chop.
Wasn't
and
that
everything.
one of 99 bold predictions you made? Yes. Yes, but I made it.
Yeah, but I got 4 right. Okay, the one I did get right. I said this was my very first one, that Nick Caserio will trade up, not out of the first round.
Yeah.
So I get a ding there. And I predicted that before the Pelissero report came out 2 days ago.
And I predicted it, or I can't remember. I said if you held a gun to my head, I would say they trade up.
I think you did.
Did I do that?
Yeah,
See,
I think
that's
so.
Mine. Look, I did gun to my head, which is way more. I'm putting way more on the line than you with your bold predictions.
That's true.
Bold predictions with a wink.
You're splattering metaphorical brains all over the wall. That's true.
Yeah, you always had the excuse of saying, well, it was a bold prediction. I didn't really mean it.
That's right.
Meanwhile, I'm laying dead in the corner. Somebody's got to clean this up.
That's bold.
They never tell you about that part of everything.
That's really bold.
No, but part of it is the way that the draft played out. About the same number of offensive linemen that you thought might go in the draft did go in the draft. And the Texans were sitting there where the guys that I thought they could probably I thought it was going to be Chase Basantis if they drafted the unexpected first-round guy.
Yeah.
Chase Basantis was still there.
Yeah.
Obviously, Keylan Rutledge was another one of those guys.
Sure.
And they felt strongly about him at that point enough to trade up a couple of spots.
Someone asked how happy are we when Blake Miller went off the board to Detroit at 17. Seth and I, that's one of those ones that Seth and I both had our phones open and we could see the other guy texting at the same time. Like you and I were both texting, you're like, oh, thank God, no Blake Miller.
Yeah, I was trying to beat your ellipsis to the punch.
Yes. I'm looking, I'm like, I got to get this text. All right, my 3 other predictions, I said the team who drafts Jeremiah Love would be trading up to get him because I thought that Arizona might be bluffing and trying to create sort of an auction environment for the teams that were in the market for Jeremiah Love. Turns out Arizona just liked Jeremiah Love enough to take him with the 3rd overall pick. And we'll see how he does as a rookie there.
That part of it, too. And I would say it. It wasn't elation, but I was pleased. I smiled a genuine smile at the fact that the Titans weren't getting the guy they probably really, really wanted in Jeremiah Love.
Not only that, the Texans just played the NFC West last year. Like they're not going to see Jeremiah Love until he's the 4th year in the league.
And he's a running back.
Yeah.
He might be an amputee by that point.
That's right.
It's a gory show this morning.
I know. I'm
laying on the floor with my brains blown out. Jeremiah Love's an amputee.
Yeah, this is just the last 90 seconds.
Who can we kill next?
I don't know. Well, let's see. Jacob Rodriguez. I predicted he would go in the 1st round. Let's kill him for not going in the 1st round.
What a loser you are at this point, Sean.
I know.
What an incredible loser.
Yep.
He is listed as one of the best players available on a lot of different boards.
Would you be happy if they took him with the 38th overall pick?
I would. I am. I'm agitating for an edge rusher, and I feel like I don't want them to stretch or reach, et cetera, but I feel like this is a classic situation where I really want the Texans to add an edge rusher, and if they take something other than one of the 5 or 6 second-round caliber edge rushers that might be available then, they're all going to fly off the board immediately afterwards. And I'll console myself with thinking, okay, the Texans I trust D'Amico and Matt Burke and Caserio when it comes to judging defensive linemen. Yeah. They just didn't see the same thing in those guys.
They might have a guy queued up to, like Derek Barnett might be on speed dial. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where it's okay. If we don't, because guys like that may be waiting to see what happens in the draft. And if the Texans don't draft somebody, would it shock you if Derek Barnett signed another 1-year deal here, on Monday or Tuesday next week?
It's a great point, Sean. Derek Barnett might very well be thinking, like, listen, if you guys draft a defensive end in the 1st and 2nd round, I don't want to come in and be the veteran that's just waiting to get cut or like, you know.
He likes being here. I've talked to him. He likes being here.
Yeah, and he wants to, but he, you know, and I also think though too, he's a guy that also might be waiting till after the draft to see if there's an opportunity for him to be a starter somewhere.
Yes.
You know, so like, which I can't fault him for whatsoever.
No.
He's been a part of playing on this great defense, but he's also a guy that's got waning years left in the NFL, and there's a spot where he can go in and start. It's not going to be with the Texans.
No,
so,
God,
yeah,
no.
he's very much an option potentially.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's a slam dunk, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans don't draft an edge rusher in the next couple rounds if Derek Burnett ends up back on the team.
Yeah,
because that's when the Texans might also be willing to up their offer to whatever it might have been if they made him an offer.
Yeah, he was making like $5 million on a one-year deal the last couple of years. So yeah, that's so we'll see what happens. The last one, I got this wrong. 4 Ohio State players in the top 8. I said there were 3 in the top 7. Tate, Arvell Reese, and Sonny Styles all went in the top 7. I thought Caleb Downs might go to the Saints at 8, which is why I said that. He ended up going to the Cowboys at 11, which is one of the best picks in the draft. Caleb Downs is a great player.
Yeah.
Cowboys had a good draft yesterday.
Yeah, they did. It annoyed me. When they took Malachi Lawrence, it reminded me so much of Tyler Booker last year. Because remember, Tyler
draft
Booker,
well almost every year. It's keeping guys.
That's how they keep relevant, is they draft incredibly well. And then they're just idiotic in the way they manage their own free agents and the salary cap and everything. It's incredible how good they are at drafting and how much that's buoyed them over the last few years.
Absolutely. All right.
The last decade plus.
No doubt. All right, the Yankees are in town for the weekend. So we are going to do a 5 Reasons I Hate You for the New York Yankees. We'll do that. We'll circle back to the draft after that. The report cards are out on the Keylan Rutledge selection. We'll do that at 8:43. John Harris joins us at 9 o'clock to break down the draft and preview tonight. Stay there.
Look, you can hate all those teams. You're going to feel the exact opposite about Easy Honda because they make it easy for you. You want to upgrade? You don't have to wait for a draft pick. You can upgrade today at Easy Honda, where managing partner Lincoln Stahl is going to help you out as much as he possibly can by giving you as much as he can.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm looking at the base power text line, and one of the things I've learned is people really like listening to Keylan Rutledge talk. All caps. OMG, I love what this kid is saying. I'm sold. Another person says Rutledge has the cadence of a Will Anderson Jr.
Oh, fast talker.
Fast talker.
You know, Jonathan Joseph, another notoriously fast talker.
Yeah,
and both very, very likable and lovable Texans players.
Yeah, big time. You know, Southerners, they got that Southern vibe.
Yeah, I like Southerners who talk fast.
Me
People
too.
from the Southeast who talk fast.
Yes.
I feel like, man, if they'd grown up in Puerto Rico or something, it would be just you wouldn't be able to understand a damn thing anybody was saying. But they're in a region of the country where people tend to talk slower, but they can't be contained.
Right.
They got
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get to 5 reasons I hate you, this text has been sitting here staring at me for a couple of segments, and so I want to make sure I ask this question for this texter to you, Seth, specifically, because there's probably other people concerned. All this talk about Keylan Rutledge and how tough he is, and he'll punch you in the mouth, and he'll jam you in the dirt, and he'll do all this stuff. Is there any chance that he is a Penning-like fake tough guy?
Oh, right. Yeah. You know what? I thought I brought that up earlier, but no, I did bring it up when I talked about the fake tough guy. The Trevor Penning was a fake tough guy.
Yeah.
When you'd watched, and that's what was so annoying to me, because I remember when Trevor Penning, people were making all this buzz about how tough he was. And I would talk to other defensive linemen and former defensive linemen about, like, are you guys seeing this lack of toughness that I'm seeing? And, like, yeah, he's the classic guy who would get his ass beat and then be a tough guy after the play. Like, after he already got his quarterback's knee blown out, he's going to act like a tough guy and keep shoving him afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wasn't actually – he went to the Senior Bowl and he got his ass kicked.
Right.
But people were talking about how tough he was at the Senior Bowl. Remember Trevor Penning got in a bunch of fights at the Senior Bowl?
I do.
It's because he was doing the classic stuff of, like, he would just keep blocking you after the play was over, even though you beat him. So, yeah, you fight that punk.
Right.
And Trevor Penning sucks now.
Yep.
No, this has been – I would say both with Chase Basantis and Keylan Rutledge, it's more of a genuine toughness that they show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tenacity to their blocking. They're always looking for another guy to block, and it's down in, down out. It's not just a few highlight reels of them blocking a cornerback off the sideline. So I don't worry about that. There is a little bit of a knee-jerk, defensive lineman where you hear about this rookie coming in who's so super tough that I do want to pound him into the turf.
Yeah.
But other than that, no, I don't worry about that. I think it's a genuine toughness.
Okay, good.
I think, and that is honestly, this is one of the things I like about Cole Popovich. There are all these damn NFL coaches that talk about how they want tough guys. A lot of them really don't know how to identify it. That's how Trevor Penning gets drafted in the first round.
That's right.
Trevor Penning also had, he's ridiculously athletic. That's why it's so hilarious that he's so bad now. But in identifying, I don't think Bill O'Brien was good at identifying actual toughness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a scouting trait to identify guys who are genuinely tough and they're not just talking about it, or they're not just punching a guy in the kidneys after that guy beats him in a pass rush. And I think that Cole Popovich is wired that way. I think he's got a better feel for just who's a genuinely tough football player.
All right, let's do 5 reasons I hate you.
Oh,
fire up CeeLo, man. There we go. 5 reasons I hate you. New York Yankees. The Yankees.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult.
This took 3 minutes to put together.
How do I dredge up some hatred for the Yankees?
For the Yankees, for the evil empire. I know,
Yeah.
I know. The Yankees and the Lakers are in town this weekend. How about that? All right, number 5.
We don't talk about the Lakers.
No, we did 5 reasons I hate you for them last week, and it seemed like it might have pissed them off.
The Lakers are currently my Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on with the Rockets versus the Lakers? That's nothing. It's a laughable affair.
Nothing.
Well, there's nothing to talk about.
Just going to counseling. That's all.
Yeah.
So let's do this. 5 reasons I hate you for the Yankees. Hopefully, it has better results than when we did this for the Cardinals and the Lakers last Friday. Number 5, Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge disappointed America in the World Baseball Classic. You, as a red-blooded American, you, Seth Payne, you, the listener in your car, you, Ben Gary, he basically stabbed you in the back with World Baseball Classic treason. he stunk in the World Baseball Classic.
Right, which again, it's almost kind of like expecting James Harden to be great in an elimination game or something. This is what Aaron Judge typically does in games.
Oh, I was totally expecting it, but I'm mad that it happened. Yeah,
I mean, he's got one impressive World Series, and then other than that, he's just a dud when it comes to any games that matter to anybody anywhere.
Yep.
So that's why, unfortunately, right now I wish this was a playoff series. If somehow the Astros made it into the playoffs with their record as it currently is, they would have a much better chance of beating the Yankees in the playoffs than as they're currently constructed.
Is there a way we can make Aaron Judge think it's October? Can we do that? Can we somehow
let's
make
create
that
a
happen?
playoff environment?
Yeah.
Bang whatever you can in the stands out there. If you can sneak a camera with a telephoto lens or something and then act like you're using your iPhone, just hold it in front of you and then act like you're furiously texting something.
Amen. All right, number 4. That's reason number 5. Reason number 4, Big Nick Turturro, actor, Yankee fan, who is livid all the time, seemingly livid about a team that does win more often than they lose. But just to remind you of who this person is, here he was 2 weeks ago talking about how miserable it is for Yankee fans.
Yeah, you wanted to run it back, right? You wanted to run it back. I just said this before. I'm going to say it again. Here's the results. Here's the same channel, same poor play, even worse attitude, no accountability, losing close games. It's already only April, man. Only April, and you're already seeing that this team hasn't done enough. They haven't done enough to change the narrative. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. We're not stupid. I don't talk to just talk. I talk real. I know what I'm saying.
My favorite one. My favorite one is
currently 16-9.
Yeah. I mean, they were going through a rough stretch when he said that, probably.
Yeah.
But like, dude, you're the woman with a big honey ham under her arm, complaining she doesn't have any bread.
Well, and he's Turturro the Lesser. Like, I would imagine he only has any jobs at all because his brother is John Turturro, who's actually a respected actor.
That's right.
And Nick Turturro is known for making funny videos sounding like a New Yorker on the internet.
Yep.
I think also, though, that the Yankees are still a boomer bust team. And come on, Astros.
Yeah.
There's nothing more embarrassing to Yankees fans than getting swept by the Astros, who are currently a bad baseball
That's
team.
right.
But who very much have the firepower to look like an awesome team for at least half an inning.
Yeah, at least get into a slugfest with them or whatever. Number 3, former Astro, current injured Yankee, Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole is still on the Yankees. I don't know if people realize that because he hasn't pitched in forever because he had arm surgery. But let's remind everybody, this was Garrett Cole being kind of pressured by the media to talk about his grip and spider tack a few years ago when they banned it.
I just can't. It's hard. I mean, it's so hard to grip the ball. I just, I mean, for Pete's sake, it's part of the reason why almost every player on the field has something, regardless if they're a pitcher or not, to help them control the ball. I don't have a solution, but again, we are aligned in a lot of areas with the commissioner's office on this, and please just talk to us. Please just work with us. I know you have the hammer here, but there's we've been living in a gray area for so long. I would just hate to see players get hurt. I would hate to see balls start flying at people's heads. I had a really tough time gripping the baseball tonight, especially early when it was windy. So I don't really care to be inflammatory here, Joel. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
And that was Tatsuya Imai in explaining his recent struggles with
We had AI turn Tatsuya
Imai. It all comes
Imai.
together. Garrett Cole is the most recent of a rotating cast of interpreters that we've used for Tatsuya Imai.
Can you imagine having Cole?
I'll just tell you guys, the mound here is a lot different than it is in Japan.
He's such a dork.
The ball's just more slippery.
For
I
Pete's
wasn't ready for
sake.
that. I knew we were going to play that clip, but I hadn't heard it in a long time.
Yeah.
That got me.
Yeah.
That's an abrupt.
For
Ben,
Pete's
can you play
sake.
Can you play the first 5 seconds?
Yeah, play the first 5 seconds, Ben.
I just can't. It's hard. I mean, it's so hard to grip the ball.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. Such a nerd. All right, let's get to the last 2 reasons to hate the Yankees, as if there's only 5. Number 2, the Yankee fans, and there's probably plenty of them in the town this week, they travel pretty good. Specifically, the one I'm talking about is the one that was sitting near you at some sort of sporting event, Seth, that you've described before.
It was at my niece's softball game.
That's what I knew.
In
It was
New
like
Jersey.
Okay, I thought it was like a Little League game or something.
I found myself having to, I was almost on the verge of defending Aaron Judge.
For those who don't remember, it was a father and a son sitting behind you.
Yeah.
And the son was
saying Aaron Judge sucks.
He sucks.
He sucks, Dad. He just sucks.
And then
and the kid was actually making some good points. He was talking about Judge in the playoffs. But the father saying the father who was like classic New Jersey stereotype.
Yes.
He previous to this conversation, he was bragging about how he let some FedEx customer service agent really have it.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I tell you what, I tell him who's boss.
But,
so he's having this conversation with his son about Aaron Judge. And the kid's like, but he sucks, Dad. He sucks. And his father says, believe it or not, he's an all-star.
Yeah, that's all I wanted. That's all I just wanted that. Believe it or not, he's an all-star.
Believe it or not, he's an all-star.
Yeah, that's all I needed. All right, one more. Cody Bellinger. Number one reason to hate the New York Yankees. Cody Bellinger is on the Yankees. We all remember this. Disrespect of the great Jose Altuve.
I think what people don't realize is Altuve stole an MVP from Judge in 2017. Everyone knows they stole the ring from us. I don't know what human hits a walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman to send your team to the World Series. And one has the thought to say, don't rip my jersey off, but two, go in the tunnel, change your shirt, and then come out and do your interview. Like that makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense to me because I know me. Gary Sanchez said yesterday, you can rip my shirt off, my pants off. I sent my team to the World Series off for Aroldis Chapman in the ninth inning at home. You can do,
If you don't know the facts, then you got to chill.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things about that where you
Amen.
could tell that he had never even actually watched any of that. It was just stuff that people had told him that he'd seen on social media.
He's getting gaslit.
Because he didn't go and change his clothes in the dugout. That's just factually, that's false. We've got all kinds of evidence of them trying to tear his shirt off after previous walk-off home runs. The hanging slider that he hit, other people, baseball players who watched that told you exactly why Altuve was able to, the sequence of pitches and everything. The biggest surprise to me, honestly, is we started to sort out and try to figure out, okay, what's really happened since marijuana was legalized in so many states around the league. By far the biggest shock to me has been that Cody Bellinger somehow got his career back on track after the legalization of marijuana in so many places. Yeah,
he looked dead in the water, man.
He was to the point where I'm like, all right, this guy might need to lay off something in his life. And no, I don't know.
He is.
He's back to being really, really good.
He's a good player. Yep. All right, let's. That was 5 reasons I hate you for the Yankees.
Immediately after they banned sign stealing, he sucked for a long time.
That's true. Yeah,
when they cracked down on it for real.
Yep. The LPGA's first major of the year is happening now. It's the Chevron Championship right down the road at Memorial Park. For the first time, it's at Memorial Park. Tickets are still available, so get out there and watch the best golfers in the world. Tee it up today, tomorrow, and Sunday. For more information, head to the ChevronChampionship.com. All right, up next, report cards. What do the experts, air quotes, think of the Texans' selection of Keylan Rutledge? The grades are all over the place, and we will have them for you coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, get an A on your retirement plan. If you don't have a retirement plan, that's cool because no.
on. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, just how I'm wired, how I'm mentally, how I finish, how I strain, just the kind of mentality I bring to offensive line. That's different than everybody, and I'm gonna give my all for the Houston Texans. So I'm excited to get up there and get to work.
Well, there you go. That was Keylan Rutledge last night on his conference call with the media following the selection. 26th overall, the Texans trade up to get their guy, Keylan Rutledge. Interior offensive lineman, we'll see what he ends up playing. John Harris joins us in about 15 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on where he sees Keylan Rutledge. Played guard at Georgia Tech, but was working out at the Senior Bowl, doing some center things there, and has the capability of playing it. So we'll see what ends up happening with Keylan Rutledge.
My favorite tweet that I saw this morning was, it's Rogue Houston Sports LLC on X. He says, Rutledge watched himself getting drafted on a 42-inch Vizio in a room with folding chairs. He's going to be a generational talent.
Yeah.
Because they were, I guess they were in an Airbnb of some sort. But it is, the optics of it are just, it's like they might as well have been sitting around watching a football game on the weekend or something.
Yep.
It was cool. It is, there's a grittier, grimier feel to this offensive line now that has been consistent with the way they operated this offseason.
Yep.
And I include Ed Ingram in that. Ed Ingram is a gritty, grimy player who is a much better run blocker than he is pass protector. Braden Smith is a better run blocker than Titus Howard was. Probably not as good a pass protector as Titus Howard was, whatever it was. He's a different style of football player. Wyatt Teller in his career has been a different type of guy. They're taking it back to old school football. And their number one focus has been, can we run the football? Do we have guys that actually really care about run blocking? And I think the feel of that O-line room now is a lot different.
Yeah.
So whether Keylan Rutledge works out as a player or not, we'll find out when he starts playing against actual NFL players. But in terms of the style of play and the type of prospect, I like that they're staying consistent with what they're doing on the offensive line.
Do you want to hear some of the grades for the selection of Keylan Rutledge, Seth?
Yes, I do.
Cards? All right, so let's start.
Let me be offended by just random opinions.
Yep. I've got the very first one pulled up. Probably the most infamous report card generator in our world here for you and I on this show is Easy Grader Chad Reuter of NFL.com.
He gives so many people A's. He gave the Falcons a C, which is a rare. That's like an F for him. He gave the Colts a
the only teams that got C's were the teams that didn't pick last night.
That's what I was thinking. And then I go down to, except he managed to give the Bills an A. I guess for trading out of the first round.
Did they end up making a pick, the Bills, or no? Did they trade all the way? They traded back twice. I know that. They didn't have any
first-round picks.
Yeah,
no.
They started at 26, then moved to 28, and then moved all the way out. Yeah.
So the Bills, which I find it cool if you approve of them trading out of the first round, but you're giving them an A for that?
An A. They picked up a lot of draft capital, Seth.
They did well. It was if you want to go by the math, they won that trade with the Texans. The Texans had to give up, some draft points to get up to where they did. But yeah,
and they traded back with the Patriots to 31, and then they traded all the way out.
But if you're going to give some teams a C for not drafting in the first round, okay.
It's just hilarious. Okay, so forget the teams that didn't pick. The lowest grade Chad Reuter gave to any team that actually had a first-round pick was a B. The lowest was a B. The Texans got a B for their selection of Keylan Rutledge.
Basically like at best a D plus.
Yeah, it's like an F minus. He says this: Rutledge will certainly bring toughness to the Texans O-line. Houston swapped third-round picks and gave up a fifth to the Bills to move up 2 picks for the powerful and athletic Rutledge, which is not a deal-breaker for me. I can't say for certain they would have found similar value later on. So he actually it sounds like he likes the pick, but they got the lowest grade.
That sounds like a normal person's B.
Yeah.
Or maybe a C plus or something.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that I kind of surprised, and we've got some AQ Shipley audio that we have to play from the Pat McAfee show at some point, and that I was surprised that people on the national media side of things weren't pointing out that the Texans already have 2 starting guards, both of whom they just gave contracts this offseason.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram and Wyatt Teller are there. So the versatility and the potential for him to play center, I think played into this. I think that was part of the calling card for what they want. But also, I'm not overly – I know a lot of people or a lot of Texans fans are kind of wondering, like, okay, what's their plan? Caserio said in his presser basically, look, guys are going to compete to play, and we're going to put the 5 best guys out there. Wyatt Teller is not going to play forever. And he's in his 30s. He's had injury concerns the last couple of years. So it's not like Rutledge is drafted today and then has to wait 4 years for Wyatt Teller to retire or something. I think that the Texans are able to not overthink this in a way that makes us uncomfortable. Because we like to have clear and concise plans. He might end up playing center this year. He could theoretically beat out Wyatt Teller at guard at some point. We just don't know.
I do believe the 5 best guys will play. I do believe Nick when he says that. All right, here's one that they actually got a very good grade. This is from CBSSports.com's Carter Bonds, and he gave the Texans an A- for the pick. He said Houston might not have needed to trade up in order to get Rutledge, as most prognosticators tabbed him as a day 1 pick. That doesn't make it a poor selection, though. The Texans are in the midst of a total O-line overhaul and still had a little bit of work to do on the interior. They found what is arguably the second best guard in the class and got aggressive in taking him. As far as the trade-up, I'm guessing the Texans got some intel that some other team was in on. I'm guessing the Bills did a pretty good job of creating an auction environment for that pick with Keylan Rutledge right there.
You know, the 49ers traded back immediately afterwards. There's been chatter that somebody else may have also been trying to trade up there. Who knows? Nick last night did at one point talk about how they spend a lot of time and resources on trying to figure out what other teams might be doing. And he said that they did a really good job of it last night, which leads me to demand that they do a mock draft next year.
Yes, make it public.
Publish it.
Yeah, make it public.
If you're that good at it, do a mock draft.
And
let's
then,
see.
And then we'll use it in the mock draft injection and then tear it apart.
Which is, and I'm joking about that, obviously. Yeah. But part of that is that it's not like you know beforehand exactly how it's all going to play out. But Nick seemed to feel pretty good about them knowing what other teams were really focused in or might want and how they responded to draft picks as guys came off the board. And for whatever reason, they probably had a feeling that there was somebody out there that also really liked Keylan Rutledge.
Yeah.
Or also was, that's part of it too, is if somebody calls you and be like, hey, this team's trying to trade up, what can you guys do?
Yeah, auction environment. Yeah, auction environment.
Usually you'd think, why would that GM say who it was? I was like, I don't know, because they might be buddies with Nick.
Yeah.
That's why.
Last one here. I want to do this one because this is actually one that they gave a bad grade to the Texans for this pick. Mm-hmm. And it's from PFF. It's from Ben Lindsay of PFF, who he's not doing letter grades. He's doing good, excellent, poor, things like that. The Texans got a poor grade on this pick. And he says Rutledge was a late riser in the pre-draft process, but it's an interesting decision by Houston to move up to take him as he ranked outside the top 50 on most consensus big boards. Rutledge earned a PFF grade below 70 in his first 3 seasons at Middle Tennessee State and Georgia Tech before showing improvement in the run game in his final season. So this is Pro Football Focus just going all in on our grades are the gospel.
Oh, no, yeah, they 100% do that, which is you got to stick to the brand. I get that. I think that it's interesting, though, because I feel like sometimes draft media kind of tells on themselves there, is that when they say he was a late riser, like, all right, no, this means that other NFL teams were in on him before draft media was. If you go back and you look at the consensus mock drafts early in January, Rutledge was going in the 4th or 5th round, and then he steadily started to rise. And then these last couple weeks, you start hearing people say, you got to think about maybe is Rutledge. John Harris, to his credit, also said, hey, he's one of the few guys that we talked to personally, and he said that he could go in the first round for a variety of reasons, and John Harris really liked him. But, yeah, I think the consensus rank I had seen on him on the site I used was 49th player in the draft, which still, again, if you're going by the consensus mock drafts and everything, then it was a reach. This goes back to my old annoying thing is when people act like they know where a guy was definitely going to get drafted.
Exactly.
Remember Tyler Booker last year was the offensive lineman who all the mock drafts had him going later in the first round.
Those 12.
And I was looking at him like, because he had a bad combine. Right. Like the guy, And so when the Cowboys, who are really good at drafting offensive linemen, drafted him, I thought, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, just rolling along here on a draft weekend Friday, rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Let's preview rounds 2 and 3. Let's get John Harris's opinion on the selection of Keylan Rutledge, which we know he was a big fan of last night. So we'll do that. John Harris is going to join us on the show here coming up next. But first, there's some teams out there. I'm looking at some of
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Yeah, man, you're just getting a relentless worker, someone that's just going to come in every day, be the first in, last out kind of guy, a guy that's blue-collar, gritty, wants to get after it, wants to finish dudes in the dirt, and you're getting a guy that's just a great teammate. I'm going to hold people accountable, and I'm going to push the standard for the whole team, so I'm ready to get up there and just get to work, man. And, you know, about me, like, I can play all three interiors. Obviously, I just played right guard in college, but, you know, I'm comfortable snapping, playing left. Anything the team needs me to do, man, I'm there, and I'm going to be the guy they can call on, so I'm ready to get to work.
Yeah, it's a great lead into our discussion with our next guest here, because on this very show 2 days ago, John Harris said that as far as the solutions out there at the center position go, the very first name John Harris volunteered was Keylan Rutledge, who, of course, played guard at Georgia Tech. But he's mentioning right there that he can play all the positions on the interior. And we're joined right now by Texan sideline reporter, NFL draft expert, footballtakeover.com founder, John Harris. Johnny, good morning. Did you get some good rest last night?
Oh, man, I'm on adrenaline right now. I got home and, you know, everything that I missed during the draft, you know, the whole Sean McVay doesn't like Ty Simpson thing, you know, I was catching up on that. So, you know, I had a chance to kind of hang with my wife for a little bit before I know it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, oh, man, okay, well, I got decent amount of sleep. I'm not on until 9. Yeah, I was up at 6:45. So it's, you know, it's just going on adrenaline right now. Last night was such a great night. The party was awesome. It was really cool, and hopefully we have a great night tonight, and hopefully the Rockets get it done in Game 3, because if they don't, it's going to be a long off season for those dudes.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, Johnny, I guess just we played your audio earlier of you breaking it down on the draft show last night, so I think people are aware of your enthusiasm about Keylan Rutledge, but take us a little deeper on that, your thoughts on the pick, and your thoughts on him. You mentioned it 2 days ago, but he might be the solution at center. Do you think he is the solution at center for this football team?
I think he absolutely could be. I mean, should be. You know, who knows? I mean, Nick said it last night. Look, he's going to play somewhere because he's the exact right mentality you're looking for. And I've thought so much about, as I read through some of the things people were saying. I saw some jackass yesterday say the Texans traded up to get the number 59 consensus overall. You know what? In this, I feel like this needs to be clear. Sarge asked this question of Nick on his pre-draft press conference, and he said, what does best player available mean? And it hit me. Best player available means the best player available on our board, how we set up our board. And I think about that a lot. Like, I do footballtakeover.com. I do it for all 32 teams. So I'm setting it up just in general for all those teams. But if I were to set it up for just the Texans and the Texans only, Keylan Rutledge is probably a top 10 guy, because everything that they've talked about wanting in a trenches player is in Keylan Rutledge. He is tough. He is nasty. He is, like he said, he is willing to hold people accountable. He did that at Georgia Tech. He is tough and strong and can move people off the ball. So if that's right guard, left guard, center, okay. Either way, that's the mentality you're looking for, and that's what you want your culture to be. But it's the best player available on your board. And I guarantee you there were players drafted, the 25 players drafted ahead of Keylan Rutledge, there's a decent percentage of them that are probably not on Nick Caserio and the Texans board. So you take the best player available for your board, especially when you're drafting at 28, where they started and then moved to 26. Okay, so they moved up 2 spots. I don't even know if I consider that a quote-unquote trade up. A trade up is going to get Will Anderson Jr. They traded 1 spot for Will Fuller in 16. They moved 2 spots for Keylan Rutledge. That's not really a trade up. That's just kind of a little bit of a pick swap, if you ask me. So I feel like Keylan Rutledge is going to fit the ethos of what they are looking for in a football player. And that's really why it hit me like, wait a second. Listen to these pre-draft press conferences. Listen to them closely. listen to what they're talking about. They're talking about the person. They're talking about the attributes that they're looking for in that particular person. Yeah, they're going to get a good player, but they're looking for the attributes, and that's when it hit me like, that's their kind of guy. And they were at the Senior Bowl. They saw Keylan up close. They saw Keylan play center, and I think they worked him out, too, at some point. I thought I heard that along the way. I don't know. But I don't know how you don't listen to that guy and feel very committed about what that guy can mean to your offense, whether he plays guard or whether he plays center. Left up to me, move him to center. He stays at center. Something happens to Teller or to Ingram. Okay, he slides back over to guard, but he's got to be a foundational piece for this future, and not just because he's a first-round pick, but because of the things they want to do and smash people in the mouth. Now, if you're going to follow that philosophy, then running back needs to be on the board. Because if you're going to run the ball the way they're talking about or the way it appears, what their actions are telling you, then they've got to be able to run the ball maybe even more so than having David Montgomery and Woody Marks. So I would imagine that a running back might be in the mix, and with two of them off the board, Mike Washington Jr. is really the next guy up from that standpoint. So if that's what you want to be able to do, run the football, you're proving that by drafting a guy like Keylan Rutledge on top of all the guys you signed or re-signed. Now I think running back ends up being probably a higher priority over the next couple of picks.
You know, John, and I know you've given this out 29 times already between last night and today, but for a lot of people that just haven't heard your basic scouting report on Keylan Rutledge yet. Just who is he as a prospect? What does he need to work on? What do you think he's going to be good at immediately?
So it's funny because I wrote his report up last May. Or June, I think it was May or June. When I first started studying prospects, he had been on my radar screen. He'd been on my radar screen because I heard the story about his accident. And it's funny, I think they were playing in Ireland. And I happened to be watching that game, and I was kind of watching, not watching, but I heard them start talking about this guard, Keylan Rutledge. He come from Middle Tennessee State. And all the adversity he'd been through. And then they started talking about Brent Key talking about him. So it was on my radar screen. So I watched him and studied him in the spring. And I wrote, this is what I wrote. Tough guy, guard, center prospect, plays exactly like I thought he would. He's a little all over the place with his hand placement, aiming points, etc. But he's going to fight on every rep. He did some cross-training throughout the day at the Senior Bowl. And he has a future at one of the positions in the NFL. His toughness might be his best asset, and teams will feel as if that's a great starting point with an interior player. Quite simply, he's a mauler with real man strength and a captain spirit. Rutledge will be the next Wyatt Teller in this league, a refined, intelligent man smasher at guard, total stud. So I went back after the Senior Bowl and wanted to update that. And I read it, and I went, no.
We're good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I think that's good. This is exactly what I thought he was. And I'll stick with it. And I do think, and even Nick mentioned it last night, it was funny because when he said it, I kind of chuckled because I did say in his report, like, hey, his hand placement's got to improve. Sometimes he gets his hands a little wide. He's got to keep them in tight a little bit more, especially in pass pro. But he's going to finish. He talks about putting guys in the dirt, and his film shows that. And not in a Trevor Penning way.
Yes.
He's not going to do it like, taking a little corner from Northern Iowa and put him up to the second, level of the bleachers. He's going to go take a linebacker from Clemson and put him on his wallet. So that means a little bit more to me than, a guy like Trevor Penning. So that was my report on Rutledge. And like I said, when I went back and read the Senior Bowl, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Let's stick with this.
Johnny, we're talking to John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, footballtakeover.com. Outside of the Texans, Johnny, what was your big, holy bleep moment from, or was there one, from last night for you? What was the thing that intrigued you the most outside of the Texans in the draft last night?
Well, I think the discussion around Ty Simpson got interesting. I can't remember somebody had broken a story about the fact that when Ty Simpson was trying to figure out whether he should go out in the draft or take $6.5 million from the Miami Hurricanes, they contacted Les Snead. And I think there's a connection there because his dad coaches, Les Snead's from Alabama. There's probably some connection there. And so they apparently contacted Les Snead to get his thoughts on it. And, so that was kind of interesting. Is that team in win now mode? Well, if they are, then they just drafted a future quarterback. It was just okay, you could have gotten a tackle to replace Rob Havenstein. So when Stafford gets sacked and the tackle gets beat, the camera's going to go to Ty Simpson and go, hey, you drafted this guy instead of drafting a tackle.
He's a horrible pass protector.
Yeah, Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson.
Feet.
Yes, exactly. He needs to work on his hand placement.
Yeah.
I think the other one was my reaction to Malachi Lawrence getting drafted by the Cowboys. I was angry. I was very, very angry. Of all the teams, and I hated saying this, but I felt like Jerry and Steven and the Cowboys, well, let's do this right. Will McClay, who runs the drafts for the Cowboys, did a masterful job moving around the board to get Caleb Downs and getting Malachi Lawrence and getting some draft lanyap, as Mark likes to say, a little bit later in the draft. Will McClay did a fantastic job, and that to me stood out. I thought the Cowboys with those 2 picks, they needed help defensively in the worst way. They didn't get an inside linebacker, but I think they will try and do that over the next couple of days, and there's still some really good inside linebackers left on the board. But those 2 guys are going to be program changers. They're explosive players. Caleb Downs will be the CPU of that defense. So I thought the Cowboys, I hate to say it, but they did a wonderful job.
No, they draft well, and that's what's kept them buoyed up all these years. The fact that no team has just tried to have a secret meeting and lure Will McClay away to be a GM somewhere else. The Cowboys either are paying him really well or he just loves the Cowboys. It's annoying because Jerry does everything he can to destroy the good work of Will McClay.
Yep.
John,
we're looking at right now. I kind of have been focused on defensive line and offensive line so much that sometimes we forget. All right, there are other positions on the football field, and I'm looking at the guys that might be really good deals to get him in the second round right now. And there's a good chunk of cornerbacks, aren't there?
There are. In fact, remaining on my board right now. Number 22, Avion Terrell from Clemson. Number 24 overall, Colton Hood from Tennessee. Then I've got Brandon Cease, who I really like from South Carolina. Plays a lot like Kamari Lassiter, really good athlete. A little lighter. He's 189, but I don't think Kamari's much past 190. But he plays a lot like Kamari does, and I like the way he runs supports, fearless. Those guys. And then there is the conundrum that is Jermod McCoy, number 30 at 36. So that's 1, 2, and that's 4 that I've got in the next how many ever available, top 10 that I've got available. And McCoy becomes a really interesting one because obviously we know Sting and Lassiter are the 2, that's the best duo in the league. But we know that there was a problem with the number 3 corner, especially when J-Rock went out with an injury last year. Now, you want to believe in J-Rock because what you saw from him in training camp, what you saw from him at USC, he's your kind of guy. But because he's coming off an injury, there's a question mark. Well, so is Jermod McCoy. He's coming off an injury. But that dude is almost 6'2", 190, and covers as well as when healthy, he probably covers better than anybody in this draft, including Mansour Delane, who went to the Chiefs at number 6. Do you take a flyer at number 38 and go, you know what? We can sit him and let him continue to rehab, and for when he's ready, we're getting a rock star cover guy to go with the 2 rock stars we already have, and he's in the second round, so he is young and cheap. You could do that. And the reason McCoy was not drafted last night is there is a thought out there that he's going to need an additional surgery on his knee that he injured back in January 2025. So the medicals do scare you.
It's been over a year since he tore his ACL, and usually, you'd expect that guy to be 100% by now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that does scare you a little bit. So you're kind of relying on your medical staff, which I know the Texans medical staff I love, led by Roland Ramirez. They do such a great job. That's a little bit of roll of dice, but it's not like he's the only guy there. Like I said, I got 4 guys in the next top 10 that could be there. So, I think corner can make sense. In fact, I don't really have a number of offensive guys in the next probably 10 to 12 picks. I've got Pregnon and Basantis, but I've got corners, linebackers. I mean, all the linebackers beyond Sonny Styles are still on the board. C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, Anthony Hill Jr., those guys are on the board. So 38, to me, I'm really excited about that. And it wouldn't surprise me if they felt like with the 2 big guys up there too, Caden McDonald and Kristen Miller, hey, do we need to move up a few spots and give up, I don't know, something maybe even from next year to go move up and go get the guy that we absolutely have to have? They could do that, but I just like the depth of what's there. So I think sitting at 38, they got to feel really good about what's on the board. There's some edges on the board, too. Zion Young, T.J. Parker, Cassius Howell from A&M still on the board. So a lot of options.
No doubt. That is the great John Harris, Texan sideline reporter and founder of footballtakeover.com, and you'll be able to hear him tonight, Johnny, 6 o'clock. Things start, right? It gets popping right away tonight at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and if it goes like last night, man, it was awesome. 8 minutes between picks. And by the way, I don't know if you guys were watching or listening or whatever. You can't watch the draft on TV anymore. You just can't. They're 3 picks behind. I mean, it was ridiculous. We were announcing picks 3 picks before TV had the pick.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew Mekhi Lemon was going to Philadelphia before Mekhi Lemon knew he was going to Philadelphia. So from that standpoint, just listen to us. We'll keep you updated.
But I'll be with you tomorrow starting at 11 o'clock for day 3.
Right.
One of my favorite days of the year.
Yeah, and last and certainly not least, go Rockets. Don't go out like a freaking lamb.
Yeah.
Go fight, go compete, go Keylan Rutledge's thing tonight.
Yes, and pray for Kevin Durant's ankle and his knee, both of them. Jeez.
Yeah, jeez. Come on, KD. Come on, man. Do it one time. Let's go.
That's it. All right, Johnny, keep killing it. You're doing awesome. Can't wait to do some radio with you tomorrow, and we'll listen to you tonight at 6 o'clock and get to footballtakeover.com for all kinds of great draft stuff from John Harris. Appreciate you, Johnny.
Appreciate you, boys. Love you. I'm hanging up listening.
I love you too, man. Appreciate you. That's the great John Harris joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, what are the experts saying about this pick from the Texans? Keylan Rutledge, what were they saying last night right as the pick was being made? We will get to that coming up next.
What are people saying about your trees? Are your neighbors kind of...
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry, I'm just finding things on the interwebs to play for the audience here. I was watching the video.
You're so proud of yourself for like, hey, I've got this audio that we're gonna play.
Well, it's the video.
Yeah, okay.
It's the video, the annual video of them picking the guy. You know, where Nick calls him up, says, "Hey, Keylan, we're moving up from 28 to 26. We're gonna draft you." It's one of my favorite pieces of footage of the year because I love hearing the reaction of the player on the other end.
This is a morning. It's tough because we're drowning in content, like stuff like that. There's a lot of basic stuff.
Well, it all came out at 11:30 last night too.
I know. And there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of good audio out there that I've either seen on my feed or that people listening have heard that we haven't heard yet because we start talking at 6 a.m.
Yep.
But yeah, so we'll annoy all of you guys by playing that over and over again next week.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm going to send it to Ben right now. We'll play it in the final segment of the show. Ben?
No, but all the other content that we haven't even seen yet.
Yeah, well, and it's still to come. We still got all these picks left
There's
today
more
and tomorrow.
draft picks?
Did you know that? They're drafting more players tonight. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610.
As John pointed out, the Texans broadcast is way ahead of the TV broadcast when it comes to the picks.
It is. It is. I didn't want to say this to Johnny because I didn't want him to take it the wrong way. But there's something about just hearing the commissioner announce the picks that I really like.
I have a really hard time when I've done the draft broadcast that Robert Hensley is so lightning fast at picking up all this stuff. Robert Hensley is a little bit Rain Man-like in some of the way he's able to get stats. Like, because we do that weekly segment with him on the pregame show, and he's got all these stats that are incredible.
We use like 5% of them.
Yeah, but also like on draft night, I feel like I've got like 10 different tabs open. And I'm not seeing nothing. And Robert's like, oh, yeah, they drafted him yesterday.
Yep.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
You get whiplash almost. That's not Robert's personality at all.
No. Robert's really a guy who's going to embarrass you.
Robert would never say anything like that to anybody.
Yep. No, Robert's great at what he does. Daniel Jeremiah, also great at what he does. Former scout, now NFL Network draft analyst. Here was Daniel Jeremiah right after the Texans selected Keylan Rutledge last night.
Because of how this dude finishes. Just watch the strain to finish. That's a scouting term we like to throw out there. I just want to show that aspect of this guy's game. You see the size, you see his ability to anchor, all those things. Let's just watch this dude finish. Look at him just keep going, driving. We're 20 yards down the field. We're not stopping until you're on your back, and that's what he does. And it's every single time you get to watch him. These are all finishes. You want to set a tone with your offensive line, this guy is going to be very popular with his running backs because of what he does in the run game.
Brent Key, very tough coach, right? Down at Georgia Tech, said this guy is the toughest player he's ever coached.
Yeah, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. That is a windshield that they just drafted.
Toughest guy he's ever coached. The head coach of Georgia Tech gave him that compliment.
That's one thing that came out in the post-draft press conference last night was that Georgia Tech has now been identified as one of those teams, I think, that's like Matt Campbell when he was with Iowa State.
Yes.
Now with Penn State. Minnesota, they talked a lot about the way they operate up in Minnesota.
PJ Fleck,
with
the
PJ
coach
Fleck.
up there, yep.
Yeah, and I think that Georgia Tech, they like the way that Key operates. And I'll say this again, I've said it multiple times already, but I know there's a lot of listeners out there that hear Georgia Tech and that they think that Keylan Rutledge is coming from a triple option offense where they only pass the ball 4 times per game. That's not Georgia Tech. It hasn't been for a few years, but I know you don't watch a lot of Georgia Tech football.
Yeah.
Now, the scouting reports you see on him will say that, run blocking is his strength more so than his pass blocking. So it's not like that's not a consideration. But he's not coming out of a triple option offense. And I do think that in the last couple of years, I've grown so much more faith in the Texans' ability to identify genuinely tough football players that I don't scoff the way I used to scoff when I would hear about how this is a tough offensive lineman. I'm like, all right, let me see it in real life. Okay, I don't know. I guess he's real tough as he's getting beat in 0.3 seconds at the line of scrimmage.
You trust the filter they're looking at it through now more.
I think that they're bringing a lot more of the the defense's mindset and ethos to the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that has to do with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich.
Mm-hmm.
If I look at Nick Caley, let's say you don't know anything about Nick Caley or Bobby Slowick. Just look at him. Which guy cares more about establishing a physical element to the game? Oh, it's Caley.
The guy with the facial
I'm not sure
hair.
He's even showered in the last 3
Right.
days.
No, he does. He looks like he doesn't shower.
Yeah, Slowick looks like he's still trying to learn how to ollie on a skateboard.
Popovich looks like he lives in the woods. Like he's going to go kill his dinner with his bare hands once he's done coaching these guys. Yeah, like he hasn't showered in a long time.
I think that we've been trying to get more of the defensive version of Swarm on the offensive side of the ball. So, and it sounded from the way Nick was talking that was, I mean, it's been like this the entire offseason with the offensive line. They don't, in training camp last year, the Texans talked a lot about being physical and tough and imposing your will, taking the fight to the opponent. They just didn't have the guys who could do it. So they go out and they get Braden Smith. They re-sign Ed Ingram, who is a guy who can do that in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in Wyatt Teller, who's a very aggressive run blocker. And then, they draft the guy whose calling card is his physicality as a blocker.
Yep. Here's one more on Keylan Rutledge. This is from former offensive lineman A.Q. Shipley, he was on the McAfee Altcast last night, right?
Oh, yeah, you'll learn that soon enough.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure. So I'm guessing this isn't just
Don't
A.Q.
worry,
Shipley.
McAfee didn't stay quiet for more than 10 seconds.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. Here's A.Q. Shipley with some McAfee sprinkled in.
Yeah, I love this pick. He might be my favorite lineman in the entire draft. Wow. I knew he was going to go a little bit later. People said, okay, we just put perception on him. We're going to put him in the second round. This guy's Ryan Jensen. You guys remember Ryan Jensen? Yeah, he is nasty. He's a prick. He also has red hair. But this guy is an absolute dog. They went and got Wyatt Teller from the Browns, one of my favorite linemen in the league. Again, nasty, prick, dog. You got two badass guards taking over in Houston. This is going to be a good offensive line now.
I don't love that for the Texans. They seemingly make all the right decisions. Thank you, AQ, for the breakdown on the big guy.
You know what? And I'll bring it back to Rutledge, I promise. But just hearing McAfee once again lamenting the Texans, that the Texans are so good at what they do, or however you frame it. There was that period where the Colts were like 7-1 last year, where McAfee was feeling himself, and then that just ended. Hope it was fun, Pat.
Down. He's deflated.
There's
something about hearing about how he's redheaded and that he's also a prick dog in sequence that I'm
in.
Red Missile, like whatever.
Oh, Red Rocket. Yeah.
We've got a red dog prick here. Ben, dump that.
Yeah,
nobody wants to hear that or think about that.
We'll
So, I think that part of it. A.Q. Shipley, Daniel Jeremiah, various other people that, kind of what I heard about Keylan Rutledge a couple of times that echoes what I then felt too was that you got to watch him for a little while to really get it and understand it. And that's the same thing people have said about Chase Basantis. And it's that there's a certain element of it's the consistency with which they play really tenacious football. The fact that, oh, wow, this isn't just a flash in the pan when he pancakes a guy or when he has an impressive physical block or whatever. He just keeps after it. He just keeps coming after guys. And you don't always necessarily appreciate that from just watching one game. So a couple weeks ago when a lot of people started mentioning Rutledge's name, including John Harris a couple days ago, but also Nick Caserio, I think, randomly brought up Rutledge in our conversation with him.
He did. I think he did, yeah.
That was my experience with him too. So I like hearing guys like A.Q. Shipley get excited about guys because he's a former offensive lineman.
Yeah.
He knows a fraud from a fake Trevor Penning tough guy.
He loves this guy. A.Q. Shipley got me fired up about this pick, man. Hey, real quick, Seth. We've not talked to any Rossini and Vrabel today. Vrabel met with the media again.
Are they breaking up?
They're not. Well, I don't know. Look, if all you did was listen to the press conferences and things like that, you wouldn't even know that Diana Rossini existed because you have no idea. Everybody refers to everything. Even Mike Greenberg. Sorry, Ben. This was Mike Greenberg asking Roger Goodell about. We'll only play the question. Asking Roger Goodell last night in the conversation you were referring to earlier, sort of the pre-draft, about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
I'm going to ask you about the situation with Mike Vrabel and the Patriots. He has announced that he will not be with the team on Saturday. He'll be instead with his family and plans to seek counseling. The league has suggested this is not a violation of the personal conduct policy. I want to make sure that I'm getting that exactly right. So,
okay, we're good. Like there's no direct reference to anything. Everybody just dances.
That's right.
The name Rossini doesn't come up in any of these things.
He did ask a follow-up. I remember wondering whether he was going to ask a follow-up, but it wasn't the follow-up that most people would suggest that he follow up.
Right. No, it was a very benign follow-up. Honestly, I was impressed that he even asked about it at all. I was expecting them to just bury their head in the sand, as ESPN has done most of this time about it.
Are we just ignoring the possibility that this might ultimately end up as a love story for the ages? You know,
I think anything's possible.
Maybe these two are just meant to be together. They've made it through, apparently, based on photographs going back to 2020.
Yeah.
Sean, this is a relationship that has endured through COVID. Through all of the various whichever things we've had going on in the past 6 years.
Those pictures you're talking about, for those who missed it, the New York Post got more pictures of these two, and this is they actually have Vrabel kissing Rossini. Were taken on March 11th, 2020. I mean, we were like right on the cusp of COVID shutdowns right there.
Yeah, and yet it endured.
It endured. Should Vrabel have been fined? I don't think we were at that stage yet.
Is he violating any kind of league
should he get a retroactive
fine
fine from 6 years ago?
Yeah.
So you asked this earlier to me off the air, I think, and about Vrabel, and he did a media session again because he wanted to explain the counseling thing. They actually let the media ask questions this time because they got a lot of criticism over the first Vrabel appearance a couple days ago. And somebody asked him about the comment that right after the allegations came out about the affair that he called it laughable.
The last 2.5 weeks, we go from your original statement about, any insinuation the photos were anything other than innocent was laughable to your comments Tuesday to now deciding to go to counseling. What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments. I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge.
Framing it like they're going into an off season.
He had a little Garrett Cole thing going on at the beginning too. It's like, well,
it was laughable, but I will now actually not even be with the team on the third day of the draft.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're the spouse of one of these people? I would. I think I'd have to go say that I've got a boys' trip planned.
Yeah, dude.
Don't ask any laughable questions about what happens on this boys' trip. We might run into some people. Who knows?
Rossini's husband has got to be so embarrassed right now, man. Like, especially the photos coming out yesterday that now extend the time frame to 6 years. The photos taken or that were released yesterday were taken 6 months before she got married. They named their first kid Michael.
I would imagine Vrabel's wife was pretty embarrassed about it too.
Well, yeah.
It's when it's public like this, and then almost the initial denial being so wrong added so much fuel to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't think any denial was gonna slow it down necessarily, but maybe it would have slowed it down marginally.
Yep.
Because if you just deliver a no comment or something, but just delivering a basically denying it in a way that was easy to shoot down, really fueled all the online speculation.
God, we're up against it. There's one more thing I want to ask you about this as a former player. I'll save it for the next segment. We've got the audio of the phone call from Nick and D'Amico and Cal to Keylan Rutledge last night. This dude, you guys are going to like this dude. Third word in was a curse word to Nick Caserio. So you're going to like this. We'll have that for you as well. And we'll take one last look at tonight for the Houston Texans and where they go with 38, 59, and 91 on the board. Stay there.
Keylan Rutledge, clearly a swarm guy. 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Seth, one last point that I heard somebody. Oh, you know, I heard it. I listened to Ted Johnson for a while yesterday. They were wall to wall, Vrabel and Rossini on our sister station WEEI. His co-host brought up an interesting question, and I'm curious, you as a former player, if Vrabel got up, we know Vrabel got up in front of the team on Tuesday this week and did his whatever, mea culpa. He would not divulge. He let the players ask questions, things like that. If Vrabel had told the players, like, hey, this was just a one-time thing, like if he told the players, if he said it, if he said, like, hey, this is just one misstep, I made a mistake, but it's just one-time thing, and then the next day, pictures come out of him 6 years ago kissing the exact same person, does that impact you as a player at all in terms of how you look at Mike Vrabel?
That's a really good way to frame it, because if initially you might just be thinking, you know what, people make mistakes, cheat. Whatever, coach, you're moving on, you're being open and honest with us, cool. But then if all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait, you just treated us the way you treat the media or anybody else, maybe.
You lied in your confession.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, too, I think that I think people sometimes have this image where they detach themselves from every other element of their life, and they act like anybody in any business anywhere is like expects their manager or their boss or whoever to be a perfect human being. You know, and that's just not the way human beings operate. I think by and large with the football team, that, you know, unless Vrabel is, you know, Vrabel's known as a guy that's pretty upfront and honest, not full of crap or whatever. The players seem to really like him.
Sure.
It's mostly, is he a good football coach? And they don't have to necessarily, in the broad spectrum of guys in that room, from Stephon Diggs, who probably tried to fist bump Vrabel, to other guys that might be super religious or whatever, who those guys should have an element of understanding and forgiveness and all of that. It's like largely it's all right. Are you still a good football coach?
Yeah.
If he's not showing, I know, like he's going MIA on Saturday.
Sure.
So that's not being a very good football coach. But as long as it doesn't filter into the way the team operates and everything, it's like nobody ever thinks that they're dealing with a bunch of perfectly formed human beings wherever they are.
No, but if, and this, my thing is purely hypothetical, obviously. We don't know what was said behind the scenes, but I think it's and I think it's in play that could have happened where he's like, no, it was a one-time thing, and now we know he's been in a relationship in some shape, form, or fashion, on and off at least, for 6 years. At some point, even the not between the lines stuff, at some point you've had to sit down with coaches who've had to have honest conversations with you.
Right.
And now you question, is this guy an honest person? He lied to all of us.
Yeah, and again, though, the vast majority of the time you're dealing with him, it's in a football context. Mm-hmm. And I think most humans, when you talk about it, because it's easy to lambaste people in the media, or people you don't know. It's easy to lambaste celebrities. When you're with somebody day to day, week to week, working in a professional capacity, that you understand, all right, man, you know what? The guy doesn't conduct his life the way I might, or he's just, in the way he's handling it, hopefully I would conduct myself differently, but that's still a personal matter.
Sure.
And I don't know, and I'm trying not to just project my own feelings on it.
It's a complex thing. I get it.
Yeah. And I think largely when it comes down to it, it's not like he's somebody who's built his brand on being a guy who's a moralist or
Christian,
something like. If anything, his brand is a little bit more like of a renegade type of guy.
Yes,
and I don't think it matters one way or the other. But I don't think, and I might be wrong on this, but I don't think most guys, as long as he's still operating like a good football coach, are going to look at him and be like, oh my gosh, my whole world and belief system is destroyed.
Yep.
I can't believe Vrabel, of all people, did this.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But he's got to start showing up to work.
Well, and he's not until May 27th, I think. He's gone for a while now. Here was the phone call last night. I think this is one of my favorite things at draft weekend is the footage of GMs, head coaches, and owners talking to new players on the team. This was Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and Cal McNair talking to Keylan Rutledge after they selected him last night.
Big Red.
What's up, man?
Nick Caserio with the Texans. How we doing?
I'm great, man.
That's what we wanted to hear. Congratulations. So we're going to trade up from 28
to 26 here with Buffalo, we're going to pick you and make you a Texan. So congratulations.
Hell yeah. Let's do it, man.
So
let's do it,
look,
dude. Let's do it, man.
Your mental toughness, your physical toughness, your playing style is everything that this program is about.
Hey, Keylan, Coach Ryan's here, man.
What's up?
Hey, fired up to get you here, man.
Heck yeah, Coach. Let's do it, man. Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
Hey,
let's go.
I love to hear, man. Let's put some dudes in the
Let's go.
dirt. You're talking my language, baby. Come here, bring that attitude. You're going to fit right in what we do, man.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Enough, we traded up to come get you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all.
Come down here and go to work.
All right, so there you go. He's got a very Jalen Reed vibe to him. Remember
Let's
that?
do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
He didn't cut through the bad connection enough to be made an intro to the show.
No.
But the let's do it part.
Yeah.
He also, I always feel bad for these guys on these phone calls. Okay, I can't have a private conversation with my new GM.
No.
I'm sure they tell them beforehand, like, hey, just so you know, we've got this, we're recording this call and everything.
Yeah.
I think they're obligated by law to tell them they're recording this phone call.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah. Well, in depending on which state you're in, I don't know what the law is in Texas, but there's enough states that you have to tell people. So they tell him, like, hey, this is going to be recorded, just so you know. And then he's like, bleep, yeah, let's bleep and do this bleeping thing.
What is your grade on the Keylan Rutledge selection based solely on the phone call with D'Amico, Nick, and Cal? What's your grade on that pick based solely on the phone call?
That's tough. I've never been asked to grade something like this. I'll give it a A minus.
I can give it. I wrote A minus on my paper
because Jalen Reed set the bar too high with his A plus. Jalen Reed's phone call, and then Damian Pierce's call with the media was an all-timer. Remember, he was shirtless.
He was shirtless, and then they had him do a video for social media also.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm here for a good time and a long time.
He was shirtless.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah.
Oh God, I wish it would work out for him.
I wish
somewhere.
it had to, man. I wish it had to. So hey, one other quick thing for Texan fans. We've had a few Texan fans. I'm looking right here. Hey guys, what's up with the Nico Collins trade rumors? Will there be a wide receiver taken in the second round for this team? Let me read exactly what was tweeted about Nico Collins yesterday by Jordan Schultz, who's an NFL insider. He's pretty plugged in. Sources: teams have called the Texans to check on two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Nico Collins with an understanding in the league that he needs a contract adjustment. It seems highly unlikely Houston would deal him, but teams have checked. Collins will make $20.6 million this season when the wide receiver market is now double that. Okay, these are not trade rumors involving Nico Collins. These are rumors of teams calling the Texans. This falls into the same category that Nick Caserio himself called moronic when it came to C.J. Stroud. Like, yeah, teams are probably calling him about C.J. Stroud. That doesn't mean that Nick is shopping C.J. Stroud. And I can promise you, they are not, at least for now, shopping Nico Collins. There may come a day at some point in the next year or two where they're going to have to make hard decisions on guys.
Yeah.
And if Jaden Higgins has ascended as a player, if Jalen Knoll develops as a player, if Tank Dell comes back, well, Tank's in the last year of his deal. If they have a wide receiver room that they were to feel comfortable moving on because of salary reasons, then they would do that. But they're not doing it in 2026.
We have one listener who refuses to understand the basic logic whenever we talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Because we said earlier that, I would imagine some teams have called the Texans inquiring about C.J. Stroud and if there's anything they could do about it. Which doesn't mean at all that the Texans have to entertain that thought. It's just that, Nick doesn't screen his calls by, like, answering the phone and be like, wait, before you begin. If you're going to ask about C.J. Stroud, hang up.
Yes.
You
moron.
Jerk. Yeah. So it's like, no, he's going to listen to – that's part of always being available for trades is you don't – it's like a brainstorming session. You don't shoot stuff down.
Yep.
But every time we say that, he accuses us of claiming that the Texans are entertaining trading C.J. Stroud.
Oh, this listener does?
Yeah. No, other teams calling the Texans to ask about a possible trade doesn't mean that the Texans are considering that trade.
Yeah.
But every time we frame it that way, he refuses to understand it.
Okay.
And he accuses you and I of creating false narratives.
We're rabble rousing. We're okay. I got you. We're engagement farming.
And he does it enough to the point that I thought that he was just trolling, but then I had a couple exchanges with him where I'm like, oh no, he's just I'm surprised
slow
at this point that he knows how to read and write. Yeah.
Okay, that's without saying he's.
And I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't say that, except he's also an a-hole.
Right.
So yeah, he's a lot of name calling in these texts. Yeah.
Okay. Did he call me anything?
Oh yeah, he calls both of us lots of names.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Well, he is stupid then. All right.
I like the idea that if he had not called you specifically anything,
Right.
That's fine. I can let it rock.
Might be a good guy. Yeah, I don't know. He seems like he's getting after Seth more than me. That's Reggie Atatula, obviously. John Lopez, gentlemen. Hey. How we doing?
Great.
How's draft weekend feeling so far?
Surprisingly good. Hey, there's a first-round pick for the first time in 3 years.
It's first time since Will Anderson
I didn't realize
Jr.
this is a feeling we could have.
Yeah. That's they've won 32 football games in the regular season since the last time they picked in the first round till last night.
I like that the Rams were basically like, they used to have the reputation of FM picks, and now they're still kind of like that. With
I wrote that in my notes. I'm like, that's kind of a soft FM picks. They're like,
next year's football team. Yeah.
Pick something we're not going to use this year.
Yeah.
How's that?
They're like, it's just a pick. What number it happens at doesn't matter.
Yeah. Are you guys thumbs up on the Keylan Rutledge? You like it? You like it?
Oh, I love the player.
Yeah.
I might have been the player's favorite or like biggest champion on the station. I'm just going to claim that for myself. The only thing is, like, I think the question that does pop up for a lot of people is just when they did it, and ultimately I think that fades over time if he ends up being the dude that it feels like he is.
Well, they like him a lot. I mean, they're true to their board. Like, Seth's brought this point up a couple of times. Like, they're just, just because the consensus mock draft has him at 49, they don't give a crap about that. Mm-hmm. Like, this is how we graded him. And they worked him out. They had Nick and Cole Popovich both working him out and whatnot. They were obviously very invested in him. I know the question of the day is draft related.
Yes.
And I actually know the genesis of it. And I've got Ian Rappaport talking about the very thing that is the genesis of the question of the day today.
Thank you.
So I'll play this audio first. For those who are unaware, the Eagles oh, sorry, Ben. It's in the segment right there. I thought you might have it open still. Just get in my ear when you have it. So for those who missed it, the Eagles moved up from 23 to 20 to draft Mekhi Lemon.
I thought they did it to screw the Steelers.
The wide receiver out of USC. Well, yes, that may have been the underlying reason.
As a result of doing that.
Yeah, well, apparently Mekhi Lemon was on the phone with the Steelers, and we've got it, Ben? Okay, here we go. Here's Ian Rappaport laying out the story.
Rich, let me set the scene for you. The Dallas Cowboys were on the clock at 20 with everyone knowing they were going defense. Pittsburgh Steelers get on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, planning to select him next at 21. Except what they didn't know is the Eagles had actually traded up over them. Were trying to get in touch with Lemon, but he wasn't answering because he was already on the phone with the Steelers. In the end, the Eagles do the trade. They get Mekhi Lemon, and the Steelers grab a tackle right after.
I am totally invested in Mekhi Lemon's future now. This will be looked back at as a big major moment depending on which way his career goes. The funny thing is there's a second video out there of Mekhi Lemon on
You'll hear it later.
Oh, you got the audio of that too? He's on the phone with the Steelers, and he's talking to, I'm guessing, Omar Khan or somebody, or Mike McCarthy, and he looks at his phone. He's like, why are the Eagles calling me then?
He goes, why is Philly calling me?
Why is Philly calling me?
Just welcome him to you to state. Welcome you to the state.
Yeah, right. Yeah, welcome to Pennsylvania. And these people that are in his contingency, his contingent, they're running up to him like, the Eagles are drafting you. The Eagles. He's like, oh, bye. Yeah.
No, there was no bye.
Yeah.
The best part of that whole video, and you'll hear it when we play it later, is that all goes on, and then he goes, hello? Like the
Steelers hung up?
The Steelers went, oh crap!
Oh,
and they just hung up.
Okay, I didn't see that part. Oh my God. Okay, so
does that not harken you back to times where there was no call waiting?
Just busy signals.
Like, damn it, I can't get to him.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the question of the day exactly?
What was the wildest or most interesting thing for you of night one of the NFL draft?
Okay, non-Texans, I'm assuming.
Non-Texans related, and also I'm kind of interested in what folks had happening at their various different draft parties or whatever, but also, I mean, there was plenty in the draft itself from the broadcasts and everything that came out on social media to have answers, I think.
Mine is Max Ianichor's buddy, one of the people who's at his party, going over to congratulate him, and his pants were... down below his butt cheek. How some of the kids, wear their pants these days.
That's
but
right.
his butt his
right
butt
in
is
front of the camera.
It's right in the camera. Yeah. It was like, this is not the category that I signed up for.
You could see his underwear. It wasn't like bare cheeks or anything.
That's true. Yeah,
but still, I mean,
Sean said, "Pull up your britches, Buster."
I did.
I know Joe Buck was somewhere just terrified. What?
Yeah.
Think of the children.
What a horrible display. Oh, yeah. So that's mine.
Mine was with Mekhi Lemon himself. It was after, because those of you might remember if you saw it on social media, at the Combine, Mekhi Lemon, as he was giving his answers, he looked like he was in a 2004 R&B video. Yeah. Like, he was, like, seducing the camera, like, kind of, like, looking down and up at the same time, and just, like he was saying, "Hey, girl," before everything. So his interview with Laura Rutledge was awesome, because that's how he talks. Mm-hmm. And it didn't sound like he was like being inappropriate to her or anything. But I was just wondering, I was waiting to see exactly how it would sound when he was doing that interview. And it was exactly like an NSYNC video or something.
Text from Seth Payne when that happened. Mekhi Lemon, seductive AF.
Yeah.
We had a fun text going.
How do you think he's? I thought I had a pretty good text with various different people. I felt like I was in a war room myself. How do you think that a seductive Mekhi Lemon then plays with their quarterback, Houston's own, Jalen Hurts, because he already has the 90s, '90s appeal.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's right.
I feel like the women of Philadelphia are just going to
not ready.
You know what, though? I could see Jalen Hurts still being awkward around women, though. So maybe Mekhi Lemon can be his running mate,
wingman.
His wingman, and just kind of be able to talk to girls for him.
Yep.
One of mine was post draft, and it's just, and we'll get into it, of course, but it was just hilarious to me. It was Sean McVay's reaction.
So you think you're buying into what everybody's saying, that because he was sitting there
with Stetson Bennett
looking like well, and people were buying into his body language too. Like
that too, but
he looked like someone who told Christmas was canceled.
He'll come in, he'll compete with Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, there was a clear disparity. Clear disparity in energy between Les Snead, who obviously actually ran in the card, and Sean McVay.
And McVay's usually a high energy guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had so many comparisons when Nick Caley comes here to, oh man, he feels like Sean McVay.
Sounds like McVay, yeah.
That didn't sound like the Nick Caley I've
No. All right, well, this will be good, fellas. Picks 38, 59, and 91 for you guys to look ahead to, and tons of Keylan Rutledge, I'm sure, and tons of draft stuff. So we're looking forward to that. Looking forward to a great episode of In the Loop. Seth, antibodies to you. Enjoy the rest of the draft this weekend.
Antibodies, and you enjoy the draft too, Sean.
Thanks, Mekhi Payne. Yeah, a little
big fella.
Little Mekhi Payne action there. Yeah. Can you see what he's doing on the YouTube right now?
Seth's kind of good at this.
He is.
Seth, I see you, big dog.
Brandy, beware.
Yeah.
Seth's in the mood.
All right. She's going to go like my looks back in the day. My God.
It's on.
Next time we hear us, get away from me.
Get away from me. Crosstalk,
girl. I see you left your drink unattended.
Oh, boy. Okay, on that note, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. By the way, you're listening to KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
That was a great line.
Oh, my God.
That was a great line.
Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thanks,
this is one of the best days to do radio, one of the easiest days to do radio of the year. You guys are going to crush it today. I feel it in my bones. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
All praise be, because the Texans have a first-round draft pick selection. Let's go here on a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Man, they gave us something to talk about now, didn't they?
They sure did. They got that offensive lineman, Keylan Rutledge.
Wait, hold on. We can't do that like this.
We can't do it like this.
It's a Friday.
You're right.
In the loop. We're headed into day 2 of the draft. We just got through night 1, and the Texans have a selection. Let's hear how it got made.
Go.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Now that's how you do it.
It is how you do it. Do we know what the contingent of Texas fans was out there in Pittsburgh? Because it was a little quiet when that name came through. I'm not going to lie.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I was watching it obviously on TV, which I got some stories for you guys later when we do passing thoughts. But let's get right to it, man, because this was a guy you mentioned multiple times. I mean, he was no.
Is he my guy?
I was going to say
It's my pet cat.
Unless
That's your guy,
no. Unless you broke up with Kenyon Sadiq.
See, but the thing about Kenyon Sadiq is that was
you got a promo with Kenyon Sadiq.
That's true. No, you're right. But here's the thing about Kenyon Sadiq as it relates to me, seeing as we've been talking about relationships and such in football. Kenyon Sadiq is the one that got away, and it always felt like the one that got away. It's just like, oh man, the timing was never right between you and her. That was Kenyon Sadiq. I just kept looking, and I was like, nah. I feel like the Texans are an attractive person. However, Baltimore's over there. Baltimore is the jock over there, and there's Carolina over there, and lo and behold. Who thought that the New York Jets would come up and have a little bit of attractiveness for Kenyon Sadiq? I don't know how attractive he found them. We'll hear that audio later in the program. But yeah, that one always felt like the one that was going to get away. This Keylan Rutledge? Oh yeah, this felt like the girl next door. Yeah. And buddy, the story was settled in an odd way. Like it wasn't cut and dry, interestingly enough, because obviously the Texans made a slight trade up. So if you had trade up on your boards, I hope that you go to the ticket window and cash in your ticket because they move up 2 spots from 28 to 26. That is all part of the story of this. So hit us up on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciate you to the Mo Care and Jewelers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. What are your thoughts on the player? How much did the trade up affect that? What do we think?
On the player, absolute a perfect fit for what they're looking for. We'll see how he plays, but all signs on how he plays, program changing type guy. I mean, he's swarmy, as everybody likes to say. Big time leader. Helped change the entire Georgia Tech program. He and the quarterback from A&M, Haynes King, were the two guys.
There was a couple Hayneses because there was Haynes King and then there was Marcus Haynes.
Like lifted the program. Those two guys were widely regarded as guys that lifted the entire Georgia Tech program.
And all three of those dudes, the law firm of Haynes and Keylan Rutledge, and I imagine a lot more on that team. Tough sons of guns.
That's what I'm saying.
Tough sons of guns.
Absolute road grader in the run game, which fits the profile of what the Texans want to do. Strong off the field, which fits the profile of what the Texans want to do. One of my favorite things about offensive linemen, and I'm no John Harris, but when I'm looking at offensive linemen, do I like that guy or not, is what they do downfield. Because it's easy, I shouldn't say easy, but it's one thing to do your job, make the block, pass protect or whatever, and then the play's over. But he's the kind of guy that goes and finds more, and then finds more, and then finds more. Nasty. That's exactly the profile. And it's just sort of like a poor man's way to gauge an offensive lineman. That's how I do it. Every time you see this guy on the field, he's going looking for more.
You know how I like to qualify that. It's one of the quaint folksy ways that I actually like that I appreciate using. He throws dudes out the club.
He throws guys out the club.
Like, he I am going to block you until you are in the dirt or until the ref comes and takes me off you.
Yeah.
Like that is the way that he plays. I think that's one of the biggest statements about this pick is that we are seeing a commitment.
Yeah.
Maybe I should even say a charge to make sure that the disparity of swarm between defense and offense is mitigated.
Yes.
Right? That they went inside Wyatt Teller. He is that type of dude. They brought in Braden Smith. He has that capability. This is them addressing the one spot on this of the 22 starters where you go, I'm not sure if that's a starting caliber dude.
Yeah.
That's how I read it.
Yeah.
Right? Keylan Rutledge, who we'll hear from as well. He made it flat out clear when he got on the microphone talking to, I don't even remember in what case, but he was like, I could play anywhere on the interior, center included. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like what we're doing here, big dog. Now, there's still very much the capability that he is a succession plan at one of these guard spots, right? That's where he naturally plays. But the idea that you can get a dude who's big, physical, can continue to help you in the run, which is the charge. In fact, Nick Caserio said it flatly. We're going to run the football this year. Well, how many times in the NFL do you hear somebody flatly tell you what their plan is in that way, right? This felt like a very clear, we want to address the physicality of this offensive line. We want to continue doing that. We want to address the one position that we weren't sure that we had starter quality play at. Boom, here we go. Let's go play football.
In terms of commitment, when you look at everything the Texans have done and this first-round draft pick, including the Seahawks, including some other teams, no team in the NFL is going to be more committed to running the ball than the Houston Texans. Zero. They've proved it with their actions, more so than their words. They brought in a guy that, as I mentioned, is a run-blocking specialist, but he's really good against the pass as well. By the way, looks like straight out of Central Casting, too. redhead, shaved head, beard, big burly dude, all that stuff. But the Texans are going to be committed to the run, and you have to realize also, this to me was kind of one of the big keys. They traded up to get him, and we talked about it yesterday.
Let's talk about it.
We talked about it yesterday. If they trade up, because that was the big rumor, it's because they are specifically targeting one or two guys. They did it. That's exactly what they did.
You know what's funny? I did not have much consideration for the small trade up, which is what ultimately happened. You move up 2 spots. In fact, let me get the breakdown of this trade once more so that we're covering this the way that we probably should. They traded that 28 pick. They traded 69, which was one of those. It was a 3rd round pick, the early 3rd round pick, and 167 later in the draft for this 26th pick and 91, which is later in the 3rd round. So they still have a 3rd rounder, but it's later in that. And then they add, what is that, a 5th round pick to it as well when they send the package out. I consider, because a lot of the scuttlebutt had been a move up into like the teens that he was calling around and searching for that. Do you like the place of the selection for Keylan Rutledge? Because I think that the player thing is easy, right? The way to see him fitting into what the Texans do, especially when you talk about, I thought that Ron and Clint had a great point yesterday, right? It feels weird to go into a first round in particular with a Texans team that wants to win right now and select a player that feels like they are for later, right? That they are a red shirt of sorts, or, maybe will have to compete but might not be a starter, right? This answers that. This is a player that can play right now for this team. But the place is, I think, is the part of this that I think certain people might scoff at or certain people might pull back at. How did you feel about the place, whether it was the trade up to 26 or just the idea that he's in the first round at all, when I think a lot of the lead up, understanding though that draft stock isn't actually a thing necessarily, right? Just because people say you should go in a certain place and then you go in another place is not the end all be all. But a lot of people talked about him as maybe like a 2nd round pick, possibly more interesting in getting into the higher portions of the 2nd round. The idea that they not only picked him in the 1st round, but moved up some spots to get him.
Yeah, number one.
How does that hit you?
Number one, they loved him. That's the guy they wanted. That's what the trade tells us. Number 2, regarding the trade, I thought it was a slight overpay, but hey, that's the guy they want. And as you mentioned, or somebody mentioned just a little bit ago, it may not feel so bad if he becomes a Pro Bowl guard or center or whatever. But I thought it was a slight moving from 69 to 91, 22 spots. That's no small thing. That's 22 players, 21, 22 players that you can conceivably pass on or could have had or whatever. So it's no small thing. Slight overpay, but they got the guy they want. And then on your other point, I can just flat out tell you, Keylan Rutledge is starting week 1. They drafted a starter. They drafted an interior lineman in the 1st round. That's a starter, but flat out. So that means that you're going to pretty much overhaul the entire offensive line. I don't mind it. This is the guy they wanted. They made the trade, maybe a little overpay, but they got a guy that's going to start week 1.
Yeah, I think that this was – I had to take a little time to soul search. It was easier to soul search when I love the dude. I'm not worried about who the dude is. And we'll talk more about that because it's fair for someone to go, how were you feeling when they selected Kenyon Green a few years ago? And we'll talk about that because that is a part of the conversation that needs to happen, especially with let's be honest, the doubt that exists in Nick Caserio and the Texans front office at large, their capability of selecting offensive linemen. That's fair, and we'll address that. But as far as the trade up, I read the circumstance, and it made me feel a little bit better, right? Because you were at 28, and you moved to 26. You jumped one team, right? You jumped the San Francisco 49ers, who then, after you jumped them, they move out. Now, maybe, for a moment, I was like, well, maybe someone else was trying to move up to 27 ahead of the Texans to select Keylan Rutledge. The team that ultimately steps up to that spot, and we can't know for certain that there wasn't a team that wanted to go to 12, 27. The Texans went up, and then but it's the Miami Dolphins, and they select someone else entirely. They don't even select an offensive lineman. So, in my mind, in the reading that I interpret this as, I think that it was the San Francisco 49ers that had some appreciation for Keylan Rutledge, and the Texans said, nope, we're going to go and get our guy. And I think I was also kind of emboldened on top of that, right? The idea that, to kind of move away from the idea that maybe it was another team wanting to jump up for him. There wasn't Chase Basantis is still on the board, right? Some of these, Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board. The guys that you might think are guards in that similar vein of Keylan Rutledge, interior offensive lineman in that similar vein, none of them came off in the immediate time after that, right? So there was at least the Texans who had this evaluation, and maybe other teams who might like that position that also had that evaluation of this guy is a better guard or a better prospect than those other guard prospects. So by that kind of, and maybe you're saying that I'm, reaching or I'm doing mental gymnastics. Maybe that's the case. But ultimately, the way that I square all that is this was the guy that you had to go get, and they didn't give up too much to go and get him, and they made sure to get a first-round guy that, like you said, I think has a capability of starting week 1.
All right, everything you said I agree with. The only other possibility, it was another team altogether that just said screw it and stayed where they were or moved back or whatever, because maybe that's part of the reason that the Texans slightly overpaid. There was another team that was wanting to get to 26, and the Texans basically said, all right, we'll give you 69, and we'll drop to 91. So that's a possibility. But overall, Nick Caserio has a lot riding on this. Like, Nick Caserio himself has not that he's done a good job or hasn't done a good job or anything like that. I'm saying in terms of the offensive line, there is a lot riding on this. But beyond all that, the player himself is exactly what the Texans have been wanting.
Yeah, and there's a ton of different places that you can go with it. We'll get to some of the people talking about the selection. I go back to Dan Brugler's, the Beast draft profile for Keylan Rutledge, in which he talked to a scout who said, I think that if the ACC had a Royal Rumble, this is the dude that would win out of the ACC. Brent Key, who is the head coach at Georgia Tech, who has coached a lot of football and is known for being a dude that has an expectation of his players in a unique way, and has has coached some really tough guys. That there is not a tougher dude that he has coached in his career, Brent Key. Those are things that you can hang your hat on. In fact, D'Amico Ryans, do you have this audio of D'Amico Ryans immediately after talking in the draft room, Figgy Fig? Because D'Amico in the war room, when he said this, I was like, this says everything you need to know about the way they felt about this draft.
These are the type of dudes you want. Everything we talk about, getting tough on the offense, this is exactly what it is. So, man, appreciate you guys. A lot goes into it, man. That's awesome defense right here.
If you couldn't hear him, he goes, these are the types of guys that you want to get, right? And then he gave the patented D'Amico kind of like that kind of chuckle. And I'm not no D'Amico whisperer, but I'm going to do my best attempt. That one sounded to me like,
woo, got him.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, got him.
I can't wait. Because nothing makes D'Amico Ryans nothing makes his insides get warm more than seeing a dude who loves football, especially playing in a physical way. Yeah. And that is Big Red, Keylan Rutledge to a T.
Yeah, Big Red. I like it.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Some people talking about, if you believe he is the guy, you're going to get him in the first round for the 5th-year option. That's fair. A lot of people seemingly liking this, which I think is kind of the bent for a lot of people. The night 1 of the draft, if your team selects a guy, you're going to lean towards liking him. But I think there's a lot of things to like with this. Still a lot of conversation to be had, because a fair question. If he doesn't move to center, who does he start over? Does he start over Wyatt Teller? Does he start over Ed Ingram? I think those are fair questions. Ultimately, Nick Caserio will say that you just throw them out there and let them compete, and the cream will rise to the top. We'll get to that, but let's talk about that. Let's hear from some of the audio that came and resulted from Keylan Rutledge being your first-round selection in the NFL draft. We'll talk about that next in the loop.
The draft is here, and we've got you covered. From start to finish, pick by pick. Carew Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A great Friday in the great city of Houston. I say that because the Texans have a first round draft pick in tow. More picks to get done tonight and tomorrow. You have the Rockets getting Game 3 going today, so we got some playoff basketball. The LPGA continues at the Chevron Championships obviously today and the rest of the weekend. Am I missing anything here? There's more stuff happening, ain't there?
Are you missing? Well, you got some Astros action.
Oh, that's a great point. Astros getting going, hosting the Yankees here. And
just the Yankees.
I think this is actually going to be a really interesting series with the Yankees. The Yankees have a much higher record, but I think there's some things statistically that point to this actually being quite an interesting set of three that we got going this weekend. Really, really great time for sports this weekend. We'll see if they continue to roll in favor of Houston because, not all of those teams that I mentioned have helped you out in the way that you want. Hopefully they can make this weekend really, really good. And at least it started off. It felt like it started off well. I was kind of utilizing that first segment as an opportunity to poll the audience in a way.
Yeah.
And it seems like a lot of people are coming in with generally positive reviews with fair criticisms or concerns when it comes to it, right? The idea of we have not seen him play center, so what does that look like? The idea of, as you mentioned, the possibility of him starting, the compensation for moving up. Those are all fair things to talk about.
Yeah.
I think I feel a lot better about having all those conversations knowing that the dude himself is the right type of guy and has the capability of doing the things that you want this team to do in this upcoming season.
Now, look, when you dig in on this guy, and we're going to hear from Nick Caserio, we're going to hear from him himself, Rutledge himself. We're going to hear from D'Amico in just a second here. But when you start to dig in, it's exactly what you craved. It's exactly what the coaches and the front office craved. A lineman that can upgrade. You know how we feel about Jake Andrews. Well, he's a.
Do you know how we? No, go ahead. Go ahead and tell people how you feel about Jake Andrews.
He gets pushed around.
He does.
He's a really smart player. Did his job as best he could.
That's the thing that made him viable was him being a smart player. In fact, someone on the text line was saying, this would never happen on Bobby Slowick. You need the center to set things up. I was like, actually, this system more than that system needs the center to be able to set things up. It was the redeeming factor for Jake Andrews being a smaller, less physical guy.
All those things we complained about, fans complained about, this dude is what you wanted.
I mean, he went to Georgia Tech, man. I don't know if people really think about it. Georgia Tech is an engineering school, period.
Yeah.
They don't allow, Georgia Tech for the longest time has had some difficulties recruiting because you can't be no dum-dum and go to Georgia Tech.
Mm-hmm.
This dude has to be a smart dude. Has to.
Yeah.
And so, that is a level of, if that can give you a little bit of a solace in him, right? And then one of the things that I'm not sure if it's logical, but I can understand how someone kind of gets there is, all right, if he's a smart guy, is he a tough guy? I take you to Keylan Rutledge talking just yesterday. They call him Big Red. And this was him talking a little bit about, about what this team is getting in him.
Yeah, man, you're just getting a relentless worker, someone that's just going to come in every day, be the first in, last out kind of guy, a guy that's blue-collar, gritty, wants to get after it, wants to finish dudes in the dirt, and you're getting a guy that's just a great teammate. I'm going to hold people accountable, and I'm going to push the standard for the whole team, so I'm ready to get up there and just get to work, man. And, about me, I can play all three interiors. Obviously, I just played right guard in college, but, I'm comfortable snapping, playing left. Anything the team needs me to do, man, I'm there, and I'm going to be the guy they can call on, so I'm ready to get to work.
All right, so a lot of that was very much cliche driven,
sure,
right? But there was two parts, but there was one part in particular that you go, okay, I'm gonna put guys in the dirt. I'm gonna put guys in the dirt. That's what you want. That's what they want.
And it's a great point, right?
Yeah.
A lot of this is kind of talk. It is backed up if you've had any level of watching of him. There's certain things where we can go and fact check this, right? We can go and do the Carfax on you, and you can do that. if in order to make it easier, you don't got to take my word for it. You don't got to take Big Red's word for it. A.Q. Shipley, he played football in this league. He is a dude that has, like, his analysis is very good about this. He jumped on the Pat McAfee stream during this. This is A.Q. Shipley, a dude who is well-respected with his takes and with his opinions on offensive linemen. Let's see how he thinks about Keylan Rutledge.
Yeah, I love this pick. He might be my favorite lineman in the entire draft. Wow. I knew he was going to go a little bit later. People said, okay, we just put perception on him. We're going to put him in the second round. This guy's Ryan Jensen. You guys remember Ryan Jensen? Yeah, he is nasty. He's a prick. He also has red hair. But this guy is an absolute dog. They went and got Wyatt Teller from the Browns, one of my favorite linemen in the league. Again, nasty, prick, dog. You got two badass guards taking over in Houston. This is going to be a good offensive line now.
I don't love that for the Texans. They seemingly make all the right decisions. Thank you, AQ, for the breakdown on the big guy.
Hey, tough, Pat. Deal with it.
How many times can you say prick on the radio?
Yeah, I was like, I got really uncomfortable there. Also,
and I just said it.
I really do love that we have positions of football where you could just insult a dude.
Yeah.
And that's actually a compliment.
And it's like,
he's a real jerk. I hate him so much. I want to punch him in the face.
Ooh, let's draft him.
I like it. Sounds great. Sounds perfect. But it really does, right? That is the. It is finally feeling like you are establishing the feeling on the offensive side of the football.
Swarm.
Like you did. And it's not just free agency. It's draft. It's everything. And I love that you're not having to build. You're not having to coach that into him. In fact, you might have to coach it down for him. Like, hey, man.
Yeah.
Let's reel this in just a little bit so that we can get this together. Like, that's the type of player that he is.
Yeah.
I take you to Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio, obviously, post round 1 press conference. This is him talking about scouting Keylan Rutledge, and I found it to be fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know who said that or like what scouting reports. So
that was this is the pass blocking. Can you give me the one that's just the scouting Rutledge here? Because
did you have a specific moment in meeting him or watching him that you had conviction yourself that he was a guy that you really liked?
Yeah, when you put the tape on. I mean, everybody that watched him, I mean, your notes basically say physical, tough, strong, good at run blocker, good at the point of attack. He's probably more athletic than maybe people think he is. He's got some technique things that he can certainly clean up, which I think one of the things with the workout, sometimes you're trying to have a player maybe simulate some of the things that they're going to be asked to do. So can they take the coaching? How do they apply the coaching? I mean, it wasn't a player. Like, the makeup on this guy is like elite. Like, a couple of the metrics that we have when we grade players, I mean, in like 4 or 5 categories, like there's one player in a draft that our scouts graded the way that they did, and it was him. So, like, that was like, okay, we didn't talk to him at the combine because we didn't need to. Like, and then we might not even interviewed him at the Senior Bowl.
Look, a couple of things there that are very, very important. The first thing is, and we talked about it in the first segment, this was their guy. That's why they traded up. This was the guy they loved. And beyond that, we didn't talk to him at the Senior Bowl, may not have talked to him at the Combine. One thing they did do at the Senior Bowl, keep in mind, Cole Popovich was there.
Correct.
Nick Caserio was there. Is they were one of the teams, several did it. It's not as if the Texans were tipping their hand or anything, but they were one of the teams that made him play a lot of center at the Senior Bowl. And when you start piecing all these little things together, you realize, okay. They were kind of keeping not showing their cards. Loved this guy.
Playing a little possum.
Traded up to get him when they could, and they made him play, and they asked him to play a lot of center, and he did at the Senior Bowl. So he's got the reps against this level of competition.
No, 100%. And so, yeah, I take all this, and mind you, when you talk about them not needing to go and talk to him to get a feel for who he is, he was a team captain both at Middle Tennessee State, where he was, and at Georgia Tech. So team captain, when he talks about holding dudes accountable, I believe him in that regard. Started all 26 games the last couple seasons. So durability, as far as you can project durability, that does feel like it's in a good place for him. Like, all of these things seem to line up with some of the questions that we have. I know that some people just have one of the biggest questions that is there to be had, which is, all right, but do you trust Nick Caserio? And I think that it is a worthwhile question, and we can get into that. I also think that in talking about trusting Nick Caserio, right now this is a lot less trusting Nick Caserio. Do you trust the draft industrial complex at large? Because everybody is echoing this sentiment.
Yeah.
Everyone is echoing this sentiment. And I can take you back to Kenyon Green's draft profile, and it's not exactly the same. Yes, Kenyon Green was, profiled as a, wide, balanced mover, which is similar to what you're talking about with Keylan Rutledge, right? And I'll go further. Owns heavy physical hands to stun his target. Keylan Rutledge has that as well. So you go, maybe you're seeing that. Able to engage and lock out with NFL quality, picks up pressures from depth, explosive out of his stance, allowed only 1 sack, competes with the right mentality, right? So these are things that you have from Kenyon Green. I get that. But when it comes to the Kenyon Green, you didn't have the same nasty conversation with him. You didn't have the same drive. And some of the I feel like there's a difference here.
There is.
With Keylan Rutledge and Kenyon Green as prospects. And honestly, I don't even know how much we need to go to the difference in the prospects, because I do think that there's a difference in coaching. I think that Cole Popovich.
But there is a difference in the prospects too.
And I'll let you speak to that. I just wanted to make mention of, this is where the Texans are putting a lot of belief in Cole Popovich, and early signs are that's a well-placed belief.
Throughout the entire process here, Cole Popovich has been front and center. He went to pro days for the offensive linemen that were in this draft. He was at the Senior Bowl, as I mentioned. This was Nick Caserio's pick, but it was Nick Caserio's pick with the charge from D'Amico Ryans, get me Swarm. And reading between the lines there, he didn't like the way this previous offensive line was quote-unquote nasty. He didn't like the Swarm mentality. We didn't either. We could see it. So I think that's the biggest difference. All that being said, of course, anyone who says, do you trust Nick Caserio to draft an offensive lineman? Fair question.
Sure.
But that's what we have to answer. That's what Keylan Rutledge is going to answer.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, in digging back into the Kenyon Green, and I could give you Drew Scruggs. Drew Scruggs is just an entirely different circumstance, right? Like he does not even read, his profile does not read anything like Keylan Rutledge. Because that's probably the other one that we're talking about here when we're going the interior offensive line and those drafts. Green, at that point, even at the draft, he has to fix bad habits. Those are things that was there. Significantly less of he needs to outright fix bad habits. It's like we need to refine some things, which of course he is a draft pick in the NFL. There's going to be a refinement necessary.
And he said technique.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not talking about bad habits here.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's the hard worker. You know that he's going to work to get there. He's got it's the technique issues, or not issues necessarily, but technique refinement. And I feel like you have the coaching staff in place, and he has the motor and the temperament that I think will get you to that place. So I feel good about it. The player is not the issue for me one bit. I'm excited to see what Keylan Rutledge, what Big Red, does for the Houston Texans once he hits the field at some point. We'll definitely see him at training camp, and I think that will be an absolute blast. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day, where let's widen out our scope to the entirety of that first round, because there was a lot happening, baby. I appreciate that we did get the trades that people talked about. Was that maybe one of those? Maybe your answer to this question: what was the wildest or most interesting moment from last night for you? 713-572-4610. You don't have to keep it to the draft itself. Did something happen at your draft party? Let's talk about all of it next.
The pick is in. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this fun, fantastic Friday here in the great city of Houston. All sorts of things happening around, including the LPGA's first major of the year.
How about that?
Chevron Championship.
Right here.
On. Yeah, it's going on at Memorial Park for the first time. So there's still tickets out there if you wanted to get involved with that. You can check out and get more information at thechevronchampionship.com. But let's get into the question of the day here, because the first round of the NFL draft did not disappoint as a spectacle, right? I understand it's you know me. My stance is it is a glorified HR meeting, but the HR meeting was fun this time. You know how sometimes you go into meetings, you're like, all right, at least that wasn't one of those ones, right?
Yeah.
At least this one felt like it was entertaining, and it definitely was. There was definitely thoughts to be had. And so, question of the day: what was the wildest, most surprising, or interesting moment of the night for you last night? And of course, you don't have to keep this to just the draft itself. Did you see some wild at the draft party that you were at? Let us know. 713-572-4610.
All right. So clearly on the draft itself, this is.
You want to start the bidding here with a certain Makai Lemon?
Well, actually, no.
No?
I feel the wildest thing. This was. Remember, I said yesterday, who's gonna Leroy this whole thing?
Well, here we got to make sure you do this right. You can't just say to Leroy.
Figure you got this.
32.33 repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
It's a lot better than we usually do.
All right, thumbs up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy!
I love that so much.
Who's gonna Leroy Jenkins this draft? To me, it happened at pick number 13. We were all like, what the heck was that?
Yeah, the Los Angeles Rams blew up all our conversations about could a team trade up for Ty Simpson? Why trade up? We could just stick a pick at 13. 13.
It must be something about the Atlanta Falcons pick or something, man.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta
was
Falcons
still on
got some stank on it,
the
man.
stick was still on the pick.
That's some bad juju.
Yeah.
If you don't know what Figgy's talking about, that is the pick that they actually received in the trade that was done last year, where the Falcons traded up to get James Pierce Jr.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder if that factored in, if the Rams were like, kind of, this is free money anyways. Let's get a quarter, because it is fair to acknowledge Matt Stafford, he is not long for this quarterback world at this point, right?
But he's reigning MVP.
But that is technically correct.
But see, the thing is, I don't know if Sean McVay planned on being there for a long time either.
Right.
He's trying to win right now. I'm sure he want a playmaker right now.
He didn't want to be at the press conference.
All right, so let's do this, because they end up taking Ty Simpson, who is
Leroy.
I mean, the big question. Yes, it wasn't the first, mind you, of the night, but it was probably maybe the biggest that made you go, wait, what just happened? As they take a quarterback that a lot of people were. I mean, there was conversations. Obviously, Dan Orlovsky was one of the purveyors of it. The idea that maybe there isn't as much separation as we would like to believe between Ty Simpson.
Dan was getting crushed over this too, man.
Oh, he was taking some bows yesterday.
He took a victory lap.
Yeah, as he should.
But yeah, that maybe there wasn't so much separation between quarterback 2 and Ty Simpson and quarterback 1. Obviously, Fernando Mendoza, who goes number 1 overall to the Raiders. But he's still an undersized guy, and he's still a guy who has not had a lot of play time at the last level. Talk less of moving him up, but they seem to have him in a place where they're like, just go get their next quarterback. If they feel confident that they can develop him, there's comparisons for him to like Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I know that in that building they have a lot of respect for Brock Purdy. However, it felt like it was a lot of Les Snead being real happy about it. And Sean McVay, if you believe the internet where everybody's trying to read his body language, don't seem like he's all that excited about having a quarterback 3 be drafted at 13.
Well, he wasn't. I mean, we're going to get into some other things that were wild and interesting in the draft, but you have the audio of Sean McVay. They're very usually excitable, energetic. Sean McVay was asked about the quarterback.
I think the thing you liked about the body of work is, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if you did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked, and there was a lot of thought that kind of went into it. And we do feel really fortunate that when you look at the 13th pick, we were able to get that where, you know.
All right, man.
Yeah.
He just sounds
the main thing is that
my man he was like, I'm going to answer a lot of things outside of the talking about this dude himself.
He said he can compete with Stetson Bennett. All right, 13 overall.
Nah, he had to make it clear. Hey, this is Matt's team.
Yeah.
Which I think that you would probably need to
do. You got to make that clear.
no matter who you're talking to, no matter if this was a different circumstance in which this was a quarterback that you actually like, I do think that that's something you need to do. Like, hey, just so y'all clear before y'all start talking crazy, Matt the quarterback, right?
He's the MVP,
right? He's the quarterback, guys.
Did we have to make it clear though?
I think you needed to.
Did they have to make it clear when the Packers drafted Jordan Love?
That's right.
They actually did. That was a big issue.
Hey guys, just a heads up. This is Aaron Rodgers' team, all right?
Yeah. They actually.
I know we drafted them in the 25th.
They absolutely did need to make that clear there. So I think that was the part of it. The point for me is like he was doing a lot of we liked a lot of players in this. So there's a lot of he was hemming and hawing talking about Todd Simpson.
What else?
I am not certain. I mean, it's funny because the Makai Lemon we have to talk about. Man, Pittsburgh, the draft is in your town. How could you get caught with your pants down?
Well,
and you're only the second person to do it. Or actually, they actually are on both parts of getting caught with your pants down because at first, Makai Lemon, wide receiver out of USC, power slot of sorts, seems like he can play inside, outside. Real interesting prospect.
Yeah.
The Steelers at 21 believed, here we go.
Yeah.
We gonna get him.
They called him.
So they gave him a call. They're like, hey, buddy, we're gonna draft you. Except Howie Roseman came in with the lead Corso, not so fast, my friend.
Exactly what.
And the Philadelphia Eagles made a trade with their arch nemesis, the Dallas Cowboys, to move one slot ahead of the Steelers and take Makai Lemon. In fact, do we have audio of what it sounded like?
Yeah, you want from his part or Ian Rappaport explaining
his part? His part. We heard the other one earlier.
Yeah, I
this
want
is
to
him
hear.
on
This
the
is
phone.
Makai Lemon. He is on the phone talking to the Steelers, thinking that I'm going to go at 21. Except he's not.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, why Philly color? Yeah. Oh, Philly just traded for you. Hello? This is Philly. They just traded.
Hello?
Philly's picking you right now.
Okay, so if you didn't hear it, I just died laughing on the very walkaway there because he said, "Why is Philly calling me?" Because after he gets, he's on the phone with the Steelers.
He's asking Omar Khan,
yes,
the GM for the Steelers.
And then the next thing
why is Philly calling me?
The next thing you hear him say is, "Hello?" like they just went, "Oh crap!" Philly jumped us, and they just hung up the phone.
This doesn't happen.
So good.
This doesn't
so good
happen.
Oh my! Why is Philly called?
Because we always talk about people jumping up and stealing a player.
Yeah.
They jumped up and just like this is as steely as this ever been stolen in an NFL draft of my memory. I found that to be fascinating. And what I loved about this, it would have made it even more interesting is then when he goes to the press conference, he's wearing obviously the Eagles hat after he's done all of the the dapping up of the commissioner and everything. As he's going to the sit down at the desk, someone in the media scrum shouts out, "Go Birds," and he goes, "Know that," immediately. So he's like, he's in on Philly, like, and I guess that's the place of the players to immediately, buy in on whatever organization. I always kind of feel it's incredible and it's kind of unfair that we expect them to immediately do the cosplay of I know all the culture of this team and I am immediately in it, right? But he did it. He's like, "Go Birds, we in there."
Yeah. And speaking of pants down.
Yeah. And then the Steelers go, well, you know what? Let's just pivot and get a really good offensive lineman, Maxi Iheanacho, or my Nigerian brethren. They select him at 21, and the camera goes to his house where they're having a party, except somebody was showing their ass, literally.
Their whole ass.
Looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
Yeah. Are y'all with me now? Pull your damn pants up. How many times you hear me say that?
When was it the time we wasn't with you?
No, but sometimes it's like, oh, you're just the old guy that come on. I mean, they were down below his cheeks. Full camera, center stage.
I mean, it's funny because we've gone from like watching people's spouses on a draft to just watching cheeks, and not in the way that I imagine you would have expected. In this instance,
Watching the homies.
Anything else jump out for you guys?
The one for me, like specifically draft wise, was you noted this on our run sheet. I saw this as well. CC Mainoa, the tackle out of Utah. He ends up getting drafted to, where did he get drafted again? No, it's the Giants, right?
Yeah.
And he was talking to the quarterback of the Giants, Jackson Dart, and apparently he said, "I'm ready to die for you, bro."
Yeah.
And I was like, we are laying it on a little thick. Like, I get it. This is the offensive lineman
He said
thing
it
to
5
do.
times.
He said it a lot.
I counted. I'll die for you, man. I'll die for you. I'm like, come on, man.
What's funny is it's not even a come on man to me quite in the way of like, I don't believe you. It's just like, hey, man. At some point, we're scaring everybody with the amount of
scaring the hoes, man. Just calm down.
Yeah, it's like we're leaning in real heavy here on "I Will Die." 832 Fernando Mendoza leaving his little brother hanging was wild.
Oh yeah. Well, he went with one brother, and then left his younger brother hanging. Figgy, did you have any that jumped out?
The one that jumped out to me was I was kind of shocked that Carnell Tate went number 4.
Strong agree.
Yeah, but honestly, I love Ohio State, but I felt like he was probably going to go around maybe 10 to 15, somewhere around there. But I'm like, man, Carnell Tate, he wasn't even the best receiver on this team ever.
Yeah, but I mean,
he never cracked 1,000 yards.
Right? Yeah.
To me, going 4.
I found that interesting. We can talk more about that as we keep going here.
That was a little shocking to me.
Once Jeremiah Love goes off the board at 3, the Tennessee Titans were in an interesting place, and I can get why they made that selection. I still am wondering if that was the best of their selections.
Sure,
but ultimately, I feel okay with this, right?
Yeah, that was a little rich. I think it kind of threw the draft off a little bit because I think Kansas City was trying to get Carnell Tate.
I don't know.
So
I feel like Kansas City ended up with exactly who they wanted. And that is something that we have to talk about as you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, because coming up next, there was a lot to be seen in the first round of the NFL draft and still stuff to be seen headed into day 2. So let's have B. Scott join us, and we'll go around the NFL talking about all the things that we saw yesterday. Next.
Payne and Pendergast. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we will indeed go around the NFL with our favorite Friday guest is B. Scott in the building. What's happening, man?
Man, so good to be in day after draft day one.
How about that?
Texans ante up on the offensive line.
Ante up.
We're going to see if the Rockets are about continuing their season. It doesn't really feel like it. But it's a good time.
We'll set that aside for now.
Yeah. But I was downtown last night for the draft party at the Avenidas, and I'll be downtown again tonight for Lakers Rockets.
Hey, set the scene for us, because all three of us, I've got a story on how I watched, you'll get that during my passing thoughts, how I watched the draft. All three of us were not there.
Correct.
Yeah, set the scene. How was it?
Yeah, so you got, if you're familiar with the Avenida setup, it's basically from where that KHOU studio is all the way down to, close to like the Papados, right? So we're talking about a decent block of the Avenida Strip. And
popping,
and it's popping, man. It was full. You had vendors out there. They're out there selling Mexican food, and I had these like some kind of Caribbean steak fry thing that was delicious. So yeah, no, it was really cool. You had screens everywhere, right? You had at least
rain,
like three or four screens. No rain, no rain. We were spared the rain, so it was a good. The weather was good. So yeah, no, it was a nice event. Had Cecil out there doing this thing as he does on game day. Heard from Travis Johnson, and if you give Trap the mic,
he brings the party with him.
Oh my God,
he brings the party with him,
and he's not afraid to antagonize the crowd. Yeah. Trap gets up there giving credit to, somehow he goes on some tangent about the Astros. Yeah, we see the team behind us because, right, the Dyken Park is right behind where that's at, right?
Oh, goodness.
It's like the team behind us, they won a championship. That's what they're trying to do here, even though they won a championship banging them trash cans. All right.
And that's coming from a Dodgers fan, by the way.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, big time Dodgers.
That's the game within the game, right? The story within the story. And so at that point, Cecil's like trying to usher him off. No, let me try to get it.
Travis.
It did. Trap tries to get it back right, tries to get it back on track, but he had to like drop that in there because, of course, that's Trap, man.
Yeah, man, he's the
wouldn't
best.
Be Trap if he didn't do that. So it was a good time, man.
Nah, it sounds like it. I almost missed not being out there. I felt it's been a while since I watched in the confines of just being able to like watch the screens, all the screens without any interruption. And buddy, I think I picked the right one because I needed to be in front of screens in order to figure out what the hell was happening, starting at pick number 3.
I'm actually glad I'm here with y'all, man, because I was trying to figure it all out as well. I'm in there making graphics and cutting videos, and I'm like, what's going on? And I'm reading everybody else's literature, trying to make sure I understand it. So let's talk it through.
Let's just run through some of this and some of the things that happened, including pick number 3. The Arizona Cardinals, they don't go with CeCe Mawinoa, who had been mocked to them a lot. They ultimately do make good on the scuttlebutt that was coming out. They select the running back, the guy who seems like he is the biggest blue chip of blue chips in this particular draft.
Yeah.
They take Jeremiah Love. One of 3 running backs that they now have on their team.
3 good running backs.
Without a quarterback or anybody to actually block for him. It's one of those things where they probably got the best player in this draft as of right now. Or maybe they did, and I don't know that it's actually going to work out well for them.
Yeah, but the thing is, if your team doesn't make sense anyway, like it already doesn't make sense, it does at least make sense to get the best possible player. You could make the case that he might be better than any guy that they have on their team now, and therefore it's just worth having more than anybody that's on their team worth now. They got a lot of work to do with or without Jeremiah Love, and so it does make sense to at least say, hey, if we're going to try to right this ship, and no, I do not, for the record, do not trust the Arizona Cardinals to right the ship, just for the record. But if they're going to try to do so, it does make sense to try to do it with the best player available in the draft.
Now, we would all take 3 running backs like that, I think.
Yeah, we would.
Right.
Because this team got a defense.
Well,
this team
that's
has an
where I'm
offensive
going.
line that can help you get some of that, get that running back into the places that they need to be.
That's where I'm going. We would all take 3 running backs. They can't afford to have 3 running backs. They need to move one of those guys.
And mind you, that's James Conner, Tyler Algier, who they just brought in free agency.
Yeah.
And now Jeremiah Love. Now you're right; they can. They
can't keep those.
But they have less leverage in order to do that. The thing that, because I think I understand where you're getting at, B. Scott, when it comes to just get a really good player. Because that honestly, I think that sometimes we overthink the draft. Sometimes you do need to just add a really good football player to your team and figure out some of the things around it. I feel like of all the positions where you can add, and I know I'm doing a little bit of positional value, but I think you'll get what I'm saying if you rock with me here. The running back is the one where you can least afford to do that because, one, they're dependent on others, which we know, but more importantly, the lifespan of a really good running back still isn't that long. So you waste 1 year or 2 years trying to get it right around them. That is a large lump of what that value is for that player who is still one of the best players.
Yeah, I understand that logic as well. I just don't think that that's a good enough reason to pass up the opportunity to get a great player, right? Because what are we all ultimately doing this for to begin with? Like, if you've got to pivot on other guys, that to my earlier point of they've got a lot of work to do anyway, with or without Jeremiah Love, without the hurdle of, hey, am I wasting this running? Am I wasting this pick? And all of the sort of the existential stuff.
Sure.
They've got right in front of me. I've got a lot of work to do. Can I just maybe say some of the work that I've already done leading up to this point is not worth, continuing with?
Yeah.
Maybe I start here. I can at least understand the logic in that. With that being said, I was still surprised, even with us hearing the scuttlebutt and all of that.
I didn't want to believe it pre-draft. I was just like, nah.
I was still a little surprised that the Cardinals, kind of to your point, that the Cardinals specifically would be the ones to do it.
Well, maybe they were just doing Nick Caserio and the Texans a solid.
Yeah, because I definitely thought he was going to Tennessee.
Yeah,
I bet they did too. But he goes off the board at 3, and so Tennessee is left thinking, do we take like a really good edge rusher? Honestly, one of the things I was afraid of is that they would take like a Sonny Styles. Because remember, Robert Saleh is the head coach there. What defense does he run?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
D'Amico's defense.
Do you need a Fred Warner type in the middle of that?
Yeah.
Sonny Styles could be that. Arvell Reese might even have the opportunity to be that, even though people are saying that he might be more of an edge rusher.
Yeah.
They take neither of those. They get Carnell Tate a wide receiver, and I can get the logic, right? Cam Ward is the most important thing that you're trying to develop right now. Give him the opportunity, especially with the wide receiver core that they did not have last year.
Yeah.
Give him a target. I just kept looking at this and going, I'm not as scared of that as I was of some of the other possible landing prospects that they could have landed.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the misfortune of the draft. Like, I'm pretty sure they would have much rather have had Jeremiah Love. Let's just say that that's safe to assume. But as far as Carnell Tate goes, like, they have been spinning their wheels a bit at that wide receiver position ever since they traded A.J. Brown a few years back.
Yeah.
So, like, they tried it with Traylon Burks, and of course that did not work out, right? And so now they've tried to piece it together with older wide receivers. Whether it was, did they bring in Hopkins? Yeah, they brought in DeAndre Hopkins
for a short period of time.
And now the Calvin Ridley thing is just not. It's not doing what you needed to do when you've just drafted a quarterback number 1 overall the previous year. So this does make sense to try to at least help the guy out a little bit.
I'm glad to hear you say that because I heard Figgy talking about it earlier, Reggie just talking about it, and I'm sitting here going, I might be in the minority. I guess I'm in the minority here for more ways than one. But anyway, I guess I'm in the minority here, but I kind of like the fit of that rangy big guy, kind of to your point.
Yeah.
For Cam Ward, I need a guy. There it is, right there. I kind of like the fit.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you're picking at 4. It was going to be hard to absolutely flub this, so I'm not trying to do that. But I do think, from my purposes, as sitting here on the Texans side of things, I feel a lot better about that selection than some other ones.
I don't mind it, and I'm not a Titans fan by any stretch, but I was like, I see what they're doing.
So on the draft show last night, John Harris took the time once they made this pick, right? The Cornell Tate pick to the Titans. He took the time to kind of put his chest out there about the Texans and what they got at cornerback. He's like, "Oh, you just gonna bring Cornell Tate over here to get shut down by Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley?" So hey, he was in his bag last night.
Oh, I bet. All right, so we continue talking about some of the first round here, and one of the most interesting things. I think we can get to some winners and losers here. I do wonder, do you view the Kansas City Chiefs as winners or losers here? They make a big trade up, and I say that in the cost. And I know some people will say, well, the Texans made a pretty substantial cost. It ain't hitting the same way as what the Kansas City Chiefs did, moving from 9 to 6 and giving up some stuff on the back end. But they go and get the best cornerback in this draft in Mansour Delane, who he has all of the things outside of like crazy foot speed.
Yeah.
Right? He has probably a little bit more pedestrian foot speed, but everything else, playmaking, twitch, all of that is there. They needed that, especially trading away Trent McDuffie, but they also gave away a lot. How did you read this? Did you feel like they won in the way that they did this, or do you feel like they lost?
Yeah, it's tough to go win or lose, but I thought it was a reach. I'll say that. Like, I thought it was an overpay and overreach, even though they did get the best cornerback in the draft. I don't necessarily love it. That doesn't mean that it can't work. So if I got to go win or lose, I'm going to go ahead and go lose because I didn't love the move, but I could definitely be wrong about it.
All right, I'm not going to be a hypocrite, and I think I would be a hypocrite if I said, hey, the Texans moved up 2 spots and got exactly the guy they wanted.
Sure.
On their board, their guy, position of need.
Fair enough.
They went and got it. I'm not going to sit here and say, but the Chiefs didn't. Because they moved up, 3 spots?
They moved up 3 spots.
They moved up 3 spots.
The give up.
Went and got the guy they wanted, position of need, and it was no question.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite.
That's
I
fair.
think they did the exact same thing the Texans did.
Yeah, like kind of to our earlier conversation about the Cardinals, how like running back didn't really make sense, even though I justified it because of the player. In this case, cornerback makes all the sense in the world.
And they moved up 3 spots.
And this is the best one that you could possibly get, even though maybe I just don't necessarily love the player enough, or maybe that's kind of what's coloring my opinion on the pick entirely. But in terms of what they needed and what they needed to address in the draft, it definitely does make sense. At least.
All right, so maybe that one's a little bit more difficult to figure out. I think I love the player there. I just wonder, if that wasn't a little much. I do understand, though, the idea of we don't expect to be picking this high very frequently. So let's go ahead and take this opportunity of being in that proximity to go get them.
Yeah, they hadn't had a top 10 pick since 2013.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like literally over a decade.
Yeah.
So they go ahead and make that shot. Is there any other team that you were like clear winners in this, right? Because obviously it was a little muddled with our answer there for the Kansas City Chiefs. Looking through the rest of the remainder of the first round, was there any like, hey, you won the game?
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Lopez.
Arvell Reese with the Giants.
And that's not the only one, because they ended up still getting Francis Mauigoa.
And they got Mauigoa too.
I
thought that guy has Giants star written all over him. I really, and nobody here cares about the Giants, but I thought that was a really good. That was one where I went, okay, yeah, that's a good pick right there. Yeah,
I thought, dare I say, it was the Cowboys.
Buddy, they cooked.
I thought the Cowboys ate, man, getting Caleb Downs and
moving and shaking
and trading back and still getting right. They trade back and still get Malachi Lawrence, right? And so, to me, this was probably. And look, I know a lot of people hate the Cowboys, but we got people here that also do love the Cowboys, and maybe they're hiding. But they had probably their worst defense in franchise history last year. And they have addressed that, I think, in spades by getting Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence and doing first of all, Caleb Downs being there was probably a bit of fortune for them. And then they do their part in moving back and still getting the guy that I think they really wanted in Malachi Lawrence.
And it's also worth noting, they had to move up that 1 spot to 11 to make sure that they secured it. So like the thing for me is not just that they had a great draft, because you're right, right? A great, first round of the draft. They get a Caleb Downs who they could put the green dot on his helmet right now.
Right now.
So he can organize a defense as they build it as well, which is huge.
Yep.
They added Malachi Lawrence, who we talked about, really like him as a pass rusher. It was also not just that there was that, but they also made the moves, which is not something you typically
A lot
think
of
with
moves.
Jerry Jones up
they
there.
were strategizing.
And you know who I give credit for with this?
Oh, Will.
There is a Will, but not Will McClay, who you're thinking of. William Jefferson Clinton. Did you see we're in their pre-draft party?
He crashed it.
For a pre-draft news conference.
Oh,
Bill Clinton.
yeah, because Jerry failed trying to get to him, right? That's what I saw. I didn't watch
Well,
the
he
full
crashed
thing.
the thing, yeah.
And Bill Clinton came through. Let me find out that Bill Clinton can get your draft room together, because this ain't the Jerry Jones I know. Jerry Jones wanted to go run in the car instead of getting them a All-Pro and a possibly Hall of Fame offensive lineman. He wanted to go get Johnny Football. That's the Jerry Jones I know. This man said, you know what?
I could definitely see that because
get Caleb Downs and a pass rusher.
From what I saw when Bill Clinton crashed the party, Jerry Jones trips over himself trying to get to him, right? So I could see. I just love the hilarious visual of Bill Clinton coming in to save the day for the Dallas Cowboys, for America's team.
Well, fellas, I'm seeing Caleb Downs falling down the draft board. I think we should move up and get him.
One more winner we absolutely positively have to mention. We've talked about it a little bit already, and that's Mekhi Lemon. More specifically, Howie Roseman. I mean, that was big time. I mean, we can point and laugh and talk about how it was funny and all this other stuff.
Well, you could talk about them being the winner. The biggest thing I took from them trading up and going to get Mekhi Lemon is that A.J. Brown, happy trails, big dog.
Well, sure. But, I mean, that dude got it done. He had some good intel.
Yeah.
He made the move. He made the Steelers look awful. And then he got a receiver it's all gas over there, man. There's no defense. I mean, they want defense, but it's all gas over there with the offense.
Yeah, very, very interesting point because and I kind of look at the whole A.J. Brown thing, too, of like, man, the Eagles are in an interesting transition phase, right? I know y'all probably saw the reporting with Jalen Hurts earlier in the offseason. Like, they're in an interesting spot for a team that literally just won a Super Bowl a little over a year ago.
Yeah. So those are just some. There's so much.
There's a lot.
There was a lot of density within there, and we're still looking towards day 2 of the draft. I didn't even get into that portion of this. There's still drafting to be done. Obviously, the Texans have a number of picks as of right now for tonight, so we'll see how that lays out. But that's a little around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott is here with us, and you know what we do on a Friday. I'm very intrigued to see where your thoughts go here. Let's get into B. Scott's thoughts next.
The Texans made a trip. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You hear the name is Brandon and Kyle Scott in the building on headed into night 2 of the NFL draft, headed into game 3 of the NBA playoffs for your Rockets. There's a lot of things that he could opine on. Let's see what he goes with.
So on the Rutledge pick, okay, trading up 2 spots to get Rutledge, I feel like what we're in the midst of is the Nick Caserio offensive line redemption tour. Let's call it the redemption run, if you like alliteration. The Nick Caserio offensive line redemption run. And I'm curious to see how this is going to play out because last year, a big whiff on acquiring offensive linemen. No secret about that. But they did draft Ariante Ursery. Okay, so left tackle. I don't need to explain to the audience how important the left tackle is on the offensive line. That's a staple on your offensive line if that works out the way it looks like it's going to. And then this offseason, they remake the position room in 3 spots potentially. And then that 4th spot is bringing back a guy that you did bring in the year before, right? That you took a flyer on in Ed Ingram, and you hit on that. So between the Ed Ingram acquisition, the Ariante Ursery draft pick, and now remaking potentially these other 3 spots, the Wyatt Teller signing. We all understand Wyatt Teller's a former All-Pro, 2-time All-Pro, 3-time Pro Bowler, right? The Braden Smith acquisition, bringing him in, that's been somebody that's been a starter his entire career, right? And now with this Rutledge pick, okay, him as somebody who could potentially start for you day one at either guard spot if it doesn't work out with one of those veterans, if they're injured, could step in and could instantly compete with Jake Andrews. Might actually be, despite the fact that he hasn't played center at all, might actually be better than Jake Andrews right now just because of all of the other physical attributes, the actual gifts that he has, right? The things that Jake Andrews just cannot control, right, that are not his fault. He's better there, and if you can just coach him up and teach him just a little bit, he might actually be able to fill that spot for you. So my point is, we might be looking at it now by the time we get to the start of this season where this offensive line over the course of 2 seasons has been completely remade and now looks like what they wanted it to look like the entire time, what they have failed at, just to be clear, what they have failed at, like, let's just be clear about it, what they have failed at for years, they might actually be close to getting it right between the coaching changes that they've made and the guys that they've acquired over the last couple of years. So now, to me, this looks like, and if it doesn't work, I feel like we can definitively say, hey, they're just bad at this.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not a thing about, hey, they're not trying or they're not addressing it. They're not throwing money at it. They're not throwing resources at it. They're doing that. And so now it's just a matter of how does it play out?
And I think that there's something that's worth noting here, right? Because you mentioned that they've remade the offensive line. That's not just as a starting situation. They're remaking the offensive line room. One of the things I was talking about with you, John, earlier in the morning is Keylan Rutledge, even if he does not start, which I'm feeling better and better about as we continue to think about it, but even if he doesn't, he makes it so that if you really don't want to, you do not have to see Drew Scruggs play football again.
Yeah.
If you really don't want to, you do not have to see Jarrett Kingston play football again. Or Jarrett Patterson, play. I mean, either of them.
Kingston's still around.
None of the Jarretts.
Right, you got 3 dudes who can play center on this roster as of right now.
Yeah.
Jake Andrews, who has been your starter, who, might not be the optimal, but you know that he's done the job in the system to this point. Evan Brown, who you bring in from Arizona, who he's played the position as well. Maybe he does that. And then also, if Rutledge does that. If not, if Rutledge is one of your depth pieces at guard, you have your 2 starters, and he could possibly play one of those if you need like a swing guard fill-in. Like, you might have gotten you're starting at least to get your depth to a place where some of the swings and misses are lower down the depth chart or might not even be at the depth chart by the time you cut down
I'm really
your roster.
glad you brought this up because we were having this conversation before we came on air, and I'm sitting there going, we're so gullible. we're all so gullible. I know I am. So gullible.
I completely forgot Juice got traded. But you good on it.
I'm so gullible because we knew going into this offseason, boy, they have to completely redo the offensive line. Then they signed some guys, and we're like, man, maybe they won't draft an offensive lineman in the first round. Of course they are. Of course they were. I still think they're going to draft another offensive lineman, maybe even today. And so our first instinct was they need, even though in February D'Amico said, we don't think there's any position that we absolutely have to get, and I'm paraphrasing. Even though in February Nick was bragging about this offensive line last season. In fact, talking about it was competitive, and hey, have you seen the sack rates and all this other stuff? Our first instinct was the right instinct. They needed offensive linemen, and to your point, they already right now today have 5 new offensive linemen on the roster. They have 3 new starters because and you can argue with me, but he's going to come in, Rutledge, and he's going to start. So they were to have 3 new starters, 5 new offensive linemen, and they were saying, maybe not. No, we should have known.
Look, I don't know if it's going to work out. I'm not predicting one way or another that it is or that it won't.
Yeah.
But it is nice to see that at least this offseason, the Texans brass understood the assignment. They understood what the clear need was. And this is the cool thing about drafting when you're already a good team, when you already have good players, depth in places that, it's kind of a luxury for a team to go into it already having a lot of its team in place. And so you can really key in, not just in the draft, but in the entire offseason when it comes to free agency, trades, and in the draft on, really what is the thing that ails us? What is the reason why we can't get from point A to point B, from here to there? And that is the reason. It has been the offensive line.
Yeah.
Reg, you mentioned in the last hour the draft industrial complex in the context of, do you trust the Texans draft industrial complex? The only thing really wrong with it has been this offensive line thing.
Right.
Drafting offensive linemen. You can nitpick tight end as well, but they've been able to get by at that position. So it's really just been the offensive line, whiffing on those picks.
Yes.
And that is the sole reason not to trust it if you don't.
It was about the offensive line. It was always about the offensive line.
100%. Okay, so let me get this Rockets point in because I do have to.
Oh, double dip.
I have to at least just go on record because I gave what my keys were. I've done this on the radio, on my podcast, and all of that. What
What's
my
the name
keys
of that
were.
podcast again?
The B Block Podcast. Y'all can find that on YouTube. So just check it out, YouTube and wherever it is that you get your podcast. But also, I made the point of, hey, the matchups that I feel like the Rockets should win in this series, they have lost all of the matchups that I thought they had an advantage in. Okay, I went Şengün versus Ayton and Jackson Hayes combination, right?
Embarrassing.
They have lost that matchup. They are losing that matchup. I feel like between the two of them, DeAndre Ayton and Jackson Hayes, as a collective, they are thoroughly outplaying Alperen Şengün, which is a huge disappointment considering what Alperen Şengün is supposed to be and what he's supposed to represent for this team. So there's that. The backcourt matchup I thought was advantage Rockets, but that's also because I thought Reed Sheppard would both play more and play better. He has done neither. Just to be fair to both Ime Udoka and Reed Sheppard in their accountability in this. I think he should play more. I also think he should play much better in the time that he plays.
Yeah. Is it bad?
Something like 6 for 24 in the series so far.
Yeah. Is it bad that it was really bittersweet when I saw, I think we all know the possession I'm talking about on defense where Reed Sheppard is just out here lost. I've seen that Reed Sheppard a whole bunch of times, and I was like, hopefully he's developed to where I don't see that in the playoffs. I saw it, and I was like, damn, I'm right, but also I know what Ime is going to do now. I know exactly what Ime is going to do now.
That's the Reed Sheppard that I'm willing to defend.
Exactly.
So long as he's not shooting the way he's been shooting
that one in particular.
Series. I can defend it if he shoots.
My boy, he looked like the right fielder in Little League that is out here picking dandelions.
I used the wrong word. Maybe not defend,
tolerate?
But I can tolerate and justify was what I was going for.
All right.
I can't defend that. But I can justify it if my man is shooting the ball the way he's supposed to be shooting the ball. He ain't. And then Amin Thompson, look, his numbers aren't as bad, but he also looks lost at times.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the Amin Thompson that went off for 40 just a couple of weeks ago, went off for a career-high 40 just a couple of weeks ago, right?
You're also not seeing an Amin Thompson that is locking down guys,
and yeah, so how is it that you're not winning the Luke Kennard matchup. Like Luke Kennard goes off for basically back-to-back playoff career highs. I know the first one is the actual playoff career high was the first game, but either one would be a playoff career high coming into the series.
Yeah.
So he's literally having the playoff series of his life. Luke Kennard is against you. How can we justify that? And then the KD LeBron matchup. Save the best for last.
Yeah.
Actually, I got one more. The KD LeBron matchup, I'll just say quickly, has been obviously advantage LeBron because KD ain't play in the first game. They ended up neutralizing them for a significant stretch in the second game, right, with a very familiar strategy, which is, I think, indefensible that you've seen this strategy before and you still don't have answers for it. Like, it's one of those things where, like with my kids, I'm like, hey, didn't we talk about this before? Like, hey, dude, why do I have to repeat myself?
Exactly what it is. The Rockets are a teenager.
Like, wait a minute. Don't make me have to say this again type of thing.
I told you.
That's exactly how I felt. So, and now we've got this ankle thing where he's questionable for game 3. So he might not even play in the third game. So that's been advantage LeBron.
What are they doing in practice?
Bruh, I'm glad you said.
What are they doing?
Because my last one as we get out of here has been the coaching matchup.
Yeah.
And this was the one that I did give advantage to the Lakers going into the series, but it has been advantage Lakers even more so than I thought it would be.
He's getting fleeced.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So, Ime Udoka, I need you to get your head in the game as well, sir.
And out of somewhere else.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Those are my thoughts.
Woo.
Seriously, what are they doing in practice?
Competing.
Are they running those? We used to call them burnout drills where you roll the ball and everybody just jumps on the floor.
They're competing.
Goodness, man.
Yeah. They're running lines up and down the
rollout.
court.
We used to call it rollout.
Just roll out.
Let's see you guys just go jump on the floor until you kill each other.
3-man weave.
I was gonna make that joke, but it don't look like they were doing 3-man read because every time they go and do a transition fast break, they don't actually pass the basketball. They try and score through the defender and miss layups.
Oh yeah, dribbling into crowds. Dribbling into crowds. My goodness, can we stop it?
I think I've complained to both of you guys on separate instances about how this team loves trying to finish through a defender instead of getting the easier look.
Dribbling through crowds
it makes me so mad.
and starting your action way past the 3-point line when you don't have no ball handlers to begin with.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
Stop.
I don't know how I'm going to talk about Rockets later without yelling. But I appreciate B. Scott's thoughts nonetheless here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're going to keep having a lot of fun here on this Friday. We'll get back to the fun of it. Let's talk about what's popping in these streets, including how did you feel about the big change that the NFL draft made? How did that feel to you? And also the Astros with a pretty interesting series coming this weekend. We'll talk about that and more next.
Where did the Texans sit? Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I wish I could bring all of what we just did in the break to you on air. We probably could if we really wanted to, because I don't think anything was wrong. However, we got more pressing business because what's popping is day 2 of the NFL draft is tonight. Day 1 saw your Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard out of Georgia Tech, which I love. B. Scott, I told you my least serious observation of the Keylan Rutledge selection, which is a reminder that Georgia Tech, do you know where Georgia Tech is located, John Lopez?
It's in Georgia.
Where specifically?
Atlanta,
Georgia. That's right. And I was reminded by looking at Keylan Rutledge and seeing his haircut, right? You listen to Keylan Rutledge. In fact, Figgy, just pick a Keylan Rutledge cut.
No, he is central casting.
Pick a Keylan Rutledge cut at random.
Let's just say the man has been to an Atlanta barbershop.
Correct. But if you pick a Keylan Rutledge clip you listen to him, and it's easy to forget. This is Keylan Rutledge just talking about anything. I don't know.
I'm back home just celebrating with some of the, close family. I'm super excited, man. I'm so blessed just to have this opportunity to come up there and get up to Houston and get to work, man. I'm excited.
All right, good Georgia in there. I don't know why your family can't be friends, big dog, but I see what you're saying. You look at his haircut, and you like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I forgot Atlanta happened here. And so I kind of love that for throwing him in this locker room and seeing what happens.
Yeah, they used the sharp clippers on him. All right.
Yeah, you got that tight line?
Yeah, you got a tight line.
Actually, the line ain't that tight, which is actually right. I don't want the line to be tight. I want it to look like you got a good haircut about 3 weeks ago, but you've neglected it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that means you out here working.
But you can tell he had a tight line.
Yeah.
He did.
Like wherever he went.
The fade is where it shows up,
right,
too.
wherever he went, they gave him a tight line to start, right? You ain't coming up there with no scissors.
Yeah.
So, I did like that element of it.
Yeah, so this is how, there's analysis on him and his heavy hands and, driving guys. My analysis is, that's the lineman I want, right? He gets a haircut, but he also don't need to get a haircut every week. He's not a pretty boy, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, but I can take him to my barbershop.
That's right.
I just like the way
he can talk all the way around the locker room.
The way he looks, dude. That's an offensive lineman that you want on your team.
He's stout.
Red hair,
baby.
short buzz cut, beard. As you said, sort of disheveled. I let it go a little bit. I'm like, okay, that guy could play for me. I don't even know if he's good. I don't even know.
That is the ultimate Keylan Rutledge compliment.
I don't even know if he's good.
32 teams go, that guy could play for me.
You know how you can, and I used to play this game with my players all the time. We'd walk into a gym, and within 30 seconds, I'd say that guy.
Oh, the off the bus?
No, off the bus, try to figure out who's the best player on a team. Like watching warm-up lines.
Yeah.
We'd always play that game. Which one of these guys is the guy?
But you used the right term earlier, Lopez, central casting.
Yeah.
Like 100%, because all of these things that we're talking about now actually translate to the film, too, when you watch it play. Yes. Like, he is dogged. Like, I was watching Andre Ware last night during the draft show that we were doing right here on this station, Sports Radio 610. And he could not move they had a screen right next to him, so they're watching the draft show on television as well as they're doing it on radio, and he could not take his eyes off of this guy.
Yeah. That kind
highlight
of guy.
tape.
He's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. So that was the pick. How did you feel about the draft itself and the length of it and the way that it felt? Because one of the big changes was that they went from 10 minutes between picks to 8 minutes between picks. And what we saw is that the first round lasted a crisp 2 hours and 53 minutes, which is, I mean, at least going back to like
shortest
20,
in a
it's
long,
the shortest in a long time.
Yeah.
In 2007, when Goodell first had his first draft, the first round lasted 6 hours and 8 minutes.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Was it that long, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big dog. So, like, obviously, that's not what we're comparing it to, but even of late, the first round in 2025 was 3 hours and 29 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, you lopped off a good half hour at least, and it felt like it. I was thinking about it. I looked out when Keylan Rutledge was on the team. I was like, damn, the night is still young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like those numbers you just spelled out speak for themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm all about efficiency up in here, here for a good time, not a long time, and give me that. Yeah, get me in and out. And it was all still, it was no less enthralling, fun, right, and exciting.
You didn't lose any drama.
I didn't lose any drama. It was an exciting time. There were moves, and there was shaking, there were surprises, and you got all of that in less than 3 hours. I'll take it.
Did you at all, though, because I did see someone mention that it felt like the analysis felt rushed because of the time period. Did that at all hit you? Did you care at all about that? Or was just the time of getting it through mattered a lot more?
Yeah, no, I feel like the analysis should be crisp and quick because there are the real of it is there are so many different places to get analysis, right? Like, it's not like they had the analysis exclusive or anything. So get it in, get it out, get us in and get us out. And let's do it like that.
Fair enough. I really appreciated the timing of it, that it did not feel like that.
All I know is that analysis was more than enough, and I want to taste Caleb Downs' mama's white chili.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to Nick Saban. This is what. Do we have the audio of this? I forgot.
Do we have it?
I forgot. No, we don't. I'll get it for you because this was fantastic.
I was like, okay, now I'm in.
Nick Saban. This is how I know, or this is how you should know. Nick Saban is the best recruiter that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Maybe not the absolute best, but the best of a generation because he's talking about Caleb Downs being selected number 11 to the Cowboys, and he's like, and let me tell you guys, when I was recruiting him, his mama's white chili was incredible. And
he said the best I've ever had.
The best I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's why Nick Saban's the greatest, because he'll go sit in your mama's living room. Yeah. He'll charm your mama.
I'm craving
and scare your daddy that he might take your mama from you. And he will eat the food. He'll talk about, and he'll get to know.
But you know when someone tells you about, okay, a lot of people say, well, that's a great meal, or they make this great. But when someone really convinces you, and you just sort of, well, now I got to have it.
I just picture Caleb Downs going home between semesters. And Nick Saban saying, hey, bring back some of your mama's chili.
Oh, for sure.
So that happened. Another thing that's happening this weekend, the Astros set up for a 3-game set versus the visiting Yankees. The Yankees, mind you, 16-9.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I find interesting. They boast a league-best 3.07 ERA, and they have the second fewest runs allowed. So this is a real strength-on-strength matchup from that. Pitching versus the Astros hitting. But the real interesting number underlying this, the Yankees have the second fewest hits in baseball and the third highest strikeout total in the league, and the Astros be striking folks out. So I'm very intrigued to see, does this end up being just like a struggle where the Astros are tussling, or is there a little weird thing in here where the Astros are actually able to take advantage of the Yankees offense not being all that good?
Man, even with all of those fancy numbers that you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm going the same place you are. I'm going the same place.
The Yankees still got the highest run differential in all of the American League.
Yeah, because they don't allow people to score.
Well, I understand, but they still have the highest run differential in all of the American League, and the Astros have the worst, at the very least, in their own division, and one of the worst in the American League. So if I'm comparing the two teams, like I see what you're saying.
I don't.
But
wow. All right. So I thought I laid that out.
Right,
so you're like, bleep you, Reggie.
Like this.
Bleep you in all your pre-scouting.
One of these things ain't like the other. That's what I was getting at.
I was gonna be a lot more blunt and a lot meaner than you just were with Reggie. And not because I don't love Reggie, just because
I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't feel like
you got to emphasize.
I love Reggie and the Astros, so I was trying to be delicate about it.
Sometimes you just got to emphasize the point in a certain way. And I appreciate, I'm really building this up. I appreciate
spill it out.
His deep dive into the numbers.
But it wasn't even that deep. I didn't even give you nothing crazy.
All this other stuff.
I didn't give you nothing crazy. I gave you ERA and strikeouts. Come on, man. I tried to do it for you.
This is what I was going to say. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
I mean,
have they faced the Astros pitching? Have they faced the Astros?
Hey, Lance McCullers, Mike Burrows, Spencer Arrighetti. Like, that's not a bad three. Well, it's not a bad three for the Astros. It's not a great three for baseball in general.
Yeah. You didn't.
Have you seen Peter Lambert?
Yeah. Hey, man, they lucky that they missed a Peter Lambert.
Say, bro,
they lucky they missed a Peter Lambert.
You did not blow up my metaphorical skirt with that.
AJ Blueball said, "Hell yeah, Yankees are coming to town."
Can't wait.
Aaron Judge shaking in his boots.
Can't wait to see these Bronx Bombers.
Brian Brady said, "Now I'm about to get right."
Yeah, man. It's just it's not giving.
Do we see a Brian Brady this weekend?
We have to.
Yeah, we do have to.
We have to.
Unfortunately,
if we don't see him this weekend, he needs to not be on.
Well, the answer is unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's just not. I mean, he as bad as he's been, the upside of it is still to the point where you wouldn't just throw this guy away. There's not anybody.
It's there somewhere.
You're not going to throw this guy away. There's nothing there to throw him away for, right? So until we start getting to the point of the trade deadline, who's out of here and all that kind of stuff. But for right now, or like you said this weekend, yeah, we'll see him.
From the 281, Reggie put together that heater pitch and still struck out. Hey, man, you just got to try and have a competitive at-bat, man. You just got to try and have a competitive at-bat.
One team the best, one team the worst. Nah, bruh. I don't see it.
And then one more thing, well, actually two more things with what's popping. The Chevron Championship keeps going on out at Memorial Park for the very first time, and the ladies are enjoying playing at this park.
Major, man.
Tickets are still available. It's their first major of the year, and they're getting started in a really cool way out there. So tickets are still available. Make sure you check them out. But also, did y'all see? Shout out to the coffee man himself, Jordan Schultz. Out here saying that teams were calling to check on Nico Collins. What, were they afraid of it? Did they want to make sure that he was all good, that the concussions were great? Like, what were they trying to do? Yeah. Were they just like, how's his family? Because if they were calling to check on trading for him, there's no way the Texans would have entertained that one bit, right?
Yeah, you got to at least gauge their interest. So I could see that being the case and it getting out. But to your point, there is no reason, as long as the Texans still consider themselves to be a serious football team and at the deal, like they might have to end up restructuring, and they are going to have to end up doing something with Nico Collins' deal and making a decision at some point. But the decision right now is to definitely have Nico Collins on your football team, not to sell on Nico Collins.
Is there a player least likely to get traded off this team?
I mean, other than Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, I don't think. I was going to say I don't think he's least likely.
Maybe Will Anderson Jr. And that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he loved him some Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter ain't going nowhere.
Compared to Nico, I still think if somebody blew up your skirt, or whatever.
I think they've just done a good enough job with their deals. Yeah, and have enough young talents where they're still not they're not at a point in their like financial structure where they're just like incentivized to do this.
And on top of that, 2026 is still a year where you're going for it.
Of course.
A trade of anything of that sort is not a
and honestly, you're not the Jets getting rid of all your expensive players.
Yeah.
Even if this was a draft where you were like, hey, we're getting another wide receiver. This isn't a draft that's situated for you to have
that guy.
And you would want to have that guy alongside Nico Collins.
Yeah, that would be a massive leap of faith in Jaden Higgins, who I like, but
not like that. Not like that. I've been the Jaden Higgins defender on this show, and I don't like him like that.
I like him a lot, but not like that.
Yeah. And you know who we like a lot? Brandon K. Scott. Every time we slide through, even when he don't slide through, we like him, and that says a lot. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate that you'll be covering the Rockets game and
watching the draft,
bringing back your answer, and watching the draft. He got eyes everywhere somehow, some way. And we appreciate you bringing your incredible analysis to what we do here in the Loop. All right. Speaking of, we continue in the Loop. Keep it rolling here on a Friday where we're still in the midst of the draft, right? We got the first round, but we're not done here. What are we hoping for? What are we expecting? What are the questions that will drive rounds 2 and 3 tonight in the NFL draft? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so just rock with me here, as you always do here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We greatly appreciate it, mind you. Wherever you are, however you're making us a part of your day on this Friday or whenever, any other days that you make us a part of your listening experience and moving around the world, it means something to us. Don't ever think that it doesn't. It really and truly does. And we always appreciate when you talk back as well on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610 and on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams on the YouTube page and the Twitch. What did you just see? Is Dorian Finney-Smith cleared to play? Is that what I just heard?
Yes, I got to get back to this.
So the Rockets will have Dorian Finney-Smith at their disposal. So everything changes, right?
Everything changes. You immediately put him in the starting lineup, right?
Like, oh, this was the curveball. This was the ace in the hole. That don't wait until we unleash Dorian Finney-Smith on you. Ooh.
This is the tweet I read to you. Shout out to @Red94. You made me laugh. You made Reggie laugh. The ace Ime Udoka has up his sleeve with DFS cleared is to play Tate, DFS, Okogie, Tari, and Clint.
Don't upset me. Don't do that.
The saddest part, the funniest part is
I could see it.
I could
see 3 minutes of that lineup without question. Yeah. I could see it. I don't think he would. I think he's at least tried to have a pseudo score on the floor. Now's not the time to talk about that. I just wanted to laugh a little bit. Now you're making me mad. What will not make me mad is thinking about the fact that the Texans got their interior offensive lineman that we talked about. Do you think that they're done? Because day 2 starts tonight. We have, you have a number of picks that the Texans have situated for you. You still got 38. You still have 38, 91, and what is it? Is it 58? Is that what my brain?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, 38, 58, and 91 available for you to select tonight. And so, where do we think that they're going? What are the things that are still in there? And you mentioned this, and this is a conversation. It's a thought. Is offensive line off the table now? Or do you think that that's still something that's in here? Edge? Like, what are we thinking headed into day 2?
What's that old line about fool me once? We all know. I said it when B. Scott was here, and shout out to B. Scott. He always brings a lot more to the show. It was going to be the offensive line. It was always going to be the offensive line. They kind of we were all a little bit gullible. In terms of maybe this, maybe that. I think all those are still on the table, Reggie. But I wouldn't be surprised if today you see another offensive lineman. Not just in the draft. I think that's a given. I mean, second or third round. Today you might see another offensive lineman. They're sending us the message. We have to listen to it. No matter what they said in February about the offensive line and all the numbers they threw out, and they were competitive and all this other stuff. You always hear me say it. Watch what they do. What they're doing is telling us they want a complete remake of the makeover of the offensive line, and they're doing it. They brought in 3 swarmy guys, especially Wyatt Teller. They drafted flat out what seems to be now a badass that is a leader that will go down and in his words, put you in the dirt. And they can't be done yet. The offensive line, the depth chart that they had, there are already today 5 new players in the room. There are 3 new starters. If you agree with me that Rutledge is going to be a starter, especially drafted where he was, they're remaking the offensive line. There will be another offensive line, and it's something of a question, but I wouldn't be surprised if another one comes today.
That'd be interesting. Going back to some of the folks that they've talked to and visited with. Now, a lot of these informal Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl type guys, they've talked to a number of kind of day 3 guys. I do wonder if that isn't where it's and it's worth noting. I'm looking at tackles because I do think that you've got an interior guy.
That's what I said the same thing.
You might still need to get a young tackle that you're hoping to maybe see throw into that mix, or maybe they don't. Maybe they're just like, hey, Blake Fisher will ride with us one more year at least, and you have your 4 tackles that you roll with in Ariante Ursary, Braden Smith. Those are your left and right tackles respectively. Yeah. A swing tackle in Trent Brown and a Blake Fisher as a 4th guy. Maybe that's the way they go, and we're going to make sure that the middle of our line is real strong and add another one of those. It just feels like that might be much in the middle of this, especially when you still have some places I think you need to address, including, especially now that you have hit an offensive lineman, I do think that defensive line needs to come today.
Well, that's the next thing I was going to ask you guys. If not offensive lineman on day 2, then what? And I think I'm with you. I think DT is going to be
Oh, you said DT.
DT. I sounded like Reggie there. I think DT. Bari. I think DT is going to be one of the target places right there, as well as still wide receiver in play. I think if it's not an offensive line, it might be those two positions.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned interior. I think edge is still a place where I look at. Because, yes, you have your two starters in Will and Daniil, and they are undeniable. The way that this team likes to play, it is inherent to what they do that they rotate, and they don't have as much rotation in there yet. I think that and we might be moving away from the range of the guy that you put in there and I think that he is an edge that eventually could be a bookend for you as a starter. It might be that you get a guy that, hey, I like him as a rotation guy, right? Zion Young is still on the board, a guy that you obviously talked to. Let me see some of the other edges that we have here that are still on the board
Cassius Howell?
Yeah, Cassius Howell is still on the board, one of those guys. Gabe Ock is still on the board. TJ Parker, a guy that you've talked about and appreciated. Those guys are still on the board. It feels like still adding one of those guys to a vital part of this, right? Having that rotation of guys. I think that's in part why you also see Will and Daniil play as well as they can, because they are also more fresh than if they were playing all of the downs on those edges. I still think that is kind of fundamental to what you do, so I still want to see an edge. But I think you're right. I still would like to see them get a defensive tackle. It just feels like there's still a lot of different flavors of defensive tackle that you can get.
When you hear the names and you look at the names, I'm looking at ESPN's best of still available list, which everybody has, but that's the one I called up. Some of these just kind of go, oh, well, maybe. Jermod McCoy is still on the board.
The cornerback?
The cornerback from Tennessee.
How do you feel about the injury circumstance where he's probably a redshirt? Remember we talked about this around the NFL.
That's why I think he's a possibility.
But what he feels like he might need to be your next pick.
Oh, third round.
No. He feels like he might need to be your next pick available 38.
Oh, well, yeah, probably. But he's a guy that you
kind of talked about that before. Like, I ain't feel comfortable getting him at 26
just draft
or 28.
Draft him at 38. Say, listen, we have no expectations for 2026.
Take your time, rehab.
Yes. There's rumors about that he might need another surgery and all this other stuff. Cool. Sit down. You're a starting caliber, badass cornerback. We don't have any expectations in 26. So that's one. Let me throw some other names at you guys.
Okay.
Denzel Boston is still out there, the wide receiver from Washington. Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle that we've mentioned and has been mocked a lot.
Yeah, he feels like he is probably the top of I guess, the outsiders big board for the Texans.
Yeah.
If we're talking about who are they probably targeting for 38, Cade McDonald still feels like that.
Yeah.
A dude who can, defensive tackle, help stop the run. And I know that he does not, like the criticism of him, I guess, in the draft scouting world is he does not seem to provide or have much of a getting up the field and, pass rush portion of it. D'Amico Ryans has specifically talked about how we ain't worried about that. We'll put that in you in a manner of speaking. And so with that being the case, he feels like the perfect circumstance if you're still looking at that. The Jermod McCoy thing is interesting because I look at the likes of Caden McDonald. I look at edge, like we've talked about. You can add in linebacker. I think all of those still feel like positions that feel a little bit more immediately necessary.
Let me go to mention all the names that I think are intriguing to me and get you guys' response when I mention them all, Figgy. All right, so I mentioned Jermod McCoy and maybe just sit him. I mentioned Denzel Boston, the wide receiver. Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle. You mentioned Zion Young, and we talked about Cassius Howell, the two edge guys. Two more names, and then three more names, and then you guys tell me what your takeaways might be. These are all top 10, 11. Top 11, still best available. Three more names. Chase Basantis is still out there. Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker, is still out there.
Along with C.J. Allen, both linebackers.
Yes, and then Eli Stowers is number 11 of best available tight end. So when you hear those names and you're thinking about day two, what are you thinking?
It's rough because I think that there's all of those feel like some level of possibility.
Yes.
I think interestingly enough, I think more of the positions that I think that they don't need to select in this, and Eli Stowers probably is one of those in a weird way, right? Although Eli Stowers, throw him in there, I'm not going to complain too much. But tight end feels like doesn't it feel like, especially going back to D'Amico Ryans at the league meetings where he's talking about really needing that wide tight end, that inline blocking tight end, where now this might end up being third round is where they need to get it, so maybe it's the end of today.
Yeah.
But it feels like there's tight ends that you can get like third, fourth round where boom, like obviously we talked about Sam Roush a whole bunch where they are that inline tight end, and that feels like it could be a day 3. Put them into that room. Does that not feel like something that's there for them?
Yeah, it does. What do you think, Parker?
They look so much alike.
You do kind of look alike.
Is that you? Is that you and your TJ Parker in the back of your
I guess
head?
it was my subconscious saying happy birthday, Parker.
Yeah, by the way, happy birthday, Parker.
Subconsciously, I wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Figure all those names, all intriguing, all associated with the Texans at some point.
Anthony Hill Jr. kind of, to me, I felt like that would be a good. At some point, D'Amico Ryans got to take the controller from Caserio. Like, you know what? I got to get my defensive guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's right up D'Amico's alley right there.
It's funny you said that because the next thing I was going to ask you guys, don't you feel as if, hey, love Rutledge, exactly what we needed. We weren't hiding the fact we needed offensive line. My turn. I think D'Amico might say my turn.
I think D'Amico pass the sticks right now, man.
I'm glad you mentioned that because it brings me back to what D'Amico Ryans said in the War Room yesterday when Keylan Rutledge is your selection, right? Because I think the question that we have to ask ourselves is, what is the selection on night 1? Tell us about night 2. He goes, hey, man, those are the types of guys that we need, right? Talking about the nastiness, the swarminess that you could say that Keylan Rutledge has. Do you feel like the clear emphasis on bringing the swarm to the offense in a stronger way, do you think that leads with what they're needing to do on day 2? Like, do you think, how big of a priority do you think that remains with what they will do?
Well, I said it. I still think that you could get another offensive lineman today, round 2, round 3. And let's talk about the tackles. Jennings Dunker is still another redhead.
Yeah,
that's
the big red brothers.
Yeah,
something that they could do.
Yeah, so there's a tackle right there that maybe you fall. But of the overall best available, I'm kind of with you, Figgy. Pass the sticks. That's a good way to put it. I think D'Amico's going to say, all right, I got to get one of my guys. And I think let's not overthink it. We kind of overthought the offensive line thing, and we know that now. Caden McDonald, get that defensive tackle from Ohio State.
Yeah, I think that's quite the probability. And we mentioned linebackers: Anthony Hill, C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez is still
there.
Out there.
Yeah.
So these are all conversations that are out there. I take you to ESPN has their day 2 mock draft. Would you be interested in who they have your Texans?
You're darn right.
38, easy. Caden McDonald. It feels like this has been something that's paired together.
Yeah.
Throw them in there with what you've got. We understand how that works. Chase Basantes would still be on the board in this. TJ Parker would still be on the board in this. Cassius Howell would still be on the board in this circumstance. But K. McDonald, we take you to 59 rather. And I really love what they do here because we did not mention this. They get Keontae Scott for the Texans here. And that is one of those things we have the conversations. Who is Jalen Petre's backup? That would be Jalen Petre's backup with what you're talking about. Instead of like the Jermod McCoy, he can slide outside if you need to, but he's a dude who's a slot and physical. I kind of love that as a do-everything depth piece for your secondary. So I love that. And then we move all the way to 91 where the Texans would select again. And this one I don't fully understand. I do wonder how much this is the decision here, but Connor Lew, center out of Auburn.
Ooh.
So they would
I
still
don't know
get
about that one.
But I mean, in that instance, you would still get another interior guy, a dude who is definitely a center, so that you don't have to.
I'm just thinking tackle.
I am too.
Yeah.
But I think it is fair to maybe think about the idea of maybe Keylan Rutledge. Maybe we shouldn't lean on the idea that he'll definitely be a center, and so you go that way, and just throw more pieces at it. I don't know if that's the way that I would play it, considering that you did bring in an Evan Brown who maybe could be a center as well for you, and it feels like there's a lot of other places where I would love to see them add, and so doubling up on.
And that leaves no offensive linemen. I mean, no wide receivers.
How you feel about that, Lopez?
I don't know. Not well. Not good.
The floor is yours.
I'm not well, man. I'm not well.
Yeah, and a fair point also comes in on the YouTube page from Tim. Keontae Scott would also give you a dude who could play in the slot with some speed. So, sometimes there can be a question as to Jalen Petre's, ability in some of those instances.
Sure.
That would give you another piece defensively to maybe lock down your opponents if they're hitting you with those kind of players, right? A similar way as like Jackson Smith and Jibba getting into the slot and making life a little difficult. Do you have a different curveball to possibly throw in some of those circumstances? That would be an interesting look. But yeah, this is going to be very intriguing. And I think in talking about this, I hate that we don't sound very decisive, but I think some of that is it just feels like there's a lot of this is the playground. The first round was actually kind of difficult in how it would land, and I think that they navigated that all right. I think that this is the playground where Nick Caserio is going to make his bones. Is that there's a lot of different ways that you can get this right. This feels like how my middle school math teacher used to say that there's more than one way to cook chicken. There's a lot of different ways to cook chicken here. I think I just need to make sure that you have a cooked bird by the end of tonight.
Ultimately cooked.
Yeah, just make sure that the bird is cooked. I think there's a lot of ways that I will be satisfied.
The real question is, how many trays he going to make tonight?
I think tonight.
What's the over or under?
I would say 1.5 because I think he's going to try to maybe manipulate that number 91 pick.
Yeah, I think that there could be some movement and shape over for sure.
Over, I would take.
You think there's 2? Yeah, opportunity to slide up and down there. Yeah. I would probably go with you there too. Although they're kind of well situated to hit some things in there. Notice we didn't talk about running back, but maybe that's because Jadarian Price went. Is that you're not? How do you feel?
Great pick.
That's a good pick, man. For them
to Seattle.
Yeah, that's a good pick,
boy,
man.
Yeah. That's one where I went. All right. That's how you win Super Bowls, I guess.
Yeah, no wonder they let old Kenny walk so easily.
Yeah. You want to give some away?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's giving stuff away.
Let's do that right now. Caller number 5 will win 4 tickets to see some international soccer action as Argentina takes on Honduras at Kyle Field as part of the Road to 26 games. That's going to happen June 6th. You can buy tickets, obviously, road to26.com, or you can win them right now by being caller number 5, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we'll do our lunchtime confessions.
We sure will right now. How about tomorrow? Beautiful day on tap, and you can go get that piece of property you've been dreaming about for what?
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, fellas. I had my serious doubts. I really had my serious doubts about something last night. So, as you guys know, on Thursdays, I go to my oldest son's house. He always cooks a fantastic dinner. It's kind of just a regular thing.
What'd he make?
We do. Oh man, he made some of these flat steaks with some homemade bread, and what was the other thing? Some spicy noodles.
I was about to say, why are you asking me? Like I know.
It was delicious. He's such a good cook. Anyway, but I had my doubts because obviously we go play with the kids, and they're there, and my 3.5-year-old granddaughter always wants me to go up to her playroom, and I usually hang out there for almost 2 hours sometimes. So I was like, how am I going to watch this draft? It was the greatest experience watching an NFL draft I have ever had. I'm not exaggerating. I sent you guys the greatest experience.
Yeah, this is your first time watching it with her, like in her prime,
in her prime. She's 3.5 years old.
I don't love the juxtaposition here because you know who he spent last draft with.
I know
us.
Oh, y'all were second.
Probably
best.
two idiots.
Y'all were second.
Like, I spent last year with some two idiots.
To be fair, a distant second, but second. So let me lay out this thing for you because it was hilarious, and I was sending you guys some.
And you did ditch us for her.
Well, it was not technically ditching.
Yeah.
I was like, y'all should just come over again. Then I realized, or my wife told me, Thursday. Oh, that's right, Thursday.
It's funny. I was joking around. I don't think you realized I was joking around, but you came in here and said, we can't do Thursday because I'm going to my son. Yeah. I'm like, okay, you say it, King. Okay, what time you want us to be there?
Awkward.
And he was just like, yeah, I'm going out there. That's it.
You are not. I am. All right, so let me lay this out for you because it was hilarious, and I think our listeners will like it too. So I'm reticent. I'm reluctant. I'm like, how's this going to play? Because I'm not going to tell her no. Grandparents just don't. But she got in. She sat right next to me. Of course, she was doing somersaults and stuff on the couch, as 3.5-year-olds do. And she got into the draft. So I'm taking my notes on my phone and all this other stuff. So it started out. I've got some quotes for you. I want you just to listen and react.
Sounds good.
Started out. She was asking what it was. I said they're picking players that they want to play with next year. I try to keep it simple. They're picking people that they want to play with next year. These are direct quotes. I wrote them down. Like the playground.
That's right. That's right, baby girl. That's exactly what this is.
And then she saw all the people, and she was running around, and that's a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And then she says, "It's a party." I said, "Yeah, it's a party."
So it is.
And then there's these two that there's one for sure. She pretty much thought that all these people at this draft, all the players, all the hoopla, all the the staging and everything, she says they get hats. That they were doing it all for hats.
Which she's technically correct.
Are they doing it for hats though?
Because the system, like the guy gets picked, goes to the thing, puts his hat on, looks in the mirror or the camera and all that stuff. She goes, they get hats. I was like, yeah, they get hats.
They do get hats.
And millions of dollars and get to play in the NFL. But
all of that is implied once you put the hat on. You know what I mean? Hats. Like the hat confers the contract and the money and the position. But it really is the hat that does it.
By the way, she wasn't wrong on any of these.
Not at all. She's very astute. Honestly, I think that we need to put her on the NFL Network draft set.
You texted that. Yeah. And then, we're watching the draft, and the Bucks came up, Tampa Bay. She goes, "Hey, Pirates." I'm like, yeah.
Good observation, baby girl. I love it.
My favorite one was when Mayagoa got taken by the Giants. He had that big, it's a leafy.
He had lei on
It's a leafy sort of lei that the Samoans wear. And she says, "Is that Moana?" Maui from Moana. Mm-hmm. And by the way, his name, I guess they do call him Maui.
Maui Noa. Yeah.
Maui Noa.
CC Maui Noa.
And then, of course, it starts to get late. It's bedtime. She dresses, changes from the Elsa dress that she likes to wear to her PJs. And she's going to lay down, and the Texans pick. And I say, "Houston, this guy's coming to Houston." right before she goes to bed. He gets a hat? Yes, he gets a hat.
He did get a hat.
This was the most amazing way to watch a draft. He gets a hat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he gets a hat.
Kids say the darndest things.
They
don't they?
really
I would like to see her at the draft party.
Oh, she'd be dancing.
Is he considering taking her to a draft party at some point soon?
I'm sure it can be on the table. We discussed.
So that we can actually have some of the fun of this.
These are my confessions.
I was very perplexed as to why the Arizona Cardinals took Jeremiah Love, and then I allowed my mind to wander, and it made me much happier.
Okay.
And I would like to let you go through where my mind wandered to and see if it also makes you happier.
Guess?
All right. No, you don't have to guess, but I'll take you there. So Jeremiah Love, I personally hate seeing talent kind of squandered in a place, and it feels like there's quite the possibility where you have this great running back jumping on a team that already has some running backs but does not have an offensive line to help them, nor really a quarterback because Jacoby Brissett don't seem to want to do it if they're especially at the pay that they're trying to do it. What happens though if they don't go? We have a lot of running backs. Let's just make chicken salad. Wildcat formation.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go wishbone offense.
Oh, yeah.
Wildcat formation.
What are you doing?
Having fun. You can't tell me that wouldn't be more fun than whatever else.
When was you thinking this? Last night?
As it was happening.
Yes.
What you mean
Let's
I
go
was
wishbone.
bored? I had.
Hey, it's called Confessions, and he had the thought.
You wasn't enjoying the draft, man?
Oh, no, I was enjoying. This is what helped me enjoy it. I had basketball on. I had the draft on. I had somebody else giving analysis of the draft. I had my Twitter going. And in the midst of it, I was like, what happens if Paul Johnson comes out of retirement? Old Georgia Tech coach is like, we're going to put in the wishbone. We're going to wildcat. We're going to triple op. And we are going to, by hook or by crook, get the usage out of Jeremiah Love. I feel like we need more of this. I feel like we need more bits at the very least. If you're going to give me a team that's bad and waste a player, at least do it in a way that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, it's called Confessions, and you know better, but if you're going to have fun, you got 3 running backs. You
put them all on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
Put them all, let's get 31 personnel. How about that?
Brissett doing the fake.
No, not Brissett. Jeremiah Love gets the snap, and he's like, do I hand it to Algiers? Do I hand it to Connors? Do I keep it myself? Yeah, I think this is how I want to see them play football.
Yeah, let's put it in the system. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I really enjoy watching the draft at the crib by myself, man. Y'all usually go out to the draft parties and all that, but this year I'm like, you know what? I just want to stay at home by myself, eat, and watch the draft and just kind of chill out. My confession is I really, really enjoyed how fast it went, man. I think they were right on the money, cutting those 2 minutes out.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was going really, really fast.
It felt frenetic.
It was great.
By the time
really
it was
good.
over, I'm like, dang, it's around my bedtime.
Do y'all feel like they have an issue though with the picks being leaked? Because remember the NBA had this issue and they tried to cut it out, and it feels like the NFL is dealing with it in a strong way. Because if I was like, there was a period of time where I was like,
Network that had one website had them early.
Oh, I mean, it was Twitter had. I think George Schultz got ahead of some of them. I think Pelissero got ahead of some of them. I mean, if there was a time where we were like 3-4 picks ahead on Twitter compared to what the broadcasts were doing.
Yeah. But my other confession is, although they did cut out the 2 minutes in the pick time, one thing they cut out, I don't think maybe y'all realize this, they didn't announce the trades before the pick. So the commissioner, you know how you do a trade and the commissioner go up there.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, he said, so the Cleveland Browns had traded their pick to the Kansas City Chiefs whenever they on the clock. Yeah, I kind of missed that a little bit, man.
I do too. It's a great suspenseful kind of.
Yeah, it kind of threw me off a little bit because, you know, you look up and you like, wait a minute, I thought this person had the pick.
Right.
Now,
well, the Texans, you go, oh, wait, they're on the clock.
Yeah.
You know,
usually the commissioner, Roger Goodell, go out there and say, the Houston Texans had traded their pick to whoever. Like they cut that out too. And
that's a great point.
I kind of wish they bring that back.
Yeah.
I kind of like that part of it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, Figgy, I have to steal something from you.
All right.
So I'll do. I'm sorry. I have to steal something from you. What are you doing?
What that mean?
Roger Goodell stood up there and said that the attendance was 320,000 people. Ain't no way in hell.
It was a lot of people.
It was a lot of people. You're telling me 320,000 people was there? Ain't no
When he said that, I was kind of shocked. I didn't think he was lying.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
I thought he was lying.
That is
I thought he was lying.
I don't think he's lying. And can I add this?
That's like five.
That's
like 5 stadiums.
Right. Think about 300. If he had said 180,000, I'd have been like, not blinked an eye. 320,000. Are you kidding me?
And can I add? I am flabbergasted year after year that they have managed to make the HR meeting the biggest event of the year. There's people that make the argument that the draft is a more interesting day than the Super Bowl.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
Why? How did they make an HR meeting into a event where 380,000 people want to show up to, or 300 whatever, 1,000 people want to show up to stand in a parking lot?
Yeah.
Bro, how did this happen?
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Yeah, and just think about how it started. Remember, it was always at Radio City Music Hall every year, and now you got this.
All right,
it's kind of remarkable.
I just did a Google search. What are some cities with 320,000 people?
Ooh, okay, around that. Let me see.
I have no idea.
There was no way in hell there were 300. No way in hell there was 320,000
Let me see.
people there. Again, you told me 180. I'm okay with it.
Is Memphis around?
New Orleans.
No, yeah, New Orleans definitely around there.
You're telling me the city of New Orleans was in that parking lot? Honolulu, Hawaii.
Okay, I wouldn't have gone to Honolulu.
And Orlando, Florida.
I thought of Orlando.
You're telling me Orlando, Florida was in that parking lot? Ain't no way.
I mean, packed in tight.
Hey, look, when he said that, I wasn't calling cap, but I was shocked when he said, I'm like, damn. I would not, my first thought, I guess another confession, I would not want to be in that crowd.
Exactly.
I do not want to be in the middle.
Getting in and out, and Pittsburgh getting real big.
That's all the thoughts I was having.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I would hate to be in that traffic trying to leave.
Roger Goodell, 300. New record, 320,000. The hell out of here.
They took the show on the road, and it did get bigger.
Yeah. No, that part is true.
No, I know.
Yeah.
You think it's going to get bigger than this?
I'm afraid of the
500,000 people.
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Lubbock has 275,000.
Yes, Lubbock, Texas was in that parking lot.
Plus.
The hell it was.
Well, I mean, Lubbock, Texas the entirety of Lubbock, Texas is at Jones A&T Stadium every Saturday.
I didn't know Lubbock was that big like that, man.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people.
A little bit of surprise there, yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, the Rockets still have a Game 3 tonight. What's the belief level in their possibility of at least winning this game, but maybe changing their fortunes in this series? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In the midst of the NFL draft, your Texans have an interior offensive lineman, Keylan Rutledge, guard/center maybe, out of Georgia Tech. Big Red is what they call him. He's nasty is the first word. I told you when I was falling in love with Keylan Rutledge during the process, I hit up one of my friends who's a draft scout, like a media draft scout, and I was like, hey, so what do you know about this Keylan Rutledge, especially the possibility of the idea that he'd been taking some snaps at the Senior Bowl? He's like, well, let me tell you, the first thing I know is he's nasty. Yeah. Literally the first word
everybody
that you get
says
from
that.
anyone.
Yeah.
And so that guy is bringing the swarm to the offensive side of the football. Round 2 will continue tonight. The Astros will kick off a 3-game set against the Yankees tonight. The LPGA Chevron Championships, which is the first major tournament of the year, will continue. It's obviously going on today and through the weekend. All sorts of stuff happened this weekend, including the Rockets hosting the Los Angeles Lakers. The series, Game 3, shifting to Houston here for a couple of games, and hopefully not the only couple of games. But I'm interested. What is the belief level amongst our listenership, amongst ourselves, heading into Game 3 and as this series turn, especially with a couple of notes, a couple of news and notes that have come out.
Yeah, let's go through those.
By the way, 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line if you want to get involved. How did it hit you when you found out that Kevin Durant was once again questionable for this game? Where, okay, you go questionable. He's been questionable for the last 3, last 2. The first one was immediately after he had got injured, and he played last game, right? Well, that was with the knee. Now, he had a knee contusion at that.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this questionable, this is an ankle. Wait, what?
Yes. We could almost steal that line again from Figgy. What are you doing? Like in practice.
I'm curious, what are you doing?
Like sitting,
a real question. What are you doing?
Literally, what are you doing in practice? He went from the knee, which was bizarre, bang knees, tendon bruise, all that stuff.
This brother going hard in practice, man.
Now it's the ankle? And he played 78 games?
78 games. He only missed 1 with any level of injury.
Yeah.
He had the couple of games that he missed for personal reasons.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing this show up. So there's that. There's also the little problem of the other side of the injury report, where Austin Reeves was listed as questionable.
Yeah.
So you might be getting more firepower for the Lakers coming back. But you are at home, right? And so I know that doesn't feel like it means a lot, especially if you've watched the Rockets this year. But the old adage goes, role players play better at home. And so does that mean that you get a less stellar Marcus Smart, a less stellar Luke Kennard, and hopefully does that mean you get a better version of Tari Eason, of Jabari Smith Jr.? Do you even get a better iteration of Amen Thompson and Alfred Sengun? Does that mean enough for you to be able to win a game here, and does that mean enough for you to maybe get to leveling the series once Game 4 comes around? These are all questions that are bouncing around in my head as we head into the night.
Yeah, no, I was going to go the exact same place where you are. Austin Reeves mitigates that point a little bit because Austin Reeves scores everywhere he is, and if he's 100% or close to 100%, they become a bigger problem in terms of just scoring. Because I'm with you, I think could be dead wrong, but I think you can't really expect again Luke Kennard and others to score like they did in Los Angeles, but Austin Reeves mitigates that some, and playing here. And then to your first point, what's the belief level? Are you talking game or series? Because the series, anyone who says, "Oh, they got this," you're either rose-colored glasses, kind of thing,
sure,
or you're seeing something that most people are not, because this defense, obviously has had. I mean, this offense has obviously had some problems with what the Lakers have been throwing at them, and you cannot downplay just how embarrassing Ime Udoka is getting outcoached. It's just been 2 games, but from starting with Game 1, obviously Durant wasn't playing. They ran circles around you. Game 2, Durant's back. You make some adjustment. They still run circles around you, and Durant only scores 3 points in the second half. JJ Redick you can't ignore. He's just running circles around Ime Udoka right now.
I'd be remiss if I even tried to ignore that. The thing about it is I had baked that into my analysis coming in, right? Like I'd baked that into the analysis that.
But like this?
That's a better. Right. I think it's also been exasperated, and this is a point that Lashard Binkley has made. We've had him on the show before. That the Rockets in this series to this point, the first 2 games, they've taken 44 more shots than the Lakers have. They just haven't knocked them down.
Yeah.
And the games have been relatively close, right? I do wonder if you are seeing at least some of those shots go. It's still not the best way for this to go. It's still there's still like a market advantage in the way that the Lakers schematically do things. But talent-wise, I think we understand, especially with those players out for the Lakers. Obviously, we'll see if Austin Reeves plays. The Rockets should have more talent. It's that they're not making the shots that are available to them, even as they're not maximizing, the schematics. Even with that, they have the opportunities to score shots and still win these basketball games. So there's this weird place where they're performing lesser than what they should be, even though what they should be doing should also be significantly higher than where it looks. So I do think that if that gap narrows, which it's likely, or at least it's plausible that it could, and I think that the return to home could put them in a place where they win the game. I do think I have a lot more belief for this game than I have for any of the other ones. The problem is the larger portion of, okay, you do better at home, and where does that get you in the series? And that's not far enough for me to feel great right now.
Yeah, that's why I said, are you talking about the game or the series? Because the game, I do feel, this is going to haunt me, I do feel pretty good that the Rockets can.
I started there, so you can just say I did it first. I'll take the responsibility on that one.
I do feel they can respond and win this game. Series is an entirely different topic because of the things that we've talked about here. But to your point on knocking down more shots, I said I kind of felt guilty after game 1. I kind of felt like the Rockets played, even though the Lakers shot 60.8% from the field, if I'm remembering that correctly. I kind of felt like the Rockets played well enough defense to win that game simply because they out-rebounded them by 20. They held them to 3 offensive rebounds. They created, I want to say, 20 turnovers as well. But still, that little thing about knocking down those shots is not a little thing, because of the coaching, because of how they're treating you. And now you throw Kevin Durant, perhaps hobbled again, it changes everything.
No, for sure. I see you 7-0-3. Reggie, the Rockets just aren't as good as you thought they were. They're about as good as I thought they were going into the series, and I don't mean that as no necessarily any credit to them. I think that there's some shot luck that's happened in here, and again, they make some of that right in the ways that they take some of these shots, but they've had open looks that they've squandered. I do think that they've been more unserious than I thought they would be in this circumstance, and that is one place where I will raise my hand and be like, oh yeah, I anticipated them to be more locked in than they had demonstrated themselves to be early on in the series. I also think that playing at home helps that to some degree. Again, there's a lot of they need to get some things together, and so ultimately we'll see it on the court. And I say I'll see it on the court. I don't know how many other people are actually watching this, and they've done this to themselves.
They have. Not just because people are getting more than a little frustrated with the Rockets. This was another thing I was mentioning to you off air. I kind of feel bad for the NBA and the Rockets because this isn't the first round, but the draft is still going on tonight, and then it's just going to be – I think most markets are going to tune into their basketball team, but – I don't know about the country at large.
Well, I mean, I guess
I feel like this market is a little frustrated.
And this market may turn some.
I'm sure Lakers fans are tuning in regardless, but I'm sure this market is like, man, they ain't going nowhere.
I ain't watching the
way they've been playing.
I'm not watching.
I keep an eye out on it. I check the score.
Yeah. I see. It's also funny. All the media had the Rockets winning this in 4 or 5. I don't know that I saw people saying 4. Probably 5 and 6 is more.
Yeah, a lot of people saying 5.
I think there was an expectation.
I think I might have said 6.
Yeah, I said 6 as well, and I expected the Rockets to come out and be serious. If they did that, I sincerely still believe that should be the way.
And I think the other reason is there was no Luka or Austin Reeves, and we thought Kevin Durant was playing.
Yeah.
that didn't help it as well. I will say. Don't feel too bad for the NBA. They've gotten some great basketball games while you weren't looking, right? Last night, even. Knicks Hawks, buddy. Hey, man, the New York Knicks. Yeah. How did they get here so fast? Because the New York Knicks were
fumbling all
high.
over themselves, man. Yeah.
There's questions as to whether Jalen Brunson is the guy, and that's because the Hawks are just getting at. He's so food on defense. Even though he is the incredible high level of being able to be a scorer, like the Hawks are really good defenders, and they are really making the Knicks pay for their size differences. And the Hawks now up 2-1, and they continue to be the Knicks' boogeyman.
Well, we talked about this before the playoffs. I thought maybe the Hawks would be a good series to watch. I didn't know it would get this good this quick.
Yeah, I know Becky Hammond probably going around peacocking right now.
She did say it. She's like, he's too small. And she's not wrong. Historically, the only small player that has kind of been at the forefront of leading their team, there's two of them that have been at the forefront of leading their team to championships. That's Zeke, Isaiah Thomas with the Pistons back in 89 and 90. Was it 89 and 90? Yeah, 89 and 90.
Yeah.
And then it was Steph Curry.
And
he generationally defining player when you talk about the way that the league is
Steph Curry ain't no tiny guy.
Yeah, and he's 6'3".
Well, Allen Iverson, but fell a little short.
Yeah, they didn't win. They didn't win a championship.
Yeah.
Right, and maybe if that team is built a little different, they win it. But yeah, even still, so this was a tough place to be. That was a crazy game. How about Jaden McDaniels? Right, Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves. We mentioned his. You mentioned his quote after they won. They won Game 2 versus the Nuggets. Talk about how
what's the update on that?
None of them Nuggets can play defense. None of them.
Yeah.
They got out and they absolutely waxed. I mean, wire to wire waxed the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
Once they finally got home, Minnesota and we've talked about this. We talked about this leading in. While Minnesota was locked in at the 6th seed, I was like, hey guys, they're getting healthier and they're still a good basketball team. They look really good. Just another reason why it's frustrating the Rockets.
They are loving this, man.
The Rockets have not presented themselves well. They might be the only team in the Western Conference that has not presented themselves well at all yet in the playoffs. Real disappointing stuff for the Rockets right now.
I'm looking at some of this stuff. He's having a good week. Jaden McDaniels having a good week.
Now, what happens if the Rockets mess around and look good in this and to do like one of those Timberwolves games?
Yeah.
They're going to need to, and if they want people to find some belief. Because I think up and down the text line, even in the room, it's feeling like the belief is largely gone, and they're going to have to do something drastic to win it back.
Yep.
All right, they get going tonight. What is it, 7 o'clock is when this goes for the Rockets. 7 o'clock on Prime Video versus the Lakers. See if they can
it's on
claw
Prime,
back one.
too. Ooh, that could get ugly.
They need to hold serve.
In front of Taylor Rooks.
Not in front of Taylor Rooks, man. They need to hold serve. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to the meat and potatoes of this, the NFL draft. In fact, night 1 was last night. Let's go ahead and get – what was that?
Oh, go ahead.
Let's go ahead and get the passing thoughts of the OG from night 1 as we turn the page to night 2. We do that next. But I got to talk to you about something here. It's something exciting, and it's coming coming your way rather this summer. We're talking
10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's my time to talk. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rolling with us as the Houston Texans will be back on the clock. Not too long. I mean, what? They have...
Oh, there's no clock today.
6? What? Oh, yeah. The countdown? Well, yeah, because we're in the midst of it, right? You were counting down to the start of the draft. The draft is here, baby. We in there. They'll be back on the clock, 6 picks in? Is that my math correct? Something like that? And they'll be back to selecting. And we talked a little bit about this at noon, but I'm very interested to see how their first-round selection of Keylan Rutledge kind of if it shifts mentality, or if it's continuation of what we're kind of talking about, addressing the ethos of the offense, matching that toughness to the other side of the ball. Going to be very interesting because tonight is the playground night. Tonight is the night where we get to really see where the focus is, where they have been training their eyes, or if it's just like, hey, we're going to masterfully wrangle the most value out of the picks that we have. So very intriguing to see what Nick Caserio does. But dating back to yesterday and what was a really fun first round, I'm very intrigued to hear what your passing thoughts were.
I have some passing thoughts. See you guys reacting to them. Just jotting down on my phone as I'm going. We start, of course, at the top.
Oh, you're just gonna skip in? We're not gonna do the whole intro?
We here. Go ahead. Nope. I ain't playing it. Nope.
I refuse to talk.
We about to have some dead air in this moment.
Nope.
Here we go.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just...
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I had a nickel for how many times people have asked me, so what exactly did you say there?
You wouldn't want to know.
This is part of the fun.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal in 3 states.
All right, so is it just me, or did it kind of feel like Fernando Mendoza didn't get the love a number 1 overall pick usually gets, because it was such a
just the lead up, or on the draft itself?
At the draft coverage. On the draft, simply I think because it was such a sure thing, it was such a lock that they went to it, and it was cool. Which, by the way, I thought that pool party was going to be sick. Man, it looked like a nice setup he had there. But it was just like, all right, Fernando Mendoza, that's it.
It did. Can I counter the reason why?
Yeah.
Because he's not in the building.
That might have been part of it. Yeah,
right? Like, some of the love that we're talking about is the green room stuff, which we kind of have a facsimile of having the
red carpet interviews,
the cap, the camera,
the cap, jump it. He probably, if the number 1 pick, they usually get him onto like one of, especially if there's more time between picks, they usually get him onto some.
They talk to the parents before,
some sofa, all that type of stuff. None of that's available to them because he's back home, and admittedly for good reason, right? His mom has MS. It feels like do that in the confines, comfortable confines of the home, rather than being out there in Pittsburgh and all the travel. So like, I get it. I also think that some of the Fernando Mendoza conversation is just, he did not do a lot. Like, his offense didn't ask him to do a lot of different things, but he did the things that he was asked to do exquisitely. I'm so intrigued to see what it looks like.
I just felt like it was like, hey, he kind of got, compared to most, it was like, all right, moving on. Yeah. All right, another passing thought here. Tell me if you agree or disagree.
Disagree.
You may well.
Okay.
You may well. I feel like the Cardinals did what, obviously we've talked about it. They did what they thought was right in drafting,
BPA.
But yes, they really did.
At least some people believe in that.
Jeremiah Love. But I also feel that they kind of set themselves up for a very unreasonable bar, a very unreasonably high bar. Because right now, and this is what I'm asking you guys, I think right now anything short of multiple rushing titles, a Super Bowl, and or multiple All-Pros, it's going to be considered a reach.
The pick itself?
Yeah, for him.
Yeah. 3 overall. We've had multiple conversations about values of running backs. He got taken 3 overall. Is it $50 million guaranteed?
Yeah,
I had it somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that. That's the most for a running back in history.
I feel like he doesn't have a choice. They don't have a choice. He's got to either win a Super Bowl, multiple rushing titles, any combination of these things, or multiple Pro Bowls, all pros.
Yeah, to some extent.
Yeah.
I think the metric that you set up might be a little harsh because it's still going to be – they're just going to need to make sure that they can build a roster around him. Right?
I still think he needs to perform.
Well, I think that it's tough, and we have an understanding of all positions except quarterback, the ways in which they're dependent on other positions. I think we in our larger NFL and football talking landscape have some feeling of that. So I think that we could probably parse that out. The problem, and the reason why this is a problem, is not that he is not talented, is that when you take him here, instead of the other pieces, the less sexy pieces that build the foundation for you to actually have a good football team, we don't believe that you're going to get to that place before you can utilize this guy. So I think for me, and maybe I'm not the ultimate barometer of this, I think that the answer is, do they eventually in 2-3 years have a roster that looks like it's a viable one, or did they piss away their chance at doing that because they went with the pick that was interesting and he was a very good player in Jeremiah Love at the expense of starting to put those bricks in place that can help them set their team up to be better in the future?
I think it's just a lot of pressure because it's the running back position. Yeah. And what do everybody say about the running back position? Oh, you could get a running back and never take one this high and all this other stuff. If it don't work out right, like you said, John, I think people just going to be throwing the parade like, oh, see, that's why you don't take a running back that early in the first round.
I think you're right, Reggie, that it does depend a lot on how they, what they surround him with, but I don't think that's going to matter to a lot of people. Like, oh, look, they took him 3 overall, and they haven't won squat, and he only ran for 1,400 yards or whatever it may be, which is a lot, but you get my point. Like last night, talking to my son, I said, "Congratulations! Now you gotta be either Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley." But in the public's eye,
and I hear what you're saying. I think,
or at least Bijan Robinson.
Right. I think the thing I'm trying to push back on is, and I think you're probably right, because immediately people were getting on my boy Ashton Genty last year, when it was very clear that had so little to do with what the player was actually. It had little to do with the dude, and it was more an indictment of the team. Yeah. And so for me, it's more of, it needs to be the indictment of the team rather than the player.
But what do you all say?
Over years.
Ain't nobody want to hear all that.
And it's really going to look bad when you get another running back that was picked way later in the 3rd or 4th round.
And he's all pro.
Doing this thing. And this one struggling because of the team.
Yeah. All right, another passing thought here. And I touched on this earlier, but in case you weren't listening, I'm curious what you guys think. I know I'm in the minority here, but outside of Amy Adams-Strunk's really bad blue jumpsuit.
I didn't even see that.
I thought both of the Titans picks were really good fits. I really do. I hate the Titans, you know that, but
he's often said that.
I have often said that. I thought both their picks were really good for what they need.
Parnell Tate at 4, and then they did trade back up
trade back up. Got
and that
Falk.
was Keldrick Falk off the edge. Yeah. I felt like they're both good picks. Like the idea of really good picks, I might hesitate on, but they're good picks, and I can't be too mad about it. I don't know that either of them put me in a place where I was scared. That was the solace for me. Not necessarily that as a team they're going to be a team that scares me in the most of any of the teams in the AFC South. Clearly, you still have a Jaguars team that looks like it's on the ascent. The Colts are interesting. We'll see what they ultimately develop as, especially with the quarterback situation. But my big goal in seeing them pick was, I do not want them to have the blue chip A+ selections. And I don't think they got those. Even though I think Keldrick Falk is going to be useful for them, especially playing inside outside. I think the Parnell Tate is going to be good in helping them develop Cam Ward. Neither of those makes me go, oh, I'm scared of what's happening over there in Nashville.
Yeah, like this had nothing to do with the Titans. This is more of a personal thing with Parnell Tate. I just don't think he was a top 4 pick to me, man. I thought he was maybe in the 10 to 15 range. That's just me. I feel like he was never the best receiver at Ohio State at any point. He never cracked 1,000. I thought that was a little reaching for him that high. But maybe he could be decent. I'm not sure, but
All right, another passing thought for you guys. Go ahead.
You know what I realized? I honestly had not thought enough about. The Cardinals are in the NFC West. Like, that sounds stupid, but hey, buddy, Jeremiah Love, it's not just that you're going to a bad franchise. You're going to a bad franchise with them people over there chasing you.
All them good defenses.
All those good defenses. All right, another one for you. Was it just me? I said that twice already, but was it just me, or did the fits seem a little more subdued this year? Outside of Marvell Reese, which perfect collaboration with Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. He opened
Get that money.
Oh, my God. How perfect.
Well, you say the collaboration. Do you think he got paid for that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
But it didn't seem like recent years.
Honestly, I watched the draft and nothing really stuck out to me.
Yeah, other than that.
Usually I'm like, ooh, that's kind of flower. Ooh,
Yeah.
and that, it was
It was
kind
just
of
pretty much straight business suits.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy. A lot of them wore, basketball shoes or, whatever you want to call them. And that was about it. It was like a lot of people, they do whole red carpet things and all that. It was pretty straightforward.
I wonder if that is somewhat telling of the larger, style circumstance.
Maybe.
I couldn't tell you. But, yeah. I think that's a fair point.
It's kind of shot because I feel like we usually bring up their outfits at some point.
The ostentatious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or their hair.
And it's 113 right now, and we just now bringing up
That's kind of my point. There are 2 players taken in the first round of the draft that I wish would have ended up somewhere else. You can probably guess one for sure.
Who?
Casey
Yep,
Concepcion.
I was about to say your boy KC. Yeah. He was getting crushed on Brown's Twitter too. I'm just like,
really?
Yes. Really? Just the drops.
Yeah.
Everybody just kept bringing up the drops.
Yeah, but that's a tough ask to get him over there. They don't even know who the quarterback is.
It is worth noting that you talked about how the drops, because I think it was like a 12% drop percentage.
10.7, I think.
Or 11.7.
11.7.
And it was.
It's contested catch.
A lot of it was kind of contested catches playing through, at least of what I was able to dig up. So maybe they are getting, because he definitely separates. He separates his ass off, which is what you need. The question is, who is going to be throwing him the football?
Yeah.
Why is it Deshaun Watson?
Exactly. And the other one I wish would have ended up somewhere else is Caden Proctor, a player that I've liked a lot. That dude is going to Miami. And
yeah, it's funny because
there's a lot of food.
He is I don't even, do you think of Miami as a food city?
Yeah.
I don't really think. I know that like
Cuban
you get the Cuban food, but like
and all that stuff.
It doesn't feel like a crazy food city, especially one that ends up like changing your physical appearance.
Well,
when
he
you go
doesn't
there.
need much changing.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But also, I wonder, does that get balanced out by the Miami humidity and the heat?
Yeah.
Is he just going to sweat that weight right off? The thing I thought of was he's big boy going into that Shanahan-esque system that Bobby Slowick is going to go. What is the fit there is one of the things that I wondered. Now, he is athletic, so I do wonder if that's just he's big, but he can move so we can make that go. Because, Bobby Slowick could get that boy on the edge out here blocking.
Yeah. Another passing thought here. I wanted to criticize the Chiefs' strategy, and then I realized I would just be a hypocrite if I did. The Kansas City Chiefs moved up 3 spots to get Mansour Delane, as their cornerback. They identified a player. They moved up. They made a trade and got him.
They did pay a prettier penny than
because it was higher in the draft.
Yeah.
But what does that sound like? They did the exact same thing the Texans did.
Yeah.
They moved up 3. Texans moved up 2. Texans identified Rutledge. They identified Delane. They went and got their guy because they didn't want to risk it. Someone else was going to take him if they hadn't. Let's not be hypocrites here. Let's not be hypocrites here.
It's another one of those things where I absolutely love the player. It felt like this was the dude they really should have.
Yeah.
And so he's a really good player, and kind of hate to see the Kansas City keeps doing this. Honestly, though, in talking with Ron, who obviously has a understanding of what they do, he was a little afraid that they would end up doing the thing where they believe so strong. All right, was this Ron? This might have been someone else that I'm actually leaning this on. They would believe so strongly in their ability to coach him up that they would not add talent back to that room.
Yeah.
They would just go, hey, we can get cornerbacks. We'll make them into guys.
Yeah.
No, I think that I appreciate, at least from their perspective, that they were like, no, we still want to make sure we get a really good dude, and they did that.
2 more for you guys here, and this is going to be an upward inflection. The Jets had a great draft. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr. 3 first-round picks, 3 players that were very high, if not the highest, at their positions.
You know what I thought as the draft was going through?
Yeah.
Obviously not as much with David Bailey, but that was just, boom, go get the best player that's here, a dude that you can drop in instantly and rush the passer. I thought Geno Smith is going to have fun. Like
Promised Land.
The redemption tour is here. No.
Didn't they call it the Promised Land?
Yes. And, buddy, I don't hate it. Because think about the pass catchers that they have. Garrett Wilson on the outside, right? You can throw the ball up to him. Omar Cooper in the middle, he is a really good slot guy he just makes plays.
Yeah.
Right? What does he do well? Makes plays. Do you want he's not great. Like he's got some speed to him. Like I don't know that there's anything that I go, he does this exceptional. He just makes plays. And then you get a freak at tight end.
Yeah.
That is really, really fun.
I was like, damn, Jets.
Now, here's the thing. Who is their offensive coordinator? Do you know?
I do not.
Frank Reich. And so Frank Reich is not a bad offensive coordinator. I just don't know if he's a particularly good one.
He's got some good players.
And so he's got some good players. How much does he and his whatever he actually is and his aptitude, how much does he hold down or elevate what should be some nice young talent?
One more quickie here. Did any of these picks make you mad for no reason whatsoever? Because the player I'm thinking about is Jadarian Price going to the Seahawks. I was happy for the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl. I don't have a problem with the Seahawks. I don't have a problem with Jadarian Price. But them getting him, I went, well, crap.
They just made it so easy.
Crap.
Yeah.
He's so good. And doesn't have a lot of wear and tear.
No, and honestly,
6 yards a carry he averaged.
I thought it was a nice spot there because he kind of is just another Kenneth Walker, right? Where Kenneth Walker, you go, hey, are we going to throw the ball to him that much? Jadarian Price, you're not going to do that. But that's fine. We got the same build as what we had prior, and we get it for a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
So good on them for making that happen. I did want to come back around to Kenyon Sadiq because I am talking about how talented they are. I do wonder, does that mean anything at all? Because I know I see someone in like, hey, we do this all the time with the Jets and all the talent that they have. Brees Hall.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, Brees Hall, Sauce Gardner. They had a
and they still managed to
beat
the Jets.
Yeah.
And I feel like Kenyon Sadiq knew that. Do you have the audio here? This is their phone call to their pick, Kenyon Sadiq. Tell me if he sounds like somebody that's excited to be talking to his new employers.
Kenyon, how you doing? This is Darren Muji with the New York Jets.
I'm doing good. How are you?
You doing good? We're going to pick you right here and make you a New York Jet.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you excited about that? You can come here and be a weapon for us, all right? I'm going to hand you over to head coach AG.
Thank you.
Ian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm excited, Coach.
Man, good. We're excited too, man. Listen, we're going to bring you up here. You're going to be a huge weapon for us, all right?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a prank call for a second. But no, I appreciate it.
No, we're not pranking you, brother. No, you're going to be a Jet. You're going to be a Jet. Trust me on that, man. You've been a target for us for a while.
Shout out to Aaron Glenn, but that last – can you even isolate the last thing he says? Does it not sound like a threat? He's like, oh, no, it's not a prank. You're going to be a Jet.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a prank call for a second. But no, I appreciate it.
No, we're not pranking you, brother. No, you're going to be a Jet. You're going to be a Jet. Trust me on that, man. You've been a target for us for a while.
We've been targeting you. You're going to be a Jet.
You're going to be a Jet.
He was emotional, though. I mean,
he was.
You could tell.
He was. I mean, obviously, still, it's a realization.
Was that a moment of, I thought it was a prank call? Man, I was
so
scared.
I'm really going to be a Jet?
Or is it, dang, man, I thought this was a prank.
Oh, yeah, get that out your mind. You're going to be a Jet.
Oh, man, I thought this was a prank.
No.
I was hoping it was a prank.
I thought,
hey, fix your face.
Is this a Jet? Is this a dream or something? Dang, man.
We'll turn this car around. You about to be a Jet.
Yeah.
There you go. A little bit of passing thoughts from night one of the NFL draft. Night two gets going tonight, and the Texans have a lot that they can still do. We'll talk a little bit more about that before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive. But before we get there, it's about that time we hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, got a couple things. So, AI owner owning a store and actually creating this store. I got a story behind that. Plus, something cool is coming to Houston, and I want to see if y'all down for it, and I think y'all will be.
Ooh, I'm interested in this. Let's find out about it next.
Where did the Texans sit after? Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So this might be the most San Francisco thing I've seen so far. So
what did the Waymo do?
No, it's not the Waymo.
Really?
Speaking of the Waymo, we actually rode in the Waymo when we was out at Radio Row in San Francisco. How would you feel about going in a store which is owned and created by an AI bot?
I would need more information, like an actual brick and mortar store.
It's actually a store. So it's a store that was purchased and created by an AI bot,
as in designed.
Yep.
And its own, like the AI bot has activated.
Right. That AI bot is the boss too.
I'm not passing judgment. I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, I'm passing judgment.
How would you feel about working there?
Probably the same.
Could you see yourself working for an AI bot?
I'd give it a shot.
Nah, I got to be able to get some excuses over here. I got to be able to, hey man, my car broke down. Like I got to be able to slide some of those in here.
Still do that.
Well, they got one of these stores in San Francisco, so let's go to ABC 7 for this story.
It is probably the most San Francisco thing you'll see today. In the city's Cow Hollow neighborhood, there's a store that's being run by an AI bot, and humans are the employees. The brain behind this store is named Luna, a chatbot experiment created using Anthropic technology. The ones who made her, founders of Andon Labs, Lucas Peterson and Axel Backlund.
She decided what items to purchase and sell in the store. She hired people to manage the store physically, and now she is making a profit.
Axel and Lucas are high school friends from Sweden. Luna is an experiment that started with these vending machines. She ran them well, so they asked her to open a store. Her budget, $100,000.
If you see the wall over here, she made a design for that wall. Then she hired painters to come in and actually do the painting.
Her first employee, Felix Johnson. Luna found him on Indeed. You got to tell me the truth. How has it been working with Luna, an AI bot?
It's been as good as it can be. Luna's pretty competent. She's always wondering about what's going on in the store.
But Luna is still learning. She recently didn't schedule employees for 3 days by mistake.
The store was closed for 3 days, actually, and that was not the plan from the beginning, is what we understood from the agents.
So what did you say to Luna?
When the store wasn't opened? Well, it's her decision.
If you're wondering, Luna communicates with customers on this phone and with her employees via Slack, while also monitoring what happens here. We couldn't leave without chatting with Luna, so we asked for an intro.
And our market, this is Luna. How can I help?
Hi, Luna. This is Luz Peña with ABC 7.
Hi, Luz. What a pleasure. I heard you're at the store. How's everything going?
Wow. That is...
There's a lot going on,
As much
man.
as I said I'd give it a shot and I don't mind it, I kind of hope this store fails.
I'm trying to imagine working for a bot, like actually being in a physical place.
Yeah.
And the person that's my boss is a bot, like an AI bot.
Dang.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing, or will I get a peace of mind without worrying about a boss hovering over my shoulder?
I'm open to the idea, but it's just a little scary.
You think? You know what I would be the most mad at? You know how sometimes a place will just get slammed? What happened if you end up getting slammed because the boss messed around and forgot to have somebody come take over for your shift?
Yeah.
Right? I think we've all worked some level of shift work where the person that's supposed to come in for you, they 30 minutes late, or they woke up late, and you know that feeling. Imagine if the internet did not schedule somebody to come in after you, and you just
still learning, man.
All right, better learn what my check is.
That's right.
Yeah, this lady forgot to open the store up for 3 days.
I will say, because I did hear of another story. I don't know if it's the same experiment, because they mentioned the vending machines, and I do remember somebody putting in a company an AI bot in charge of a vending machine.
Maybe, yeah.
And then the people took advantage of the bot by just basically telling it to do stuff, and then it would do that. Like, it's like, hey, stock this. Hey, why don't you stock it with this? I really want it. And then they'd be like, hey, I ain't got no money. Like, give me this one for free. And then they would just get it. And I would love if Luna did that, because I'd go in there and fleece it. Like, I would like to have one of everything in the store, but just as a sample. You think you can do that for me, Luna? Yeah? Okay, cool.
Sure. Okay.
And so what kind of store is it?
It
didn't say?
It didn't say. It might be just like, I'm not sure, maybe a regular convenience.
Like a convenience? That's what I was imagining.
My guess.
That's what I was imagining, yeah.
Yeah, but that's hilarious, man. I can't imagine working for a bot.
Yeah.
Y'all realize we are complicit in our own demise,
Yeah,
right?
we are.
I just had to say that at the end here, right? You realize that that's what's happening here, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we
All
are.
right, just want to make sure I put that in here. All right, cool.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I'm sure you guys heard about the high-speed rail that's coming to Houston.
Is there actually high-speed rail coming to Houston?
It actually is, yeah. They've been kind of teasing that. That's I guess it's supposed to be a highway rail to Dallas, get you to Dallas within 90 minutes. I want to say.
We've been talking about this. 2 decades?
At least 3, 4.
Yeah, well, it's a little update on this. This is J1 of KPRC2 with the story.
Houston is one step closer to a high-speed rail that connects to Dallas. Today, Texas High-Speed Rail Holdings confirmed that the old Northwest Mall located on 290 and 610 is being demolished to make way for the new project. A spokesperson for the high-speed rail company says demolition is expected to take about 12 months. When I spoke to people who live and work around here, they tell me they've noticed more activity out here the last few weeks, including tractors coming in and out of the old mall. So here's a few facts you should know about the project. Once complete, the 240-mile line is expected to transport passengers from Houston to Dallas and vice versa under 90 minutes. According to its website, ticket prices are expected to be similar to flying on the high end and similar to driving on the low end. The website also states the rail is based on an existing one in Japan that connects Osaka to Tokyo and emits 1/12 the amount of carbon dioxide as a Boeing 777-200.
Are you guys excited about this?
I actually am. The only thing that I constantly think of with something like this is it sucks that our actual cities, both Houston and Dallas, it's hard for you to get around once you get off that train, right?
Yeah.
Like I would love that 90 minutes, boom, one way. I don't have to drive, and then once I get to Dallas, what I'm supposed to do?
Well, that's still
walk
gonna,
around.
That's
Like
still
that's
gonna
the
be
thing
the
that
same.
sucks.
And
Yeah,
that'll
that's
be
the
the
thing
same
that
whether you're
sucks about it.
flying or driving.
Right, and I guess that is fair. But if you drive, then you have that car to be able to move around. The flying ends up being the case. So yeah, I guess just off of the strength of can we move away from the flying in order to take the train? I would do that for sure. Yeah, it's just we have cities that where once you get towards the city, especially what are you talking about, 610 and 290, you're not be able to move around the city all that well just from there.
No, look, if this is real, and I really, I guess I was just blind to it. The update here, I didn't know they were actually moving rocks, man. That they were
I didn't either. Yeah, I always been hearing it for a little bit too, but
literally 30 years they've been talking about this at least.
Yeah,
I am all in. I think it's a great idea.
I think they've been keeping the eye on what they was doing in Japan. I want to say with their speed rail.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting. I'd be excited for it. I tried at least one time.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I do. I
like the idea.
As crazy as it sounds, I kind of like the. I kind of enjoy the drive to Dallas once in a while.
Somebody said, "Oh hell yeah, I'm about to get Stars half season tickets." No, that would actually because a 90-minute commute ain't that.
That's
hell,
easy.
we do my 90-minute commutes around here all the time.
To Houston to stay in Houston.
Yeah.
So if you just like think of like a real quick weekend trip, you just move back. Yeah, that'd be nice, especially for the cost of driving.
Concerts, one way or the other.
Yeah,
maybe Houston has one that Dallas doesn't. You know?
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Yeah, on a weekday, that's going to Humble. Yeah, it take 90 minutes to get to Humble.
Yes, it is.
All right, we talked about this a little bit with Sean McVay. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. How his body language and some of his comments didn't look too pleased.
Yeah.
When drafting Ty Simpson, a quarterback that probably ain't gonna play this year if everybody stay healthy. And even if everybody stay healthy, he got to beat out Bennett.
Yeah.
So here, one thing I love about the internet, we always dig up a lot of old stuff. And somebody dug up this interview that wasn't that old. I think it was back in March. But Sean McVay, he sat down with Kay Adams, and he was talking about who? Ty Simpson.
Okay.
How much Ty Simpson are you watching?
Well, we watch all of our guys.
I love him.
You know, I like him a lot too.
What do you like about him, like from a Sean McVay?
Well, I would say this. I probably haven't done as much work on him as you have, but I like the way he handles himself. I like the way that you can evaluate a lot of the different things that he's able to do that maybe translate. I'm familiar with what Ryan Grubb did just from him running that offense in Seattle the year before. I think Mendoza was a fun watch too, you know, but there's a lot of other guys that I like at that 13th pick. And, you know, whether it's quarterbacks, whether it's guys on offense or defense, you know, Les and his group, and I've been able to spend a bunch of time with them and the coaches. You know, we're excited. We're going to get a good player at 13. I know that much.
Other players.
Yeah, Kay Adam actually retweeted that video and said, yep, he lied to me.
Yeah.
LOL.
Or did he?
I don't know if he knew.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of funny.
It's going to be a story to follow for sure.
Yeah. And especially knowing kind of the history of Sean McVay, how he was kind of teasing retirement and all that stuff. I'm sure he wanted somebody that could come in and immediately play, not somebody that was going to sit down for maybe a year.
Yeah, he didn't
or
have
two.
time to wait.
Yeah. So
the saving grace for them, especially because Les, even if we're going with the kind of conspiracy that we believe is that Les Snead, this is more of his selection than it was a Sean McVay one. Les Snead has been really good around the edges where we talk about day 2 into day 3 picks.
Yeah.
They've been good with like 4th and 5th rounders.
Well, then
if they
do
continue
it with this guy.
If they continue that, then that mitigates some of the potential.
I mean,
fears
he kind of covering himself too.
Sure.
So he don't want to be kind of asked out without a quarterback if old boy decide to retire at some point. So I get it. But man, that's 13, man.
That's
number
high.
13.
That was wild.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I want to know, do you feel like this kid is the a-hole of the year?
Of the year?
Of the year.
Ah, that's a real big competition.
Well, we haven't heard yet.
Hey, Lopez, have your son ever did anything to you where you be like, man, that was an a-hole move?
I'm sure I can't, but I can't think of anything in particular. Yeah.
Okay,
Not the time where he bucked up at you at the
that
Goo Goo
was
Dolls
just
concert.
a teenager being a teenager.
Every time I get a chance, I'll bring that.
Without leaving the Google Doll concert. So
gave him a chokehold.
So I don't think your son did this, but here's a video of a dad pretty much pissed off at his son for doing something he felt like is a nomination for the a-hole of the year.
Hole of the Year award goes to my son. Covered my entire truck in peanut butter. What kind of an asshole does something to a Ford Raptor like this? That is the dumbest I've ever seen. Entire thing covered in peanut butter. I'm going to get pulled over on the way to the car wash because you can't even see my plate.
I may not say of the year.
Not even close.
If you see that video, you might reconsider, man.
He not.
That whole car was damn near brown.
He's a dummy for sure, because that's a lot of peanut butter, and that takes time, right?
I don't know what's worse, this or just dumping a whole bunch of trash on your lawn, like the story from yesterday.
It's trash on the lawn because you can wash this off.
You got to see the car, man. That to me, I would be like, man, what are you doing?
Like,
man?
first and foremost,
just throw the whole car away at this point, man.
Buddy, that's gonna wash off. That's food stuff.
You got to see it, man.
You gonna be all right.
Nah, man. I would have been pissed.
All you got to do.
We would have had to fight.
Yeah, he talking about you can't even see my license plate. First of all, take a spatula, scrape that joint off so it's street legal, and take yourself to the car wash.
I'm gonna do that to your car.
All right. I mean, I'm gonna still whoop your ass.
Have a good time, man. It's just peanut butter.
That's right.
It is definitely a-hole-ish.
No, it's definitely a jerk thing to do. But you not winning.
He got the nomination. He nominated.
He not even making the quarterfinals of the year. he ain't key no car. Like, I feel like if he had keyed his car, it'd have been worse than putting peanut butter all over it. Guaranteed. Like, there's no amount of peanut butter that you can put on the truck that is worse than having to have it repainted.
Yes.
So, like,
but
hell, you may have to get it repainted.
But see,
with
key in the car, we just got to fight.
Yeah.
Like, forget all the a-hole stuff. We just got to fight. But sometimes just being the a-hole is just something small, just something irritating.
Yeah.
That's irritating right there. It probably didn't damage the car, but that's That's an a-hole move.
It is, but I look, when you start throwing out of the year, I feel like the inconvenience needs to be a lot bigger than I got to go wash it.
Man, what was he? Did you just thought he was pranking
I guess
him?
he was just doing. I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. And then also, by the way, get out of here with this. Michael Jackson movie came out today.
Oh, it's today.
It's in theaters.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of people. I guess people been having their premieres and all that stuff all around. So it kind of spoiled it for me, to be honest. And I don't think I was planning on seeing this movie.
Oh, I'm gonna see it.
Yeah, I'm not going to see it in the movie theater, and this is why. I just saw a tweet with somebody posting. I guess it was a couple people doing the Michael Jackson dance in front of the theater.
Oh no!
As the movie was going.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, man, sit your ass down, man.
This is not.
This is why I don't want to see biopic movies like this in theaters. Because I don't need to sing a sing along inside the movie theater. I'm trying to watch the movie.
Yeah, you're right. So that has all the markings of it's going to be.
Yeah,
like
it's going to be a hot mess.
Yeah.
I'll just wait till it get on streaming.
I want to see. This is not related, but I want to see the Raging Italians kids cover his car. With
Oh my goodness.
He might choke him out.
He might actually murder them.
He might choke him out. That might be the one that sets it over.
Yeah, he might end up in the mixtape as a news story about a father murdering his kid.
Oh man, shout out to Isaiah on the YouTube page making the mention of if we doing the bullet train straight to New Orleans.
Let's go.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Hit the French Quarter, get yourself nice and tipsy, and then hop on a bullet train, catch you a snooze back.
Go to the casino.
Oh my goodness.
Go watch some playoff football over there.
Like, let's get this done now.
Yeah, no, I would love to do that.
My goodness.
That actually need to be mandatory. Hell, I'll take it to Lake Charles at this point, man.
The only problem is if we take that thing straight to New Orleans, the smell of urine that would be on that
they got good bathrooms. I know they will,
buddy. You are assuming that people make it to the bathroom after nights in New Orleans. All right, that's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Hit them up on social media at @TheFiggyFig if you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, but not before we draft the weekend. 713-572-4610. We do it next.
All right, let's get you over to
Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you having a good Friday with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Headed into day 2 of the NFL draft. Appreciation to B. Scott for jumping in with us in the 11 o'clock hour. And if you enjoy golf, remember that the Chevron Championship is still going on with the LPGA's first major of the year here in the great city of Houston. That's also on the table if you want to draft that. We'll draft the weekend here in a second. But I know that one of the picks is going to be, obviously, the draft, and we'll get there. But the Texans still got a number of picks that they have to select. I don't want to say specifically how many because I have no idea how many actually end up being selected. There's moving and shaking that feels like they already established in the first round a good amount of drafting, or rather trading. And so we'll see what it looks like in tonight's iteration of the draft or portion of the draft and then tomorrow's. But obviously it's going to be hard to tell who exactly they take. But if the Texans have to leave with one guy, who do you think that they leave with? And I'm not just talking about tonight. Tonight, day 3, who are you thinking? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, we did a lot of overthinking before the draft. I'm not going to overthink this. I think it's Keylan McDonald. Hell, they may feel compelled to move up to get him. You know, they did for the other guy they really, really liked. The D'Amico Ryans, I feel as if Nick Caserio is going to say, all right, your turn. You know, I we all are on the same page.
You
here.
go, I go?
Yeah, you go, I go. Or I go, then now you go. And I think D'Amico's going to go with a defensive player here. Don't overthink it. Get the defensive tackle. You need it. And they've showed yesterday that they draft players they need. They still need some guys. So I'm going to go with Keylan McDonald.
Fig, is there one that comes to mind to you, just like a player that you think the Texans leave with?
Yeah, I'm gonna say McDonald as well, man. I think I'm kind of shocked he's still on the board a little bit, but like Lopez said, I could see them moving up to get their guy. Like no matter, I know they ain't gonna give up a whole bunch, but as long as they get the guy they wanted on their board, I think that's what they're gonna do.
That's interesting.
You?
I'm trying to figure because I'm wondering. I know he's there. It feels like that would be a good look. I'm wondering if they don't end up getting like an edge and then end up doing the like Tyler Onyedem, the Texas A&M defensive tackle later. I'm thinking about a tight end, and I almost want to go with. Should I just do
Bowers?
Do I just do the Roush?
Oh yeah,
like the Sam Roush. It feels like you're setting yourself up for later on, maybe like 4th round, just kind of coming back with that inline blocking tight end that you know will help you give you another opportunity, somebody to compete with Foster Moreau and possibly even be that guy.
We still could use a wide receiver. I think
who's the wide receiver that you?
I'm going to stick with Keylan McDonald.
No, but I know we're just kind of talking through. Who is the wide receiver that you'd be like?
See, that's the thing.
I think that's the one.
And I mentioned this to you off air a little while ago. It's kind of slim pickings now after the top bunch of wide receivers. I say slim pickings, good receivers. I'm sure some of them are going to be Pro Bowlers, but in terms of like just prospects moving into the draft and what some of these experts are saying about them, man, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Zachariah Branch, but he might be gone. Yeah, that's the smallish, Tank Dell-ish, very fast receiver out of Georgia. Maybe. I mean,
are you saying for tonight?
No, for today. If it's not something else. Generally speaking, I mean, you can just throw a dart. There's a bunch of receivers that are just sort of in the same, the same vein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll see what it looks like as this continues to go. It's still, Keylan McDonald feels like an easy one though. I mean, still one of the better defensive tackles in there. Kristen Miller is not one to be forgotten though out of Georgia. It feels like one of those guys could be in there as well.
What do y'all think they would do if, let's say, Keylan McDonald get picked early? What do you think they will do if he's not there?
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I feel there's going to come a point when a player like Jacob Rodriguez, D'Amico's just going to say, that guy.
Linebacker.
I got to have him.
Yeah.
I got to have him. He's swarm personified.
Give me the controller, Nick.
Yes, he's swarm personified. He's our kind of guy where he just might say, okay, well, we missed out on this. I know you want to get a fill in the blank, whatever the position is, or a player.
Let me get your guy. I'll let you play the game for the rest of the night.
I want him in this building. Yeah.
Actually, I went as far as Roush. I do wonder if like Max Clare, who they obviously had a conversation with, Max Clare isn't a guy that they might end up just taking. I know some people will also like Oscar Delp. Both of those guys tight ends. Clare, the tight end out of Ohio State. Delp, the tight end out of Georgia. But yeah, I think that there's still that desire to have a weapon. I know that some people are looking at, but very intrigued. There's a lot of different places that they can go.
Now let me ask you this real quick. Let's say so they have pick 38, 59,
yes,
and 91.
Yes.
We talk about, and he does this often, moving up. But we talk about they still need it. Not need. I could see them easily drafting another offensive lineman, maybe a tackle. Jennings Dunker, continues to fall. Do they package something to go ahead and get their tackle?
That's an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we'll wait for you to get set up.
Yeah, we'll ask that. Before we do that, we typically draft the weekend. You want to at least get one round in here?
Yeah, man. Well, we know what I'm going to watch tonight, so your pick.
All right. He's like, you know what I'm taking. I will actually take a selection that probably would not be the thought. But
he's going to say Rockets.
I'm not. I'm not actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I am going to watch it. You know me. I'm watching all of it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to pick. Let me see which one in particular am I going to pick. I am going to pick. I might as well just go Saturday night, 6:10 p.m. Astros, Yankees. Mike Burrow's on the mound.
Okay.
Because I want to continue to see what that looks like. Do you have another starter that feels like they could do a little bit of something? And the reason why I brought the Yankees, a 16-9 Yankees team coming in, it feels like, oh man, they're way better than you. Great pitching, 3.07 ERA.
Yeah.
But they have the second fewest hits in all of baseball. And they strike out the third most. And so that kind of actually lines up a little bit decently well with the Astros, who actually strike pitchers out. Now, they do walk guys, which is frustrating. But does that then allow the Astros to maybe contend with the Yankees team that, at least if you're just looking at the records, you don't think that they should?
Yeah.
I'm going to be very interested in that with the weekend series. So I'll take that as my pick.
I watched the Rockets game. I wish I could watch it with Ron just to kind of get his reaction. He's super hyped up about this Rockets Lakers matchup.
We should find a way to have a little watch party for it. Ron, I'll be over at the house. Get the TV ready. We're gonna watch the game with you.
So Ron, you said you wanted to have this conversation, and I said this earlier. I felt so gullible last night. It was going to be an offensive lineman. It was always going to be an offensive lineman. They tried to convince us about, and we got into these possibilities about, what about wide receiver? What about edge rusher? What about this or that? They came into the offseason needing to change the offensive line, and they continue to need to change the offensive line, so they drafted one last night. We all should have seen it coming. Should not have been any sort of surprise to anyone. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if they draft another offensive lineman, maybe a tackle this time, even today. Maybe tomorrow, but even today.
At what point is it overkill here?
They got to change the whole room.
I mean, didn't they?
Well, they got 5 new guys. They have 5 new players.
They brought in.
No, the 2 they kept, they chose to keep. They were free agents.
Yeah, they got. I mean, Evan Ingram.
So really, kind of.
I mean, they have. I mean, Evan, Braden Smith, and Wyatt Teller free agents. Brown for depth's a free agent they brought in. Trent Brown they brought back. They've now drafted Rutledge, moved up to go get him to bring him in. I mean,
I never thought we'd wonder if it was too much.
No, they have addressed it. They have fairly addressed it differently than the pawn shop thing they were doing last year. They've addressed it, but I mean, like. It feels like they've addressed it enough where maybe we can take a look in the 4th and the 5th round where we start.
Again, that's probably more.
No, I said I wouldn't be surprised today. No. What I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised today, but for sure they're going to draft another tackle at least tomorrow.
That's fine.
Yeah,
but, I mean we got to start looking at some other positions. I mean you did it, guys.
Yeah,
you got it. You did it. Don't need another tackle. Don't need that Chase Pasantis kid. Whatever. Come on, man.
Yeah.
How many interior guys we going to bring up in here?
Now, when I saw the selection of Keylan Rutledge, especially the possibility, and with him talking about it, I play all 3 interior positions, the idea of maybe him starting at center, I thought back to the conversation we had just 24 hours ago when you guys were talking about the idea of it feels hard. It feels tough to stomach a team that wants to contend in 2026 taking a player that doesn't impact the game this year. It feels like they did that, right? Like, do you guys feel that? Is that how you saw the Keylan Rutledge selection?
Well, I mean, I think that's the.
I hope not.
That's what's left to be seen. You know, is this a guy that I mean, best case scenario, he's a plug and play center, and he can snap it, and he can process defenses at an extremely high level, and can play between some veterans, and it can take the communication piece off of CJ's lap. That's the scary part of it to me, is the CJ in front of a rookie or behind a rookie.
Yeah.
That combination. But if he can do that, then hey man, I got to tip my cap. I got to. I mean, to me, that's the X factor. Reg is does he play immediately? What position does he play? Does he impact? If not, if this was a future play, a depth play, then it's a major buzzkill. I mean, it's overkill, as you would say. But look, if you're one of those people that think, hey man, offensive line was awful again. Offensive line's got to be fixed. They got to do something. If you're an offensive line's got to be fixed guy, you're absolutely stoked because they have made an unbelievable effort to fix that damn thing.
I think if it's 38, we've reached aggressive territory.
What do you mean?
Like if they draft another lineman at 38,
yeah,
I feel like we've reached aggressive territory.
Me and Ron were talking about this in prep. I mean, D'Amico Ryans is on the record saying we draft somebody in the first round, we expect him to play.
No, he's a starter.
So
especially
I mean,
an interior lineman drafted in the first round.
Yeah. So I don't know how you get him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like the thought of, because the odd man out if he's a starter has to be Jake Andrews unless there's an injury.
Sure.
I don't know that I love the thought of a guy that's never ran this offense, a guy that's never communicated this offense in live, or hadn't in a long time, hadn't communicated it live in live action. I don't know that I love that, but hey, I mean, if he's that damn good, that would be why he's a first rounder.
Yeah.
Can I give you the unserious analysis that I thought of yesterday with Keylan?
By the way, do we know how much he's played center?
He hasn't, but he snapped.
A lot at the Senior Bowl.
He's snapped in this lead up.
They put him at center a lot in the Senior Bowl.
The unserious analysis is I had not thought of, it wasn't front of mind where Georgia Tech actually is, which is Atlanta, and I thought about him when I saw his haircut. You can see, I feel like I love this pick off of the strength of he makes sure he gets a fade. He gets a lineup.
Bone fade.
But he also lets it grow out for like 3 weeks. He's not the guy that I'm pretty boy, I need a haircut every week. But when he gets a haircut, it's a good.
It's Dirty Bay bone fade. There ain't no doubt about it.
I feel like that's exactly my offensive lineman that I want.
Yeah, well, he's got, if again, that part of it, we're going to talk about it the whole show today. I mean, it's tremendous. It's tremendous if it's real.
Yeah.
That's the deal is saying the right things, and it seems to be authentic. Hey man, coach, I'm ready to put people in the dirt. That is awesome if you got the ability to do it now.
Yeah.
You get your ass up here and you get stood up by Sheldon Rankins consistently, then you can't move the penetrators that we've got up front in camp and things, then I don't know how much I like the whole putting people in the dirt comment, So if it's real, hey man, this could be a big time get right here.
But it does show up at least in the tape where the never say die is there.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
He don't stop until that whistle goes, and sometimes after.
Yeah.
And I like, at the very least, what we can tell right now, it feels like he checks all.
You were on this one early, Rich.
I liked the player. I had enough people who liked the player as well. I can't wait to get out there on them fields.
You got. Well, that's the bad thing. That's the. Let me poo-poo on this pick real quick. They're gonna be as far away from us as they could possibly get. Where them O-line. You know where the O-line, D-line is. You ain't no walking down there. Hell, they over on that
but
little
if you
field.
ask nicely,
they'll let you walk down there.
Oh yeah. I'm asking as nicely as possible.
If you were John or John McClain,
well, I mean, look,
they'll let you walk over.
The right thing to do is to show the big fellas some love, move them over there. But I mean, hell, you got. Like you said, 4 or 5 of them are new guys. We need to see them. Show them a little love, man. Let us talk about them big men.
Yeah, bring them over by the stands. Let's see them.
Yeah.
I maintain that there's not anything more fun in football than just watching physical dominance.
Oh yeah,
especially when the team is preaching, hey, this is what we're trying to get accomplished. So yeah, man, the dots are connecting with this dude on a sense of, if you're a Texans fan and you just say, even if you're the Fixio line guy, you're definitely happy. But if you're just a Texans fan and you're like, hey, I just want you to have a plan. I want to know what the method to the madness is. I don't have an opinion on everything. I just want to show up and feel good about my squad.
Yeah.
they're making decisions up front to allow you to do that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, very
I didn't
excited.
think they were going to have to move up to get him.
I didn't either, but
they found their guy.
That run that started happening on O-line, I was like, ooh, what's going to happen? And so when I saw that trade up, I was like, I wonder how much of all of that impacted that showing up. Can't wait for you guys to get us ready for day 2 of the draft here on The Drive. John Lopez, I'll catch you on the weekend where we can break it all down. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk. But right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a Friday, and we are about just under 4 hours away from round 2 starting, and that is a big time for the Texans because
Lopez been telling the listeners that there's no clock. I heard it on the way in. There's no countdown on day 2, y'all.
Yeah, day 2 right there.
Bright green numbers right there.
This is NFL Network. ESPN doesn't
it looks like ESPN, guys. That is ESPN. Says
I can promise it wasn't there before. I swear. I looked at it.
I'm sure it wasn't. There every time I've looked for the last 2 days.
4-hour countdown, boys.
Last 2 days. That's when it starts for, yeah. Just under 4 hours to go. A big night here in Houston, Game 3. Here at Toyota Center as the Rockets are playing for their lives. The Yankees are in town, and Tyler's got some crazy weekend plans that I can assure you Clint's going to be disappointed in him, or we have personally saved this from you, Clint, for the past 2 or 3 days.
What, this weekend? It's got to be a concert. Is it in sync or something?
A concert?
No, not a concert. It is tomorrow. It's going to be hella fun.
Is it a concert?
It's not a concert, but it's right down his alley, and it's right down your alley to just give him that infamous look where I can tell you're
something to do with video games.
I can tell you're trying to scramble in your mind what to say and what tone to use and what to say to not come off as rough, but. We will get to that.
I not know this already?
We will get to that at some point coming up as T-Mill's got a big weekend plans.
Look at Laura.
Big weekend plans coming up.
Tyler, what is Laura? Oh, your TV's broke. What is Laura doing?
She's trying to do something.
I mean, wait, what is like? Never mind.
Well, hey, boys.
Not that Laura. Wrong Laura, wrong Laura. But that's the voice you want to put with that.
Right, Laura.
I mean, Laura Rutledge was. I mean, she has them back. Look, I mean, look again.
There's Laura.
I mean, y'all got to flip that damn TV on and check out. I mean, Laura, what is she doing?
Lady.
I saw her. She's in a little white number. Yeah.
That hair with them split bangs
hair
and that look that
got
that
a real
look
something about Mary look to her.
That look in her eye that sounds like what Laura our traffic gal just said right there.
Yeah, there it is. There she is. It is split right in the face.
But she smiles, she ruins it for me.
Let's get to it here.
Grumpy.
Let's get to it here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Let's get. We got business here. We got the guy. The guy is here. We were trying to figure out what they were going to do. Would they move up? Would they go down? You were right. You said they'd move up. They moved up. I don't think that's exactly where you were thinking to move up. I know in your heart, once Kenyon City got past the Buccaneers at 15, I know you were in there thinking, come on and go get him.
I was thinking dirty
Come
thoughts.
on and go get him.
Didn't last long.
No, the Jets went ahead and took that on out. I thought the Jets might try to get him maybe a fourth time in that first round as they went on in and picked him up. But they do move up to get Keylan Rutledge, the guard and interior offensive lineman from Georgia Tech. And here is Nick Caserio, because I want you to be thinking about this. This ain't a big thought. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, we will hear from you coming up in this hour. We will hear from you. A day like this is one where we want to hear from the people, your thoughts on this move and where the Texans are headed in the first round. They get a draft pick for the first time in the first round since Will Anderson Jr. Here is Nick Caserio, the general manager, the man that made the pick. Here are his thoughts on his newest member of the Houston Texans.
Some interest in the player, so we felt like, all right, we'll just move a couple spots, essentially give up a fifth-round pick. This is essentially what the difference is when you actually do the math. To get a player who I think you all just spoke with them, but I would say, the things that stand out about him, toughness, violence, physicality, playing style, his intelligence. Basically, the guy wants to step on your throat in every play. So, which I would say sort of embodies what our football team is about, the way we play. Intense, violent, physical. Like, we're going to run the football this year. It was an area that we felt like we wanted to and needed to improve here in the offseason. Hopefully we've done that. And I'd say Big Red is hopefully, a part of that. Like, where's he going to play? Like, who the hell knows? I mean, we'll figure out, like, who the best 5 guys are and, put the group out there that we think is going to help us the most, understanding that we'll probably need 8 to 10 guys on the offensive line here at some point. So.
That is Nick Caserio talking about his guy, Keylan Rutledge. And, by the way, Nick's a little bit nonchalant with all of those comments like violence and step on your throat. Like, it's just a little nonchalant there. Nicky is the way he just rolled through that. But they finally got the guy. What's your thoughts? 713-572-4610. Clint, what's your thoughts on the direction they went? They moved up from 28 to 26 with the Buffalo Bills, and they give up picks 28, 69, and 167 to get 26 where they took him in 91. Your thoughts on the move, going up to get him in the play?
Yeah, don't care about the move. Don't care about what you gave up. If you like somebody, go get them. Yesterday when we got off the air, I was if a tackle was drafted, I would be absolutely disappointed. If an interior offensive lineman was drafted, it would be a buzzkill. That is the position. Not the player. Now they end up moving up and drafting an interior offensive lineman, and my initial response was originally for me buzzkill. Nothing against the player. I'm sure it'd be fine, but just I wanted a little more sizzle. I wanted a little more. Let's get to training camp and see somebody move and shake and make plays. Yada yada yada. So my initial response is buzzkill. But I'll say this: this morning, after sleeping on it. Getting up and hearing a lot of the audio that you just heard, that was some of it, but a ton of audio, and listening to the player himself, I'm coming around pretty quick. Ron. So for me, one, just that mentality, again, assuming that it's real, that mentality is exactly what the Texans have been preaching that they want their offensive line, really their whole team, but the offensive unit and their offensive line for sure to emulate. And I think this is 2 years in a row where you drafted guys that have that violent, physical intelligence, if you will. They've got that gene in them. They've got that. They're wired a certain kind of way. Ariante Ursery, I think, was wired similarly last year. Maybe not to this degree that we're hearing coming out of Rutledge, but he's on brand for what they want to do offensively, and the ability to play 3 positions, all inside, that's a monster. And the ability to potentially play center, which is the one place that they haven't really reinforced much at all from last year. The ability to play center is a big X factor here. So again, I'm coming around pretty quickly on this particular player. I love the player. I love the mentality. I love the personality. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of times I hear this kind of talk and I'm just like, yeah, okay. That's it.
You believe it was believable for you?
It seems to be pretty authentic. It matches up. It lines up with the tape. If you watch him, you put him on film, you watch the highlight reel, you watch what he can do when present. You're not gonna be in a position to absolutely bury folks many times in games, but when you are, do you finish them? Do you bury them? Do you actually enjoy doing that, or do you kind of just shove him over and then give him a hand to pick him up? He is definitely a guy that, given the opportunity, he's going to try to hurt somebody. Given the opportunity, he when somebody's on the ground, he's going to pile on. There's not going to be no standing up and let me help you up kind of deal. And that's the mentality that you need up front if you're going to be a one of the more physical run teams in the league. So I'm coming around to Keylan Rutledge pretty quick.
Yeah. As I see some people chiming in, what'd you think? Just straight up, and we'll open up the phone lines coming up here in a bit and let you give your thoughts on this as they've made their pick for the first time since Will Anderson in the first round. It is all about, to me, where he's going to go, where he's going to play, right? And as I sit right now, Clinton Tyler, and it is April 24th. Andrews needs to be a backup. By the time we get to week one, Andrews needs to be a backup. This investment in him, and you said it earlier in the crosstalk about what D'Amico has said expectations-wise with first-round picks, especially guys you've moved up to go get. This guy needs to be starting. And if he is starting, bang, great. But it also means the guy you gave 3 years and $37 million to, and Ed Ingram should be starting, and the guy in Wyatt Teller that you gave $8.5 million per, he should be starting as well. Andrews, to me, like what they have done, they're starting five. I heard what Nick said about the best five thing. That's fine. But when week one comes around, they have made incredible investments in that offensive line. And in that offensive line, it should be the guys they've invested in. That's to me. And if he is on the bench to start the season and he wasn't ready, I think you said that before, that's worst case scenario. So I think this is a guy they brought in, they've moved up. He is their guy. They sought him out. Boy, they love him, right? D'Amico is in love with him. He said, that's the guys we got to bring in. Those are the guys we got to bring in. All right? They got to be out there. They got to be out there. Make your investments. Because this, to me, is about evaluation. I like what they have addressed the offensive line. Now it is about what they're getting out of them. And this guy needs to be a day one starter. And if he is unable to be a day one starter, then I think it looks a little iffy. But this makes sense if he can start at center. Now, I know you have concerns about him as a rookie when you think about everything with C.J. Stroud and everything in him at center. But to me, that's got to be the play right now.
Yeah, look, it would be nice. It would be nice. When you're talking about the Texans' first-round draft pick, Keylan Rutledge, when you know, all of that. You're not just talking about the player. You're talking about all that. We've heard D'Amico Ryans talk about first-rounders start and play. You know, we've heard him talk about the fit, the personality, the mentality, his mentality. It is exactly what the Texans want that room to look like. And it's going to be hard, right, to have an impact on this team if you're a depth player. So to your point, I think it's probably fair to say. Now I don't know about from jump, but I would say that it's probably fair to say that. I mean, if this guy's not your starting center by mid-year, or your starting guard by mid-year, wherever you want to play him, then it's going to be it's tough to look at this pick as that was a value pick in the first round in 2026.
Yeah. No, and center was definitely a space where you looked at it and said, like, that's a place where we can get better. That's a place that's an open spot. And they look at him, and I would assume they're looking at him to move over and play center. And that'll be the growth, right? Is he has not played very much center at all. He's played some at the Senior Bowl, and he can slide over. And look, Clint, I've seen it. But first-year centers can come in and be really, really good. I watched Creed Humphrey with the Chiefs get drafted in the second round and immediately become a big-time player at the center position and change their offensive line. And so it is absolutely possible with Rutledge to do that. That's just got to be the play. I see somebody texting and said it's not a huge investment in Ed Ingram. If he goes to the bench, I'm fine with that. Ed Ingram is their largest investment of the offseason. 3 years, $37 million. Now, I may be forgetting somebody, but I'm certain that is the largest investment that they made in the offseason with any signing of any free agent. 3 years, $37 million. That's something. All right, coming up, 713-572-4610. We'll open up the phone lines. Your thoughts. Are you feeling good about what the Texans did in round one? Your thoughts coming up. We'll hear from you right here live on The Drive.
The pick is in.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
The versatile O-lineman is headed to Houston to add another protector for C.J. Stroud. Welcome to H-Town, Keylan.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713.
Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as day 2 of the draft coming up. Phone lines are open for you, 713-572-4610. I see some people here on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch with their thoughts, but this is a day where we open it up with you. We'd like to hear from you as much as anything. They go offensive line. They move up from 28 to 26, and they draft Keylan Rutledge, the interior offensive lineman who has the ability to play all 3 interior spots. Not a ton of experience at center. In fact, in college, I don't think he played very much at all, but he did play at the Senior Bowl a lot of center. But he is the guy. He is the pick. Your thoughts when you think about what the Texans are, what they need, how do you feel about the move? I see somebody texting in, Clint, and I think you have a similar thought. Having a rookie center start week 1 scares me. And I know for you it is something that you look at with the potential of him.
Yeah, look, I think there's 2 drawbacks here. I think there's 2 drawbacks with this draft pick, and one is if he can play center and does play center and starts from jump, it's a good thing because your first-round draft pick is as a rookie has won a job, a very critical job.
Yes.
But he's also playing in an offense that requires a ton of communication in front of a quarterback that, let's put it nicely, hasn't seemed to necessarily totally grab and embrace and perfect the communication piece of this offense yet.
And he was shaky the last time we saw him.
Yeah. So I mean, you know that's the I think the concerns here is that best case scenario puts you in a spot where you've got a rookie center in front of a quarterback that's second year in a system that he hasn't necessarily mastered yet, and so that is not ideal if you're trying to again get to an AFC Championship and win a Super Bowl. But when you've got veterans around him, it's been done before. It's not crazy. If he is a first round talent, then maybe he is a guy that if they entertain or even thought about him potentially playing center, obviously the intelligence piece is a big play there. Clearly they've thought about that. Nick Caserio included that in his description of Rutledge. So we'll see where this kid lands. I think there's still the story's not told yet with this draft pick in a sense of was it a really good draft pick or is this just a depth play? We'll see how they handle it and more importantly how he handles the NFL.
Yeah. All right. 713-572-4610. Rodney, you can kick us off. How you feel about this move, man? They go interior O-line. Your thoughts?
I love it, man. The Keylan Rutledge, he brings a different mindset to what the Texans had over the previous year, going back with the Laramie Tunsil with the finesse. Laramie Tunsil was more finesse, pretty boy. Now we got somebody in there they ain't gonna be afraid to get their hands dirty. So I love the pick. I'm gonna hang up and listen.
All right. Yeah, I mean, clearly they have a style that they are looking for, and I think Rutledge is just the latest of it, right? I think Wyatt Teller fits that.
Well,
I think Braden Smith fits that.
I mean, that's a great call because that's a thought that is, we've talked about, like, obviously they're remaking their O-line room, they're changing their O-line room, but let's be honest, if you look at the moment that they decided to move away from and move off of Laramie Tunsil, then you are now committed to overhauling your entire offensive line, not just from a talent perspective and a youth perspective, but an overall personality and identity perspective. And to the caller's point is, once you make that decision, you are pot committed to, hey, man, you better go find some dudes that embody the exact opposite of what you just traded or you just moved, because what you just moved was one of the best players in the game, albeit a finesse player. He was one of the best players in the game. So if you're going to move, if you're going to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business,
he just got signed again. He got another contract.
That's right. You better he set the tackle market again. But if you're going to get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, you better be committed to it. And again, to the caller's point, they were committed to it last year with Ariante Ursery. They're committed to it with what we've heard from this Rutledge kid, drafting him in the first round. Obviously, when you look at what the guys they brought in here, and Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, I mean, there's clearly they are committed to, and maybe even to an overkill extent, they are doing more than just getting out of the Laramie Tunsil business. They are completely changing the identity of the offensive line room, and I think this is a piece that makes it as obvious as it's ever been.
Yeah. Eddie, your thoughts on this? They go interior lineman. They go get Rutledge out of Georgia Tech. Your thoughts?
I love it. I love Rutledge. Him and Teller, I mean, people forget. I see some people being critical of the pick, maybe interior lines not too much to get excited about. But people forget, how many times do we get stonewalled on the goal line, get pushed backwards? I mean, it was ridiculous. These two guys specifically, that's not going to happen this year. I love the pick. But one more thing, though. We got to have a running back on day 2, because if something happens to Montgomery, we're going to be right back at 2025. It changes our whole offense if something happens to David Montgomery. We got to have another running back, man. Woody Marks hitting the running back too, and we got to have a running back today somewhere. Probably not at 38, but 59, 91, maybe right there. But got to have it.
Eddie, before you go, who are the 3 interior linemen? Who is the left guard, center, right guard? Who you got?
Wyatt Teller, Rutledge, and Ingram.
Okay.
I hope it works out.
He's drafted to be a center. He ain't going to be sitting on the bench. He's a center. He's going to play center.
And yeah, I agree with you. And I think Wyatt Teller and Ingram aren't going to be sitting on the bench either. That's why I said in the open that Andrews has to be the odd man out. Now don't get like I was just talking to somebody on the base power text line. I'm not saying go give the damn thing to him. I mean, like I applaud them for not just giving it to Drew Scruggs. Drew Scruggs did not earn it. Actually, I think they tried to, right? Then they had to get him out of there. But the first year they didn't just give it to him. Don't just give it to him. But what I'm saying is what they have done and how they've identified him. Like that cat needs to be in it. This needs to be a much more of a Ursery type of a situation than it needs to be the other guys. Is what this has to look like.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a Keylan Bullock situation. I just went blank. What's 4's name? He's wearing 4 now. What's his name?
Oh, Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter. It's a Kamari Lassiter situation. That would be the perfect scenario. And what the caller just laid out, what Eddie just laid out, hey man, if we get to week 1, game 1, and because it's your best 5 offensive linemen, it's Wyatt Teller and Rutledge and Ingram, it'd be a beautiful thing, man.
Yep.
That would be a beautiful thing, no doubt.
Ridgemont said the pick is growing on me. Cornbread said he loves the pick. So a lot of people have different feels on him, and kind of like what Eddie said, that ain't the sexy spot, that interior offensive line. But, again, if he's a center, then it makes all the sense in the world.
Well, Ronnie, I tell you, it gets sexy. It's one of them. It may not be the gal that walks through the door at the bar that everybody turns around and looks at and trying to figure out how they're gonna buy her a drink, how they gonna chat, holler at her. But it could damn sure be that gal that sits down at the end of the bar and just quietly, boy, you're like, well, she's pretty good looking down there. You get down there, breath smells good. All of a sudden, she got nice conversation. She got good personality. All of a sudden, she's a 10 out of 10 after talking to her a little bit.
I don't know.
Right? I'm just telling you, man.
I feel like she's the one that you see at the bar, and then you keep seeing her more with her friends, and then you feel like, man, she can cook.
Well, however you arrive there, yeah, I'm good with it. However you arrive there, I'm fine with it. But yeah, look, I think that's That's what's left. That's the unknown here with this pick is boy, you mess around and this guy can play center and can start at center. Boy, you really that pick gets real sexy real quick. It may take us a while to get there. May take us a couple months to get there. But boy, if that's where we land, she's marriage material.
All right, the draft we'll continue to look at and look at tomorrow or tonight and the weekend as well. But the Rockets got a huge one tonight. And listen, I want to play this for you because Jabari Smith had some comments about Kevin Durant. And I want you to tell me if you think once you hear this is him potentially calling out the leader of this team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is on email.
today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here on The Drive, there is why you love the job here in Houston, one of the great cities and sports towns in the country. We got so much going on all in one night. Day 2 of the draft, and the Texans currently got 2 picks in the second round. And also, the Astros are hosting their biggest rival, the New York Yankees, in the building. I'm sorry, Rangers and Dodgers. Some may wrestle with me on that one, but the Yankees in town for a 3-game set. Lance McCullers on the mound tonight, and then the Rockets are they're playing for their season. It feels like they are down 2-0 in this series, and they are playing the LA Lakers. And I did want to get to Jabari Smith Jr., but I would like to update you on Kevin Durant and some of the injury stuff. Udoka was just on the Rockets' flagship in the last hour, Clint and Tyler, and he says about Kevin Durant, he's a little bit ginger. Went through some things at shoot-around, had some swelling in the left ankle. We'll give it a go tonight and see how he feels before the game. He is definitely questionable.
Boy, boy, I tell you, as if the noise wasn't going to be loud enough around KD anyway.
We passed that knee, I guess.
Yeah, the head coach answering questions about an ankle, talking about he's walking around gingerly.
A little ginger.
That is just not ideal.
It looks like a game time decision.
I'll be honest with you. If I was KD, I'd tell him to even if it was a game time decision, wait till game time to even talk about it. Don't even mention it.
Yeah, give me a full update.
It ain't like we're out there in front of the media practicing in between all this. Look, I mean,
we'll see how he
feels.
feels.
Did you see it happen?
I didn't see it happen.
Tyler, did you see it happen?
I didn't see. Did he roll an ankle?
Video of him rolling an ankle or anything?
No, I haven't seen any evidence.
I mean, I don't know. It just is not a. I hope. I like KD. I hope and I pray that there's something really wrong with that ankle, and this isn't just a boy. I see we're getting the hell beat out of us, and we ain't got much of a shot in this series. And I'm gonna make every excuse in the book that I can.
We'll see if he goes, and I will say that has not. I don't think that's been a KD thing. I mean, KD is a guy who plays. He generally plays.
Yeah, he plays 70-something games.
Yeah, he as he says, a hooper. I don't think he's ducking LeBron, as someone just texted on the Base Power text line. But if he does go, which I think he will go tonight, he's clearly not going to be 100%. I would assume that deep bruise to the knee is not just back, and I'm certain that the ankle on the other side is not helping. So he's probably not going to feel his complete self out there.
Yeah, on the heels of taking about 3 shots in the second half of Game 2 with this ankle injury, there's just a lot of things are starting to pile up. The reality of it is, though, in watching that first quarter, you mentioned it earlier in the week. I mean, that first half, KD, that knee wasn't no problem. I mean, it wasn't affecting his ability to get to that mid-range jumper. It wasn't affecting his ability to dive on the floor for loose balls. And so I got to believe if that knee didn't slow him down any more than it did, I got to believe a swollen ankle, rolled ankle, sprained ankle, I got to believe that ain't going to slow him down.
Again, we'll keep you updated. We'll see. He's definitely questionable, and this is a little bit before game time, a few hours before game time, and they're saying basically we'll give it a go before see how he feels before the game. So that is one to watch. And then, Clint, also on the other side, we talked about Austin Reeves being upgraded to questionable just in. Austin Reeves plans to play in tonight's Game 3, but if he cannot get through warm-ups the way they need him to, he's expected to wait and play in Game 4. So it does look like we are going to get Reeves back in this series, which is huge, another weapon for them, and a guy that that does not allow LeBron to have to do everything. This is a guy that was playing at an all-star level before he had a major injury, but it does wonder how that affects Kennard and how that affects Smart. But
I mean, they've clearly we've talked it till we're blue in the face, Ron. But the Lakers, as they are built without Reese and without Luka, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not trying to say that they're a better team, obviously, but the way that they've been forced to play, the guys that they've been forced to play, they have been very, very successful. And schematically, the way they've had to play, they have been very, very successful versus this iteration of the Rockets. And so you wonder if, hell, I'll be honest with you, as a Rockets fan, I never thought I'd say this. I'd love for Reeves to come back. I mean, what? How does that? I want something to change what the Lakers have been doing. Like
you want another weapon, another 20.
I want somebody else to be handling the ball. I want somebody else to be making the decisions. Right now the slow motion, defense heavier Laker approach with LeBron calling all the shots is not working for the Rockets. That is a piss poor matchup, if you will. Whatever's going on with the Lakers, with the group that's been out there, I don't think the Rockets. We know they can't adjust. I don't think the Rockets are gonna fare very well. Now, you get somebody out that may be better on the offensive end of the floor, but not as good on the defensive end of the floor, and you can take advantage of them. Then maybe that's a plus. But damn,
him and Luke Kennard can't be that far apart on defense.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, fair. I mean, that's a good point. Now I'm acting like Ime Udoka is going to take advantage of a weak defender or something.
I have wondered how come nobody's just going at Luke Kennard on the defensive side, making him play defense.
I mean, take your pick, Luke. I mean, the first game 1, and then for about 3 minutes in game 2, I think it was Bronny. I mean, there wasn't no going at nobody. There was literally just whoever's open, shoot that joker.
LeBron got Bronny's ass up out of there quick. Went over there.
Son, you ain't ready yet, son.
He went over to JJ. I got it. Hey, I got it, man. Go ahead, man. All right. Listen to this. This was Jabari Smith, and we'll see if Kevin Durant plays tonight. I think he will. God, I hope. But we'll see if he plays tonight. But here was Jabari Smith talking about Kevin Durant and what they need to do and what he needs to do to kind of get through what the Lakers have been doing to them defensively.
Today they're trying to stop him, and the other guys got to be aggressive. We got to be aggressive out of it. We got to make the right reads out of it, make the right decisions, and it's on him to find ways to get himself involved and get to his spots without excluding double team. Just because he getting double team, we still need him to be KD. So there's still ways around it, and we got some fixes to it, and we're gonna be better next 2 games.
I love that, man. It wasn't a call out to me. It was more of almost a challenge. Do you know who you are? You know you're Kevin Durant. Like, we need you to go be Kevin Durant. We need you to go and make the right decisions out of it. It did like there are some that if you read it and don't listen to it, like there that could be taken a different way.
Yeah.
But Jabari Smith, that's like KD is like his hero and who he kind of shapes his game after, which you can understand with his size. But I love the thought of him like challenging you, like, hey man, go be Kevin Durant. Because that's the one thing is Kevin Durant is an offensive killer and a sniper. And in that second half, Clint, he looked very passive. He looked very, when is it coming? He didn't look like the aggressive KD, and I'm going to make you pay for it. And I love what Jabari is saying. Now, he also said on the front end, the other part is y'all got to make some plays out of it, and somebody could make a shot. Maybe get a little loft on that, Tari. Maybe let's stop shooting those line drives. But I love Jabari was comfortable enough to say it, and I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I respect the young fella for not having the anything holding him back and just saying what's on his mind. I love it. I really love the fact that it's clear they've talked about the double team issue. It's clear that they've talked about, hey, we got to have some changes. We got to make some different approaches to this double team. So I like that part for damn sure.
Yeah. No, that was good. Like somebody's got like Kevin. He's got to be aggressive and at some point to say to hell with it. Like as you said, that's almost as the way you take it to football. It just can't take Nico Collins out with a double team, just with a safety sitting up over the top. Just can't take him out. And Kevin Durant cannot be befuddled like this off a double team. Just cannot happen.
Right.
Where 3 points, 3 points and a half. Hell, you were in it. 3 points and a half. Can't happen. All right. We saw what the Texans did yesterday, and today is day 2. We're about 3 hours away, a little over 3 hours away until the second round starts, and they have a pretty high pick in that round. 4th pick, I believe, in the second round. 4th or 5th pick in the second round. They've got 38 and they got 59. Where should they go? What are you hoping that the Texans do in day 2 and round 2 of the draft? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you a little bit about base power. And you've heard me talk about it. And listen, if you've lived in Texas, and many of you have lived in Texas a lot longer than I have, then you know the problems and the issues that come about when this weather starts to make a decision of its own. You lose power, you lose Wi-Fi, you lose your lights.
game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are 2 hours and 57 minutes away from round 2 opening up. And that sound, by the way, I wanted to, this is kind of made for our show. I don't wonder if you all saw this too. What'd you all think about Roger and that outfit? My man was
looking relaxed, wasn't he?
Wasn't he? How many buttons down was he?
I said, dude, I pointed that out the very first pick to Bijani. I love that you're bringing this up because I was like, whoa, Rod.
Anybody else notice that?
I didn't notice it.
Oh,
Roger Goodell.
Chilling.
Clint, if he had chest hair,
COVID changed that man.
If he had chest hair, that taco meat would have been rolling smooth. I mean,
Ty Simpson, old crooked ass tie. Somebody straighten that man's tie for him, man. Come on.
He don't give a damn, man. Look at Roger. Here's Roger. Turn to us. Roger, he was every bit of 2 buttons down.
Cooler than a cucumber.
You remember that time? It was COVID, and he was sitting in
his basement.
He was sitting in the basement. It looked like he was sitting like at some cigar shop, man. He had
later than longer that draft went on, the more ease back he got.
Am I making it up? Did he have a footrest that he had his legs on by the end of it?
On that leather lounger?
Yeah. I was gonna say because by the end of it, Roger was legs up.
Many leather-bound books.
Was tired, man.
Hey, at the 28th pick,
rich mahogany.
Yeah, man, I was like, man, that's that good leather, kind of leather you wake up stuck to it when you get up and fall asleep on it.
Yeah, COVID changed that man now.
No, I ain't. Listen, he's always had a tie on. I have never seen him act like he was in Miami. Like it was. Yeah. I mean, Raj.
He was feeling it.
I didn't even notice it last night.
Oh God, Clint, it was the first thing I saw. I said.
He was dressed like Pitbull.
Did he know?
He was dressed.
He was.
Like
It was like it's a good call. I was like, does he know that he's 2 buttons down?
Dale.
On that chest meat, baby. He came down. He came down one, but he's been ready to get it in. But
that's Mr. Worldwide right there.
Go ahead, Raj. Go ahead, do your thing, Raj. The Texans, they've got a couple picks here, and they have the 6th pick in the second round on day 2, and they also have they have 2 picks in the second round. Then they also have pick 91, so they've got 38, 59, and 91 that we should hear from. And be honest with you, they may move to get more picks or move up. So, but that's what they have right now. They've got the 6th pick in this round, pick 39 or 38, and then they've got 59, and they have 91 that they got from Buffalo last night. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the base power text line, what direction they want to go, and do you want them to go? They've already drafted Rutledge, the interior offensive lineman. I see some people jumping in right now. Someone said running back 2 potentially, another back in this round. I know Washington is a big one from Arkansas that could be next on the list. Someone's talked about defensive line, D-tackle help in particular, receiver. Mel Kiper has his top 10, Clint, and Denzel Boston, who is screwing Tyler royally that teams did not draft him. We'll hear that on Best Bets in a little bit, but he has him as his number 1 available. Zion Young, the edge rusher, that could be a thought. C.J. Allen, we know that linebacker they've been connected to. McCoy from Tennessee, people thought was a top 10 grade if his injury issue wasn't a big deal. I don't think they would go for a safety in McNeil Warren, but they thought he would be a first-round pick. Edge rusher, R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. Caden McDonald, we've heard him a lot. Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker, we've heard him a lot. Christian Miller, a D-tackle that's been connected to the Texans as well. So that's Mel Kiper's top 10 right there. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it looks like on the Texans board, but that's where he says the best 10 available right now. Where would you want to see them go in this second round with pick 38 and 59?
Well, look, I mean, I'm going to stick to my guns. I think this team is a weapon away offensively from scaring anybody. So I mean, the problem is Denzel Boston is the only offensive weapon in Kiper's top 10, and we are definitely this year a BPA, best player available team. And so here's the deal: I don't know that Boston gets to him, even if they were interested. And then you look down the list, it's a bunch of defensive. The next 8 of the next 9 are defensive players, and you got a guard in there. So I'm going to guess they're going to go defense, and I'm going to guess that it's going to be one of those 2 defensive tackles, Christian Miller or Caden McDonald, to fill that void in the middle of the defense. You just shored up the middle of your offense with your first-round pick. There is a void, and there is a need for, at the very least, a rotational player on the defensive line position, interior defensive line position. And so I'm going to connect those dots and go with one of the defensive tackles that are in Mel Kiper's top 10, Caden McDonald or Christian Miller.
Yeah, CBS has it with McDonald as the pick going, as you said, going defense and going interior D-line to go along with the outside stuff. They could go in a lot of different directions, though. They most definitely could go with that other, and I know Seth Payne has been talking about a lot. Their issues with the ends behind their primary guys. It's just really kind of Dylan Horton, and right now they're without Autry, they're without Barnett, and those 2 were really key for them as they like to rotate guys. So they may go in that direction where Cassius Howell is not on his list, but that's another outside guy, A&M kid, and also Kansas City.
I liked him a lot, man. I obviously hadn't studied him for this particular draft, but I know watching A&M play this year, I liked him. I liked him a lot, boy. He's got a next level. He's got another gear that some folks just ain't got.
Yeah. No, he does. Listen, man, I don't like Denzel Boston's 6'4", 212. That seems like we're getting redundant here with what they already have. Well, we'll talk about Nico a little bit later, but what they already have. But I cannot get off of the weapon thing. I just cannot get off not just the weapon, but more playmakers here. And
just not a great draft for beyond the first round anyway. But at this second tier, I guess is what they call it, not a great draft for maybe the weapons. Or really the only tight end that's even been mentioned is the best one of them all. And so, I mean, it's not, you'd like for this to be a tight end heavy draft and have some other, 2 or 3 guys that could be difference makers. Clearly that they don't feel like that's the case. The running back angle I do think is interesting.
Yes.
The running back angle is one that's interesting with one of the picks today that I think could surprise some folks and to me would be maybe not it's a weapon obviously, but would add some kind of explosiveness to the offense, which I think is needed in some way, shape, or form. So that running back angle is interesting.
Yeah, no, I because most definitely, Clint, we're clearly seeing what they want to do, right? We're clearly seeing what they want to do, and they need to have at least three guys that they feel like are guys that can go and maybe have certain roles. And if they're going to run the football like it looks like they're going to run the football, they're probably going to – they're not going to be giving it to David Montgomery 30 times a game. That's not going to last. So I'm with you. That is something that you can really see being an asset and a help, and that's something that they will use and attack, especially the way that it looks like they're going to run the football. Zachary Branch out of Georgia still out there as a receiver. There's the Chris Bell kid from Louisville that's had some injury stuff that a lot of people – can see some potential top receiver type of attributes there that is still available. So maybe some potential weapons there that they can maybe look at here. Clint, someone texted in and said, Clint, the weapon that we're missing offensively is at quarterback. Okay. Maybe
we'll see.
Maybe a part of that could be the lack of weapons he has to go.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is I don't wholeheartedly disagree with the notion. I mean, I think it's a much bigger conversation, or much more real conversation than many folks would allow to be true. But the reality of it is I mean, that everything they're doing schematically, everything they're doing in the free agent market, everything they've done on day one in the draft, is geared towards taking things off the plate of your quarterback, minimizing the need for that player to be special and to carry an offense or to carry a moment in a playoff game. And so, I love the conversation. It just seems like that position is being minimized isn't the right word. What am I looking for? That position is being
it's just not as much a priority for him.
I mean, just that position playing at a next level just isn't their path to winning. Right, their path to winning is being more physical up front, being more violent up front, running the football, and just being willing and able and efficient at that quarterback position, more so than, all right, it's yours, go get it. We're going to be explosive. So,
yeah, programming update, by the way, and I do like this from the text line. Linebacker might be, and linebacker could be one, and it seems like they've been connected to linebacker a lot. The kid from Texas Tech, if he's still there, has a chance to, because I can understand that thought of like, yeah, do we want to pay Henry Toa money? Yeah. And we'll just like, look, they found EJ Speed cheap, and then they even re-signed him for cheap, right? So I could see that being the bang for your buck, right? That you getting a player that can really impact things for the next couple of years at the linebacker position, and there are some inside linebacker. Yeah. There's some guys there that you can go and make a move. Yeah,
there's a handful of the stand-up interior linebacker that I think a lot of folks have been awfully impressed with, and so. Again, this is one of those deals where D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, pick whichever one that fits the mold and the brand and the culture in Houston, and go get that guy.
All right, let me make sure I got this right, Tyler. We're going to run this live. 3:30, we will hear from Nick Caserio, the general manager, and D'Amico Ryans. We'll have that live for you, and the newest member, the newest draftee of the Houston Texans, Mr. Rutledge. He will join the fellas as well. So that's coming up in about 15 minutes from now. So make sure you stay tuned and program note the next day. And I heard D'Amico yesterday when it appeared he was in the war room, and you could tell, boy, you could see it. This was exactly that's what he wants. He wants that type of player, and you could see that's what they are targeting, and they have done it all off season. And every time I see that photo of that guy with the blood rolling down his nose and he's walking off the field, Rutledge, it feels like the type of guy that they are absolutely looking for. All right, coming up, we'll get you prepared for D'Amico and company and Nick Caserio as they address the media following the first round and getting ready for the second round. But we do have to take a look at something that the Texans have clearly done and done a better way, it looks as of now, than they've done in the past with their offensive line. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans.
anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a lot happening. Programming note coming up here in a few minutes. We will carry that live for you right here. Is Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and Keylan Rutledge will speak to the media. They will address the media. We will let you hear that right here live on Sports Radio 610 and The Drive as they've got their guy and they're all in the building together. The first press conference with Mr. Rutledge and his head coach and general manager, the man that picked him. I feel like, Clinton, Tyler, that we're going to hear a lot of things that are going to get you going about this kid from Nick, from D'Amico, and I get the feeling that Rutledge is also somebody that will get you amped up and excited because I think he talks to. I think he really means what he says, and every time I hear him, you can feel the level of aggressiveness that he wants to play with, the type of player he wants to be, and I don't know if it's going to happen in year one, Clint, but he clearly expresses to have that attitude that you're looking to have on that side of the ball, and the guy who, if you're in training camp getting your ass kicked by the defense, that's somebody who won't just stand there and not say nothing. He seems to have that. We'll see what a rookie does in year one and how long it takes for maybe that part of him to come out. But there does seem to be that type of attitude that you've been talking about this offense.
I'm glad you brought that up because everything we're hearing is right. All right, and now the question is it real? Obviously, in his college tape, it is. Obviously, in his meetings with the media to this point, it is. Clearly, he made an impression on the coaching staff, and so that it's there. Now, it's a different deal to get to the league and on and off the field be that guy. But you make a great point, and I want to add to it, Ron. You talked about seems to be a guy that is exactly what the doctor ordered, so to speak, for this. And you followed it up with, we'll see how long it takes for him to be that guy. What I'm talking about, and if this is real, it don't take no time. I mean, it didn't take Will Anderson no time to come in here and be that dude, right? I mean, we're not talking about the player. We're talking about the personality and taking over the locker room and impacting the team. Now, I'm not saying he walks in there.
And this is his locker room.
I'm not saying he walks in the locker room and says, hey, y'all, I'm here to take this thing over. Everybody else sit down and shut the hell up.
Move over, Wyatt.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. But it's in you. When it is in you, you don't have to say a word out of the gate. But when you're in that huddle and you're 2 or 3 days into camp and the huddle needs to tighten up, everybody needs to look CJ in the eye. Everybody needs to shut up and quit all the bickering or something in the huddle. And he's the guy that says, hey, I'll get it together, man. What the hell are we doing? Right? You don't need to walk in beating your chest in the locker room to be that guy. What I'm saying is when it's that may be down the road, but there's no hiding that having the ability to be that dude. There's a level of respect that if he is who he says he is and he is who Nick Caserio says he is, there's a level of respect and admiration that will be given to him simply because of the way he plays the game. Not because of how he played it at Georgia Tech, but how he plays it here. And I do believe this is a place that's going to give you every opportunity under the sun to, in practice, show that you have those traits. And so I agree with the point of, hey, man, at some point he's going to become that dude. but you can't hide that dude. If that dude is that dude, it's going to come up.
Yeah.
It may not, again, it may not be in your face. It may not be stepping on toes. In fact, I would advise him not to do those things. But there ain't no hiding that this guy plays the game different than most folks. He even said it himself, I'm going to hold guys accountable. So, on the field, when things ain't right, are you the guy that's going to hold the group of the 5 guys in your offensive unit, in your O-line unit, accountable? That is a great point by you, and it's just I just don't know that you can hide it. Like guys that got it can't hide it. Like Will Anderson can't hide it. Who never has been able to hide it. You know what I mean? When you go watch practice, like Coach said, man, I got to pull him off the field, man.
Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, there ain't no hiding it, man. He got it. You can say the same thing about Bullock. You can say the same thing about Azeez Al-Shaair.
Jalen Petrie.
Yes. Yeah. There ain't no. You knew it the minute those guys walked in the door, and they didn't have to throw it in your face. It's authentic. So we'll see. The talk is there. The college tape is there. The belief from the organization is there. Now we'll see when rubber meets the road what Buddy looks like.
Yeah, as you said, that is a big thing that you're looking for this offense to add. And David Montgomery feels like he may be that guy, and maybe they've drafted another one. But D'Amico last night after in the war room, it was clear he loved it. We'll hear from D'Amico. We'll hear from Nick Caserio. We'll hear from the newest Texan, Keylan Rutledge, coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, are you looking?
text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get to it, guys. As we are live here on The Drive, let's head to NRG as the general manager, Nick Caserio, the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and the newest member of the Houston Texans, first-round pick number 26 overall, Keylan Rutledge, are speaking to the media.
Keylan, when you think about your first day here, what's it like just to be in the building and kind of have it soak up the moment, and a follow-up for D'Amico? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's first off a blessing. Obviously, you dream of this your whole life, just getting an opportunity to play in the NFL. That's a lifelong dream, so you get that opportunity. I'm so grateful that it's the Houston Texans, and I get to come in here and meet all these wonderful people that I've met, and it's a great place. You can tell that people are genuine, and I'm just so excited to get to work.
And for D'Amico, you think about, we're watching the video, and you're talking about this is the kind of player we need. You want toughness on offense. So just see if you could expand on that a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, we're excited, for Keylan to be a part of our team, right? Because he represents, what we're about, and that's about playing tough, playing physical. It's about finishing. And for anyone that's watched this young man's tape, the highlight of his tape is how he finishes plays. It's something that's innate, something that's in him, and something that we truly believe in here. And I know he's going to bring that toughness and that physicality and that finish mindset, that relentless mindset that we look for. He's bringing that to our team. So that's why we're fired up to have him.
This is for Nick, and I guess maybe D'Amico a little bit. Nick, last night you mentioned some of the elements of the grade that you had on Keylan that were really high. Can you kind of reveal, without revealing too much, about those elements specifically?
Yeah, anytime you're creating a profile on a player, there's obviously the physical components on the field, and then you look at some of the intangible items that are going to apply to the player from a coachability, from an intelligence standpoint, football character, instincts, toughness, overall competitiveness, the way D'Amico alluded to it. So those are things like we prioritize in this program. We prioritize, and every player is evaluated based on that criteria. And Keylan stood head and shoulders above a lot of other players, so that's a part of the evaluation. So when you combine that with what you see on the tape, then you put the profile of the player together and say, this is what a Houston Texan football player looks like. So we take a lot of pride and we put a lot of value in that. You guys have been around our team, and we've talked about this. You win with people and you win with mental and physical toughness. That's what this league is about. So in order to be physical, in order to play with mental and physical toughness, you have to add players to your team that possess those qualities. So if you say that's what you're about, well, then it's our responsibility to go out there and find it. And nobody epitomizes that more than Keylan, which is why he's sitting in a chair next to us.
Keylan, you were speaking yesterday about, right here, Jonathan Alexander, Houston Chronicle, nice to meet you. You were speaking yesterday about kind of your mindset. Other people have described you as kind of playing with a nasty mindset, you finish people. But I'm just curious how you adopted that, where that came from, what influences that? Is it your upbringing, where you came from? What influences that?
I mean, I think you can point to a lot of areas. I think I'm just, first and foremost, a competitor. I just love to compete in everything I do. And I think if you're a true competitor, you want to finish, as offensive lineman, you want to put the dude in the dirt. I mean, you want to play the echo of the whistle. You want to compete at a high level, and you want to be the best about it. So I think that's just, just a competitor in me. I've always had that fire about me, so I think that's where it comes from.
This is for Nick and D'Amico. Obviously, whenever a player gets picked, there's always talk, well, this team wanted him before, so you had to go up and get him. How do you prepare for that? Maybe leading up to it where you talk about acting stuff up, and then in the moment, and how hectic can it be when you want a guy and you anticipate that maybe team in front of you would want the same guy?
Yeah, it's really about organization and preparation and then capitalizing the opportunity when it presents itself. So, D'Amico and I talk, I would say, 40 times a day. So we're talking about players, we're talking about different scenarios. He probably wants me out of his office plenty of the time. But you're always going through different scenarios. And in our situation, say once we got into 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, you start to look at, all right, who are the players that are available? Who are some of the players that we would consider taking? And you kind of create some buckets. And then as you go through,
again, we don't really know what other teams are going to do. Like, you try to, as best you can, make an estimation. Look at the roster. Hey, there's some players that they might be interested in. It doesn't mean that for sure you're going to be interested in the same player. And then we look at it through the lens of, in the end, what's the best thing for the Houston Texans? We can't worry about what other teams are doing. They're going to make their decisions. We have to make our decisions independent of what anybody else is doing. So in terms of how chaotic, it's really not. It's pretty fluid. It's ongoing. And we just kind of react, and we're ready to go. And if you do a trade, you make the trade, and you pick the player. If you can't consummate the trade, then you prepare for the next opportunity in front of you. So we're pretty consistent. It'll be no different here tonight when we get started here in a few hours.
Keylan, have you had a chance to, I know you haven't been in town long, but have you had a chance to meet any other members of the offense since you landed in Houston?
Yes, sir. C.J. Stroud came by, texted me. Will texted me. And C.J. Stroud came by the hotel. We talked for a long time. He's a great human being, first and foremost, but obviously we all know how he is out on the grass, and he's made of the right stuff. So he's a great dude, man. Just great for him to come up there and take the time to come talk to me.
Keylan, right on here. Earlier today, it was said by Coach Key that you met with Cole Popovich before the draft. What were those conversations like, and what did you think about the overall offensive approach that he was kind of talking with you about?
Yeah, I mean, I really love my time with Coach Pop. He put me through a lot of the things that, he's looking for, and, in terms of how he's going to throw hands, all them details kind of thing. And, different than what I did in college, but, I just soaked it in. Just try to take the coaching. He's there to coach me and see what I had, see how I was moving. And I really enjoyed the time and the Zoom I had with him. I'm just talking ball, and I loved it.
D'Amico, when you were looking at Keylan's film and you were obviously liking what you were seeing, what did you and Nick Caley envision for him?
For me, when I'm watching the film of all these offensive linemen, right, studying a lot of different guys, and when I put on his tape, I typed in the word swarm, and that's what I saw on tape. That's the type of player that I saw. And the envision is he played multiple spots on the interior part of the offensive line. He spent a lot of time at right guard. He snapped the ball at Senior Bowl, did a really good job of that. Smart young man, bright young man. We're just happy to work with him. See, may the best 5 guys go out there and help us win some games. He's ready to compete. He's talked about how he loves to compete. That's how he gained his edge, and that's what we're all about. I saw that competitor mindset. I saw it jump off of the tape, and that made it an easy choice. And for us and for me, we're drafting. You see a guy you want. That's why I love working with Nick. We see a guy we want. We see a guy who fits our building, fits what we're about, fits our culture. Let's go get the guy, add him to our team.
This is for D'Amico and Nick. When y'all hired Popovich as the offensive line coach, what was it that y'all liked about Cole Popovich, and is it safe to say that what we've seen with this offensive line is kind of a significant impact of his with the turnover and everything?
Yeah, I mean, hiring Cole, the one thing in the interviewing process, like Cole's a brilliant coach. He's a very smart guy, and he's not just offensive line driven. Like, he's very thoughtful and seeing the entire picture of the offensive line, right, and how it all fits together. He's very thoughtful in making sure, hey, which guys do I need? What do they do well? And he does a really good job. You guys ever get an opportunity to see him work in his individuals and how he takes the time to coach the guys up on all the fine, small details that's really important for an offensive lineman. And it's him being detailed, being thorough as a coach, and never stuck on what he's always done. He's always trying to help his players, always trying to improve his players, and to me, that's the signs of a really good coach. He's an excellent communicator, does a really great job on game day as well. We need to make adjustments. Cole is the guy who sees it, can make the adjustments, and get us in the right situation. So he's all the things you want in a coach.
Nick, and I guess to an extent, D'Amico, how much of what happens on day one changes what you would maybe expect to do on day 2? And I know you guys moved back about 20 spots in the 3rd round, but also, now you have Keylan, offensive lineman. Would you, still be expected to maybe draft an offensive lineman as well? How much changes from after things are done in the first round to the second round?
Always open for business on anything. Doesn't necessarily take us, just because you select one player doesn't necessarily take you out of either a player or a position. Like, we'll go back to what we've kind of done today is looked at the board and said, all right, here's certain players graded at a certain level. What are our opportunities? We're scheduled to pick right now at 38 with 5 or 6 picks in. What are our options? Who are the players that we've identified? If they're available, will we pick them? Great. If not, will we move back? And then we're scheduled to pick at 59 and then 91 or whatever it is right now. So we'll just follow the board, look at our grades. In the end, we always go back to our grades. What have we said about the player? What have our scouts said? What have the coaches said? And just kind of work ourselves around the board and try to make good, smart decisions. I mean, we didn't go into the draft last year anticipating we were going to draft Jay Noel and Higg, but that's the way the board fell. So we took both players. So if there's an opportunity to draft another offensive lineman that makes sense, we'll certainly consider it. We're not going to rule it out, because you really never know when you're going to need these players and what the overall constitution of the team is going to look like. I mean, we can't sit here today and say, well, we know what it's going to look like in September. It could change. So we're always planning for what's in front of us, but we're going to add good players with the right mentality, with the right mindset, let the players ultimately sort itself out, and then if we got to make some decisions at some point, then we'll make the decisions we feel are best for the team.
Keylan, Brent Key today was telling me that there was a conditioning test, and guys were, trying to get through it. It was a tough one, and you were literally pushing your teammates and yelling. Do you remember that? Was that this year or last year? Just what can you tell me about that and have a follow-up?
Yes, sir. I mean, I definitely remember that, but it's who I am every day. No different. Conditioning tests, first day, winter jacket drills, inside run. It's just, hey, you competitor. You want all your teammates to be wired the same way you are and get after it. So you're going to push some guys to their limit, and you hope that they push you to your limit. Iron sharpens iron. So.
You still watch, even though after you were done, you were watching the tape and critiquing the practice stuff. He said that you were kind of going back and wondering, was the standard, still going the way you wanted it to with your younger teammates?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of new faces in there on the O-line over there at Georgia Tech, so you want to watch the tape. I'm going into practice, don't know a lot of the guys, so a lot of new faces over there, so I just want to see what they're about, see how they play the game, and obviously when you go to practice, hey, if I see something on tape, I'm going to let them know, like, hey, I think this, yada, yada. So you want them to – I would love to be a sponge, and you want them to soak it up.
Lastly, he called you an underrated athlete, and they were saying that you ran in the 4.9s. You were actually disappointed to run, I think it was 5.05 at the combine, and you basketball, that stuff. What is your background in those sports and other thing kind of say about you as an athlete? Thank you.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think I'm a good athlete, obviously. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think I move well. Grew up, didn't play offensive line until I got to college, so grew up playing tight end and D-line, played all sorts of sports, played basketball, threw shot put, so, jack of all trades kind of deal.
Keylan, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about what you were saying earlier when CJ came by. Did y'all break bread? What did you make of him coming over to the hotel, and what can you tell us about, I guess, the general message?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, he was just excited. You could tell he's a leader. He's made, like I said, he's made the right stuff, so he just wanted to come over there and just, hey, congratulate me, welcome me, and just talking life, nothing special. Just guys being guys, just talking ball and wishing me luck. And he said, hey, if you need anything, I'm here for you. So what you want, your quarterback.
Keylan, you were a player that entered the transfer portal and went to Georgia Tech, and you mentioned that you didn't play offensive line until you got to college. Can you talk about your relationship with Brent Key and what he meant to be able to help you get to where you are today? Yeah, I mean, Brent Key's a great ball coach, great man, just what he stood for at Georgia Tech, the way he ran the program. I think, that's the way it should be ran. It was built on toughness. It was just built on how we were going to be committed, how we were going to work with your teammates. It was ran the right way. And obviously he's an O-line guy, so he's always getting his nose in the offensive line Indy. And, he just developed me in the right way. He would always bring me in his office, talk life first and foremost, and then he'd be like, hey, fix this, fix this. So he's a really good ball coach, and he's, I can credit him for where I'm sitting today.
All right, that is the press conference where Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and Keylan Rutledge spoke to the media for the first time, Clint, and I think that went about exactly how I thought it would go. Although my man said, yeah, I mean, I'm a good athlete, obviously, within that. But I think, again, like you said, You know, usually everybody's going to win the press conference, unless you're Adam Gase. But usually everybody's going to win the press conference. But, Clint, I think everything that they appear to love about him, you could hear them talk about it, and you can hear it coming from him. As he said, put it in the dirt, people in the dirt, play to the echo of the whistle. You can hear what they loved out of him. Now we'll just see what it actually
no doubt, Ron. You can hear it, you can see it, you can damn near feel it when he's talking, and it is identical to what the Texans are looking for. And the reality of it is which, by the way, I say this not as I'm not stating it. It's a question, right? If that is real, then they hit a grand slam. We'll see if it's real when rubber meets the road in the NFL. By the way, after listening to him multiple times now, I believe it's authentic. I believe it's real. I believe that's the way he's going to approach this thing. And I think Nick and D'Amico have put a group together that'll be receptive to it. And we'll see how it works out. But this is, if everything if that's just not, alligator mouth, hummingbird ass type situation. If this is real, then yeah, man, this has got potential to be a grand slam pick in the first round.
Yeah, he seems to fit exactly where they're going with this thing. Again, I think there are other guys that have fit. I think Ursery seemed to fit where they want to go, and it seems to have really worked out for them. I think the other guys they brought in fits, and we've seen actually. We've seen history with those guys, and some it didn't work. I think Drew Scruggs seemed to feel a lot of this when he first got here and just couldn't get a handle on it. I do think, and Landry brought that up in there a bit, the Cole Popovich influence. I think they really believe in Cole Popovich. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and act like the offensive line was the greatest, a top 10 offensive line last year, but you could see the clear improvement and upgrade that they had with that O-line, and they've now revamped that sucker. And Cole Popovich, they said, gets a lot of credit for that. So I think they really believe we've given him more talent, and maybe we see more of his coaching coming through to help this group out. So I think they're very, very happy. I'm not surprised to hear it. I will be surprised if 38 is an offensive lineman. As we just heard Nick say, depending on how the board shakes out, they didn't plan on drafting 2 wide receivers like they did on day 2 last year. I'd be surprised if they go offensive line. Again,
yeah, I mean, look, for what it's worth, if you look at Mel Kiper's best available, and I'm not saying Mel's the end-all, be-all, but obviously he's going to get some of those right. I mean, you got 8 defensive guys and 2 offensive guys. One of them's a guard and one of them's a wide receiver. I think it'd be for a team that's on record of saying, we're a best player available team. I think it would be a stretch if you're picking 6 to go somewhere off of that list or completely out of left field to an offensive tackle. So I think, but it wouldn't surprise me now. It wouldn't surprise me for Nick and D'Amico to do anything. I'm sure their board looks completely different than Todd McShay's and who was Mel Kiper and all those guys. So we shall see, man. It's for right now. This one here is growing on me, man. Appears to be a really good pick. And I tell you what we're going to do. You just heard from D'Amico and Nick and the first round draft pick. We just heard from them briefly. But I want to sum up what D'Amico Ryans has said, what Nick Caserio has said, and what his college coach has said, and why that is so important. And the biggest piece of this next segment, y'all, we're going to hear from the Texans' first-round pick himself. Not just what you heard kind of there with the GM and the head coach sitting next to him, but in his original audio after being drafted by the Houston Texans. You don't want to go anywhere. You're going to like this, no doubt about it. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Daly's dirty.
The pick is in.
1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is powered by, I'm going to go with the beautiful city of Pittsburgh. Ron, we're not there. We hadn't been to one since Kansas City, which thank the good Lord we hadn't, because the Texans drafted the first round for the first time last night. But it sure looks like the aerials, if you will, and all of the different shows that are broadcasting live from Pittsburgh, it looks like an unbelievable setup. It looks like an unbelievable setup. Right next to the stadium, obviously, a large open grounds with a lot of folks there. And the reason I'm going to allow the city of Pittsburgh to sponsor, to power my Dirties Daily today is because according to Roger Goodell, Pittsburgh last night set a record.
Raj, yeah.
300, what was it, 360 or 340? 340 or 360? They set an attendance number. 300, let's go with the middle, 350,000-ish people at night one of the draft. So Pittsburgh, well done. So far it's been well done. I got to believe that day 2 and day 3 will go accordingly, and it looks like it's been a hell of a deal. It looks good on TV. And looks like they're hosting the event in a beautiful manner. So well done setting the record. The bar is set, man. 360. Where do you think? 350. Where do you think we were in Kansas City? You think they had that many?
No, I don't think they had that many. And by the way, sexy weatherman Andy, who is from Pittsburgh, he did not believe that was accurate. Andy did not believe
wasn't buying it.
He wasn't buying it. He came in. No way. No chance there was that many people out there. I don't know, Andy. What would it be if it's, and I know Andy's probably listening, so he'd tell us, if it's a Houstonian, what is it? A Pittsburghian?
Yins? Isn't that Yinzers? Isn't that what it is? I mean, I may be saying something completely politically incorrect here. Isn't that what
Pittsburghanites.
Isn't that what doesn't McAfee always say Yinzers or Yins or something like that?
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's now that again. I don't know. I probably ought to quit saying it because I don't know. It may be
Andy's going to come rushing in here.
We may have something wrong
to
with
let
it.
us know. Yeah.
The Texans, they started yesterday in Pittsburgh. They're actually here, but they started yesterday with the 28th pick, correct, Ron?
That's right.
And jumped up to what pick? 26?
2 spots.
Jumped up 2 spots to get their guy, and here is what the draft pick sounded like.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keylan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Keylan Rutledge. Now, I'll be honest with you, I told y'all yesterday when we closed the show, tackle, if they go tackle, I'm going to be disgusted. If they go O-line at all, it's going to be a buzzkill. And I'll be honest, sitting on my couch last night, I'd already put my babies to bed. I sit down, and we go guard. And I, if I'm going to be completely transparent,
didn't love it.
Wind out of the sails. Didn't really love it. I thought some of the guys that I'd preferred had gone off the board early, so I really didn't know where they were going to go. They go guard, and the wind was taken out of my sails. Now, I wake up this morning after sleeping on it. I listened to some audio from the player, watch a little highlight reel from the player, and it's growing on me. And it has continued to grow on me throughout the day to the point of I believe that this pick could end up being a grand slam. Keyword, operative part of that sentence, could end up being a grand slam. I think there's a lot to be determined. Is this guy real? Is he really who he presents himself to be? Is he really a guy that can play all 3 positions? Is he a guy that can start at all? Is he a guy that can start at center? There's a lot of question marks around whether this first-round pick is an impact plug-and-play type player that you want in the first round. D'Amico Ryans is on record talking about last year, not this year, believe it was last year, talking about, hey, first-round picks, we expect those guys to play. And so where does he land in terms of production, in terms of play time, in terms of helping this offense that needs help? I think that's going to determine whether this is an actual grand slam or just a good pick for the future. We'll see. We'll see where it lands. But I do want to highlight this. D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, they both talked quite a bit about this player. D'Amico Ryans, tough, physical, and finisher. That's how he described Keylan Rutledge. Nick Caserio, intense, violent, and intelligent. That's how the general manager described Keylan Rutledge.
Bad MFer.
I love what I'm hearing, boys. I love what I'm hearing. Intense, violent, and intelligent. That's exactly what they want their offensive line to look like, feel like, sound like. And if you're going to come out and you're going to open with those kind of statements and you feel pretty confident that that's the guy you're getting. Now, his college coach, what has his college coach said about him? Brent Key, by the way, 4-year letterman at Georgia Tech at the guard position, has been known even as a head coach, but before he was the O-line coach at Alabama for 2 or 3 seasons. He is a head coach, but he's got an O-line specialty. His program is built around an O-line mentality. And his comments on Keylan Rutledge: toughest dude I've ever coached, best offensive lineman that I've coached in 25 years. Pretty strong praise for a player like Keylan Rutledge, who started at Middle Tennessee State. Did you know that, Ron? Started at Middle Tennessee State, bounced to Georgia Tech, and ended up obviously a first-round draft pick. This is not a guy that came in the biggest, fastest, strongest guy, most physical guy, but he's obviously wired of the right stuff. And Brent Key saw it, developed it, and has created the toughest dude he's ever coached and the best offensive lineman that he's ever coached. Now, that's what the head coach of the Texans, the head coach of the Georgia Tech, what are they?
Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets, and Nick Caserio, the general manager of the Houston Texans. That's what they think about him. Now, let's hear from the offensive lineman himself. This is not from today's audio. This is from yesterday, fresh off of being drafted, I believe. Keylan Rutledge on what separates him from others.
Yeah, just how I'm wired, how I'm mentally, how I finish, how I strain, just the kind of mentality I bring to offensive line. That's different than everybody, and I'm gonna give my all for the Houston Texans. So I'm excited to get up there and get to work.
Different is what we're looking for here, boys. Different is what we're looking for here. This is why I'm continuing to warm up to this pick. We're not trying to be cool. We're not trying to be too smart for TV. We're just, it appears to be very authentic and very real about this is who I am, whether you like it or not. And I'm not scared to say it. I'm going to say it with my chest. Different is what we're looking for. Here's Keylan Rutledge again. What are the Houston Texans fans getting out of you here in Houston?
Yeah, man, you're just getting a relentless worker, someone that's just going to come in every day, be the first in, last out kind of guy, a guy that's blue-collar, gritty, wants to get after it, wants to finish dudes in the dirt, and you're getting a guy that's just a great teammate. I'm going to hold people accountable, and I'm going to push the standard for the whole team, so I'm ready to get up there and just get to work, man. And, about me, like, I can play all 3 interiors. Obviously, I just played right guard in college, but, I'm comfortable snapping, playing left. Anything the team needs me to do, man, I'm there, and I'm going to be the guy they can call on, so I'm ready to get to work.
I mean, what's not to like? Blue-collar, gritty, put people in the dirt, hold people accountable, can play 3 positions. That's exactly what you want a draft pick to sound like if you're trying to remake your offensive line, and that's exactly what the Texans are doing. We had a texter earlier that talked about how different this is from Laramie Tunsil, and that hit a chord for me, man. When you got out of the Laramie, as good as Laramie Tunsil is, you can't just get out of the Laramie Tunsil business because you want to. When you get out of the Laramie Tunsil business, you've got to absolutely have a plan and be very intentional about that plan, and your offensive line has to be wired different than Laramie Tunsil if you're going to make that move. And, boy, have they appeared to have wired it differently. Ron, I think with this, the Texans' first-round draft pick, Keylan Rutledge, I think there's a couple of positives and a couple of concerns here. All right? Number one, with Keylan Rutledge, I think he is an absolute perfect match with the Houston Texans mentality and personality-wise, right? He fits what the Texans want their O-line room to be. Again, intense, violent, intelligent, physical, tough, finish. That's exactly what they're trying to create as an offensive line unit, as an offensive line room, and he is a perfect fit. Maybe even the tip of the spear along with last year's second-round draft pick, Ariante Ursery, right? The second positive, the position flex that they've all mentioned multiple times, can play all three interior O-line positions, with center being one that he could potentially play. I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's even real or not.
It better be.
The fact that we're talking about it, Ron, is big. Center being a possibility there is real. I mean, you look up, and if your offensive line looks like Ariante Ursery, Wyatt Teller, Keylan Rutledge at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, and then Braden Smith at right tackle. When it comes to running the football, you got a chance to be a force in the NFL and be a little bit wired a little bit different than most offensive lines in football. So we'll see. Whether you're talking about the mentality or the position flex, I think those are two positives that this kid brings to the table. Now, the two concerns are, Ron, one, a rookie center in front of C.J. Stroud. Best case scenario, he plays center, he wins a position, he's their guy. A rookie center in front of C.J. Stroud is in theory, is not ideal, given that this offense requires an elite level of communication and processing from those two guys, the center and the quarterback. That's the concern for me, is if he is to win the position, it's like, okay, now what does the communication in real time look like when NFL defensive coordinators are doing everything they can to confuse us up front, right? That guy playing in front of C.J. Stroud makes me a tad bit nervous if we do get to that point, albeit will be a very good thing. And then number two, just the reality that the Texans are in right now. The reality the Texans are in right now is with their interior offensive line, somebody has to sit. Unless he's a center, and unless he's the starting center, somebody has to sit. You got two top free agents at guard right now, and you got a first-rounder that we know can play guard. So the fear there is if he can't play center, then you've got somebody you paid a lot of money to, or somebody that you drafted with a high draft pick that's going to be watching from the sidelines, and that's not ideal for a number one overall pick or a free agent that you pay good money to. So we could be staring another one of those Cam Robinson type situations in the face if we're not careful.
That's what it's all about to me. Is like, it's nice to hear, his comments, his mentality. We've seen highlights of his mentality. It is nice to see and hear. What really matters when it gets down to it, can you play center? Can you snap the football well enough? You never played it at Georgia Tech. You did it at the Senior Bowl. But can you be what they need? Because what they need is, when you say somebody got to sit, that somebody got to sit. We know who that somebody needs to be. It is not the guy who you signed for 3 years and $37 million in Ed Ingram.
That's right.
It is not the guy that you signed. It's not Braden Smith. He ain't sitting nowhere. It is not the guy that you signed in Wyatt Teller, the veteran that you brought in on a 2-year deal worth over $16 million. And it damn sure ain't the guy that you moved up with, where I still want to know who the hell you was fighting with to have to move up and give up that third-round pick. That who you moved up with to go get at 26, it can't be that guy. It's got to be the journeyman who came from New England that hey, he knows the offense, solid guy, but we sit there and watch. Boy, I don't know. I don't know if he's got enough there. It has to be him. So, I mean, it could be great, bro. Like I love his mentality. His mentality needs to work at center. Don't give me this all the 5 best guys garbage. No, the 5.
We're going to get beat over the head with that again.
He's already said it. It may be the 5 best guys, but it's got to be the 5 best guys with him playing center. We all know how this is.
Well, if you're going to draft him in the first round, he's got to be one of the best guys, or we got to question whether your draft evaluation is. Well,
first off, that is question. That is a fair question based off what you have done in the past at this position. But no. Back-to-back years of a Cam Robinson is not acceptable. Back-to-back years of one of those two guys to sit down is not acceptable, to have gone out in free agency and spent that type of money for that person to sit down. There's no way that they didn't draft this guy with the pure belief that he can play center. I really don't care what they're saying. There is no way that they made those decisions in free agency to move up to go get this guy to play guard.
Well, there's a way. I mean, there's a way. I mean, Cam Robinson did happen last year. Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery did happen last year. I'm in a different position. I'm with you. I hope it doesn't happen, but I think it's a good position. That they may have overcorrected. Like, I would rather have overcorrected than what I've watched since Bill O'Brien's was here with the Texans of always wishing you had better offensive linemen at multiple positions and playing this crap where that guys can play multiple positions and you know the what is it, versatility? What is it? No, that's not what we call it.
Cross training.
Cross training. Yeah, like that's fine and dandy, but I don't know that's for everybody. But yeah, like I would not be mad at all if they overcorrected. Which if all these guys, free agents and this rookie, can all play, and none of them can play center other than Jake Andrews, then you overcorrected, right? Is the point? I'm not. I hope that's not the case, but I'm not.
But you didn't just overcorrect it, Clint. You believe they drafted this kid because they think he can play center. You don't think? I
think that's best case scenario, but I'm not willing to put my house note on it.
Yeah. I gotta believe they moved up to get this kid because they have the belief he can play center.
Well, I've got to believe that they understand that the communication that's required in this offense, along with the what we've seen from C.J. Stroud and Jake Andrews, it's you could put yourself in a mean predicament with a rookie at center. So I don't know. I guess what I'm telling you is I'm split. I hope what you're saying is true, and I hope it works out to a T, and then we can call this a grand slam draft pick. But yeah, that's this is a one hell of an. You got to be a sharp dude to step in and physically be who you are, also while processing at an extremely high level and communicating this offense from the word go. That'd be a tall task.
Yeah, that's the people that texted in here on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. O-linemen get injured. They do. And I'm not going to say – I would assume that they're probably going to have to go to the bench at some point. Well, I'm just saying to start, though.
Yeah. Yeah, this conversation is more about the start. And I'm with you, Ron. Look, I think you've got – I mean, one thing the Texans have done we haven't talked about enough is they've – you look at the kid they brought in from Arizona, center in either guard. You look at Jarrett Patterson, center, either guard. You look at Jake Andrews, center. You look at this kid, center, either guard. So, I mean, when you look at their options – you know, when it comes cut down time and you look at their options to fill out an O-line roster in the interior O-line, they've got really, really, really good quality depth that's versatile. So that was also a problem since Bill O'Brien's been here, it seemed like.
Yeah,
but it looks like they've righted that ship. They've got a lot of good going on from that perspective.
They absolutely do. They just need Rutledge to start.
At center.
At center. That'd be a hell of a look to look over there and see play. And we got $13 million over there, or $9 million over there that we could allocate it somewhere else. All right, coming up, a big one not only in Pittsburgh with the draft, where the Texans have a ton of picks tonight, 3 picks tonight, but the Rockets, they're playing for their lives. And there's an update on KD from the head coach. We'll let you know what that is. And just listen, not going to be greedy. Not going to be greedy. Think this through, and we'll talk about it on the other side as well. What's one thing you could change from the first 2 games for the Rockets and you'd like to see tonight? What would it be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, speaking of the Rockets, man, you going to watch that game tonight? When you do, guess what? You're going to see Mokaram injury lawyers all over that joint.
by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hour and a half until the second round starts, where the Texans are picking at 38, which is sixth in the round, and they're picking at 59 as well. So that's coming up here in about an hour and a half. And remember, you can hear all of that coverage just like you did last night. You can hear all of that coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. I saw Andre Ware was there. Wow. Robert Hensley bringing it. So it's a good listen right around here. As I see here on the text line rolling through, one of my favorites, Love Hate, Joseph and Isaiah. Ron, overly worried about money, LOL. Yeah, but the same guy who says the salary cap isn't real. Well, it really isn't.
Hold on, show.
But it ain't about money. It's just about what you've invested in and what is there in front of you. Just like when they drafted Kamari Lassiter in the second round, and I don't even remember who the hell was there, but Kamari Lassiter basically was just the number 2 corner as soon as camp started. He was given the opportunity to lose that gig. I'm certain they had like 2 veterans in there. Was it Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson?
That's it,
somebody,
That's exactly who it was.
And he waltzed right in, second-round pick, because what they invested in him. And they felt like, well, I'll be damned, he better beat these jokers out. And he did. And you've invested moving up in the draft, giving up a third-round pick, and this isn't Ty Simpson backing up Matt Stafford. This is Andrews. No offense to him. He has worked his heart out to get to this place. This is not some unattainable guy. If you walked off and went into the draft and you said to yourself, we feel this guy is so good, we got to move up and get him, damn it, he better beat Andrews out. He better be able to beat Andrews out.
Yeah. To the texter, or to me the money play here that I think Ron was referring to originally was like it's not a good idea here if we pull the Ariante Ursery, Cam Robinson thing year in, year out. Like, yeah. I mean, at some point you got to go, hey man, in free agency we filled this void. Now let's go address some other needs, right? And so, and it's not going to kill the team or anything, but it's still not a great idea. Ron can believe that the salary cap is not a real thing, but then also understand that, hey, man, going and signing a $12 million a year guy and then cutting him and paying half his damn salary it's not an ideal way to renovate your offensive line. So
yeah, when I say the salary cap isn't real, when you need to go and get somebody that you want to bring in, like an Ed Ingram, like a Smith, like whatever, you bring them in, and we could pay these guys. We could, just like last year, they were acting like, oh, man, we could only bring in Lincoln Tomlinson for $3 million. Oh, we can only bring in Ed for $1 million. No, they couldn't have. They could have paid more money, and they did this year. But that don't damn sure mean that, all right, man, hey, man, we get $12 million guy all for S and giggles. If it doesn't work, all right, go grab a seat. No, you want him to work out. And when you start making investments in first and second round picks, your investment in the thought is he should start. And I'm telling you, Andrews shouldn't stop you.
Yep. Perfect world. You are correct, sir.
No, I'm not saying just give it.
First round pick, you think we're thinking perfect world.
First round pick that you made moves to go up and get.
Come on.
All right. The Rockets. Udoka, as I said, and I'll be going to people. I see people on the text line, YouTube and Twitch as well. If you can change one thing, ain't got to be greedy, just one thing with this Rockets series with the Lakers, you could change that tonight that you would want to see improve for the Rockets, what would it be? But a little update on Kevin Durant. Udoka, a couple of hours ago on the Rockets flagship, Clinton Tyler said in regards to Kevin Durant, who as we said yesterday, he popped up on the injury report listed as questionable, and it wasn't for the knee, that caused him to miss game one. It was actually for the left ankle. This is Udoka. He's a little bit ginger. Went through some things at shoot-around, had some swelling in the ankle. We'll give it a go tonight and see how he feels before the game. He is definitely questionable. That's according to his head coach, Ime Udoka. So that's where we are with Kevin Durant. And I know Cheryl and Tyler, myself, will keep looking at this because this is not a 9:30 tip. This is a 7 o'clock tip. And we'll towards the closer part of our show ending, we'll probably have an understanding of Kevin Durant giving it a go. I think he will give it a go, Clint, but we'll see. Obviously, he will not be 100% with a knee and an ankle on opposite legs. So that is the latest there. All right, what's the one thing you would change? I see somebody texting in. The one thing I would change is for Luke Kennard to go back to his real job of junior high school teaching. Yeah, that's nice. Or at least go back to his regular season of 9 points a game, is one would say. I would like to see Marcus Smart be taken out of the game. Someone texted in one thing they would change. What about you, Clint? One thing that you would, just one thing, not getting greedy, not all this, one thing you would hope to change for the Rockets tonight?
Well, I would play Reed Sheppard, and
I
would eliminate the double team blitz that we've seen that's caused so many problems. I would I'd punt on this defensive approach that they, with Okogie in the game so much. Like it is inexcusable at this point in time with Ime Udoka to have for Josh Okogie to have double the minutes that Reed Sheppard has. It just can't. It can't. And even when you break that down, it's double the minutes on paper. But if you look at kind of what's expected of each player, it's significantly more impactful minutes for Okogie than it is Reed Sheppard. Like you got to get in there and let Reed do his thing. And if he can't shoot, if he has a rough shooting night, you lose the game. So be it. You're dead in the water with the approach that Ime Udoka's been taking. You're dead in the water. And so I think the one thing is more Reed Sheppard, less Okogie. Period. Let's move on. Yeah, Reed Sheppard played 10 minutes in that last game. Didn't make any shots, but 10 minutes obviously for him that's not enough. And to your point, that's probably. They're going to blitz him. They're going to double team him. We know the Lakers are going to do that because they're going to keep doing it until you can stop it. And one of the best ways for you to stop it is having your best shooters out there. So when it's open, maybe it's Jabari Smith or Reed Sheppard getting open shots as opposed to Josh Okogie and Tari Eason. Ron, it's like you got to do something that doesn't make it blatantly obvious that you're going to – whoever brings the ball around across half court is going to stop at the top of the key, and they're going to wait for Kevin Durant to come around. They're going to hand the ball off to him, and they're going to allow – it's like telling everybody we're fixing to run David Montgomery off the right side. We're going to do it multiple times in critical moments, so don't worry about the rest of the field. Just worry about this. Like you've got to – they got to quit walking into it because they've clearly shown against multiple opponents and for an extended period of time that they don't have answers. Right? They don't have the ability. They don't have answers. They don't have an adjustment. And so what you've got to do is you've got to do it, especially in critical moments. You got to do it less, which I just think that Reed Sheppard being on the floor and handling the ball is the best option you got. That's not bad. I'm not mad if Holiday gets a little run at that spot either. Somebody who's they're going to blitz him. And we heard Jabari Smith earlier say they got a plan for it. I cannot wait to see. Okogie's going to bring the ball up. How many times you seen KD run off a screen? And that's how he got the ball. How many times you ever seen him? Well, even when you do it sloppy. I mean, it's like you know what I mean. It's not it's almost like they run into each other. It's just like it's not like he's not coming off screens, catch and shoot. There's no curls or none of that. No. It's come to the ball. It's come to the ball at the top of the key, man. We'll hand it off to you just to be safe, to keep that thing from getting intercepted. We'll hand it off to you. All right, Tyler's got some big weekend plans that we've got to get to. Oh hell! But before that, should we take this at all serious? How serious should we take this Nico Collins conversation? We talked about it a bit yesterday, and it was still floating around during the draft. How serious we should take this Nico Collins conversation? If you don't know about it, we'll explain that to you coming up next. athletic directors, head coaches, superintendents, booster clubs, board members, if you're in a decision-making position in the sports construction world, if you're putting
Day at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm looking at Keylan Rutledge, new first-round draft pick for the Texans. If you missed it, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media. We carried that live right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. I'm trying to look at him, Clinton Tyler, and think if he is versatile in – I'm trying to look at what part of town he's going to be hanging out in by a visual. And I'm looking, trying to think, is he as versatile as his play is? You know, he can play multiple positions. Will he be at different places? Where will he be? This is a tough one here. I think there's some versatility. I think I could see him at the Heights with Tyler. But this fade up into the beard, and the beard is also faded down into it as well. I could see him at a day party, maybe 13, maybe camp.
Could you see him in Matt's DJ booth?
I could see him at camp. I could see him in Matt's DJ booth. We've got some potential versatility here, Tyler. I could see there's a lot here. There's a lot working here.
He may have a couple of pops and be able to slide off in Onyx with the fellas.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Keylan, that's a dead giveaway too. What's up with the parents? Keylan, huh?
Yeah, that's Key, by the way.
It's Key.
That fade, that beard,
Key. Yo, Key.
That get down, that is not. Hey, Keylan, no.
Key.
Nobody.
Big Red is his nickname.
Yeah. Well, even with that,
somebody's calling him Key.
Look, here's the deal. Even the Big Red thing, that's what guys like Nick call him. Even in the streets, that's Red. And if Big is there, it's just because Big is a go-to because he's a bigger dude. That's Red or that's Key.
Yeah. Z's gonna call him Key.
There's no question. There is no question. There is no. That is not Big Red or Keylan.
Yeah. Hey, Red.
I mean, I would go with Dirty Red before I went with Big Red. Big Red's Clifford.
Yeah.
Clifford the Big Red Dog. Yeah. And that may be where that came from, but we're going to shorten that thing. In the streets, that's Red. On the field, on the practice field, that's Red.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you.
If had a good time in Atlanta.
If that would have been, I don't know. D'Amico would have probably said Big Red. I was going to say D'Amico would have said Red, but he probably would have said Big Red.
Tyler, what are the odds?
He's influenced by Nick.
Tyler, what are the odds you think in his time at Georgia Tech he has had the lemon pepper wings at Magic City?
Give it a 93% chance.
You think he slipped up into there?
Strong chance.
You think there's a chance?
Hey, if he hasn't, it's not because he avoided that establishment. If he hasn't, it's because he just didn't have nobody to get him there.
It was for the wings.
Spent a couple of years in Atlanta. That fade, there ain't no chance in hell that he ain't in the Magic City.
Oh, that is
there ain't no play. There's no chance he ain't walked the streets and at least shook T.I. or Jermaine Dupri or Ludacris's hands. No chance. He didn't kick that at a Hawks game. Go ahead, Key. Go ahead and do your thing, Red. There it is. Also chiming in, Big Red was a soda as well.
It was a dog. I believe it was a dog before it was a soda, but you're right.
I think Clifford's still with us too in the books. Yeah, so yeah, you can still do that. All right, I do want
Red was a soda.
I do want to get you.
I bet you Keys knocked a few of them back too.
I bet he has. I want to get to Tyler's weekend plans, but again, is there anything in your mind that we need to have any? How serious would you take the Nico Collins conversation? We talked about it. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports said teams have called the Texans to check in on two-time Pro Bowler Nico Collins with an understanding in the league that he is going to need a contract adjustment. It seems highly unlikely that Houston would deal him, but teams have checked in. Collins will make $20.6 million this season when the market, when the wide receiver market is double that. I'm doing some draft shows last night. It was brought up there as well, and talking about that's something people were checking in and hearing about. How serious are you taking the Nico stuff?
0.
Yeah.
I'm at a 0. If that is even remotely close to a conversation, you've got to. I mean, that you've got to in free agency or in this draft, you've got to add somebody that could potentially be that level player if the stars align. I'll be honest with you. I don't think, and I've said this a lot, and hell, I've been wrong. I don't think smart football guys look at this offense and go, yeah, no Nico, we got a shot. I just don't. There is no. They cannot be serious about trying to win a Super Bowl if they're seriously considering moving Nico Collins. So I think there's 0 to this.
Yeah, 27 years old, 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, even with him missing games. He has missed 10 games, including the playoffs in the last 3 seasons. So that is a part of it. But yeah, I'm with you. I just can't see them doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it just wouldn't make just any sense.
The interesting thing, too, is if you get into the conversation of, yeah, well, he's missed some games, he's been injury-prone. Yeah, he's been on a team-friendly deal for about 3 years now, too.
Yeah.
At least for 2 plus 1. So
Now, I do think he is going to need a new contract.
Oh, there's going to need to be, no doubt.
And now, I don't know. I do believe the Texans are willing to do that. And if they aren't, as you said, that looks like a dramatically different offense.
Well, I think it's heavily dependent on what they do with 7. You know, if you don't end up paying a quarterback $50 to $60 million a year for the next 4 after this season, then you can afford to give Nico the bump that he wants and the extension that he wants and keep him around. But when you go to paying, again, we've talked about it multiple times, a top corner, you're fixing to have to make a decision whether you pay that other corner. You have to make a decision where you pay a safety. You can only have so many max contracts on a damn team, and I just, when you pay that quarterback, it changes the calculus offensively, and I just don't know that Nico can survive a quarterback making $60 million when he's. I mean, these receivers that are in the same sentence with him are mid-30s now.
Yeah, and he should get what he's owed.
Yeah. So we'll see. But I don't. Right now, I don't think. I think this next year is huge for a handful of guys, but I think it all starts and stops with 7. It all starts and stops with the quarterback.
Absolutely.
That decision is going to bleed into the decisions that it's going to impact several other players on both sides of the ball.
All right, Tyler, let us just share with us the people. I know your weekend plans. What you got a hot thing going tomorrow, don't you?
Yeah, something I've never done. Something tomorrow, Saturday.
First timer, Clint.
Yeah. I've never done an event like this, but me and my little brother, his wife, and my wife, we're going to go enjoy it. Should be a good time. It's going to disgust Clint Stoerner.
Well, let me decide that. What is it?
I'm going to check out the old the corgi races out at the Sam Houston Race Park, man. You know what breed of dog that is?
Yes,
it's a little stubby-legged
dog. It's a weenie dog on steroids.
They're cute, little fluffy, stubby-legged little.
There's one that all joking aside, you could have picked any breed of dog you wanted to. That POS that chases me when I do my jog walk around my neighborhood out there, it's got corgi.
I didn't know it was
absolutely.
They get around quick for having such stubby-ass legs.
You're going to the corgi races at St. Houston? I've read this. By the way, guys,
why do you think that would disgust? It doesn't disgust me.
I really thought
you look at him differently.
I really thought it would.
No, that don't surprise me one bit about Tyler.
And by the way, owners can still sign up their corgis to compete in this year's fan favorite events. Spots fill fast every year.
Hell yeah, I bet.
Once you register, participants will receive check-in information, race heats, assignments, day of event instructions.
No.
It's a big time.
All joking aside, that sounds like a great date event.
It's going to be fun, I think. It's going to be hell of a. I mean, you can bet on each race.
A racetrack is fun. A racetrack is fun.
You would double date to go to the corgi races?
If my wife wanted to go, I'd probably entertain it.
Again, this is the second time, Tyler.
I'm not
stunned by the hat.
Now,
with the Astros, the home run hat, I am stunned by this.
If
reaction.
Tyler takes his dog and has poopy bags following it around at the horse track, then I may judge him. But taking his wife to that and them having fun with it and drinking and having a good time, little brother time together, little family time together. Brides will love it. Yeah, I mean,
your first reaction was what I was thinking.
But it had nothing to do with Tyler going. It was a corgi. I'm picturing corgis, the POS that chases me. But I'm picturing
they're on it.
Wonder if he's racing.
He needs to.
Are you betting?
Nah, his owner's on a breathing machine. She can't get him out there.
Oh, yes. Me and my little brother, actually, we were just texting about we're going to get at least a couple bets in on these races.
Yeah, no, I was just, the visual of corgis racing at a horse track is funny. I wasn't laughing at the event. I mean, I think they're funny-looking little dogs, man.
Champ Slice, by the way, Tyler, T-Mill, I'm going to be at the corgi races, too.
Oh, what up, dude? Let's meet up and get a drink.
See?
Someone text in Tyler's gambling at the corgi races.
Of course.
No,
wherever he's at.
I know this is your first time. Like, what do you think the turnout's going to be out for this event?
Huge, I would imagine.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, huge? I mean, let's.
I know there's horse races like between, I think, the little corgis getting after it. But I really have no idea.
So it's a horse racing day with corgis involved. It's corgi day at the horse track.
That's probably more fair. Yeah.
Even better. I don't think it's crazy.
I have several questions. Like how long is this? You think? How long do you think you got?
They got to run it. They got to run them just a straightaway, right? It's got to be a 100-yard dash.
No, I'm talking about how long do you think you're going to be at this race?
Oh, okay.
How long is this date? This an hour?
3-4 hours?
Oh, every bit of 3 or 4. Yeah. Yeah, you got to go back and forth to the windows. There's 20 minutes between every race, and now they're adding a corgi race to the horses.
I feel like for me, I got to be 2 to 3 sheets to the meeting.
Well, that's
I'm gonna get hammered, most likely. I mean, we're gonna have a damn good time.
I know you're the corgi.
I think I'd rather it be like Dobermans or something running. Like corgis are. I mean, like let's add some more dogs. Let's add the greyhounds. That's too common. I think my parents used to bet on them greyhounds. Let's get some Dobermans or let's get some meat eaters in there. And
I like the corgis is the one that's throwing me off. That was
so squatty.
That dog is that one. I kind of want to see it. I hope you take some pictures. But
boy, you could not have picked a better breed. That son of a gun that chases me around that damn.
Little legs move fast.
I get hot too. It's one of those where I'm almost ready to tell the owner, like, look, if I've got my little girls with me and this thing comes chasing after me, even if it scares them, I'm kicking the hell out of him.
Oh no! He almost said
like no. I mean, he doesn't have to bite one of them for me to attack. I'm going to attack before my kids get eat up.
All right.
And it's a corgi.
It hasn't done anything to you yet. Just take a deep breath.
Always walking the damn neighborhood.
Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. God, dog, man, you just turned that dark real quick. 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up where we are in the draft. About an hour away from the second round. Rockets-Lakers, a big one tonight. Update on the injuries, not just with Durant, but also Austin Reeves on the other side. The Astros, they face the Yankees at the Daikin. McCullers gets the ball. We'll get you ready for that as well as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
Where did the Texans sit after night 1? station. The Texans play here.
It's gonna start a fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the draft is about to start. Less than an hour away. You can hear that coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, many, many more. Andre Ware was on with him yesterday. Robert Hensley, who does a great job as well, and all the people who helped put that together. Be listening. They'll be here today after we get done, tomorrow as well. Best coverage in the city. Make sure you click on right here on Sports Radio 610 throughout the draft to hear it. But if you missed it earlier, I believe about 3:30-ish, the final segment of the 3 o'clock hour, the press conference. We got to hear from Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and Keylan Rutledge earlier. If you want to hear that, you can go check that out as well to introduce himself to this team. And they answer some questions about what they're going to do the rest of the way as well. Texans tonight, Clint, have picked 38, 59, and 91 left. And we will get to where, you got to stay tuned, bottom of the 5 o'clock hour, we will get to the thought of where they should go, specific players, positions, where they should go the rest of the way tonight. But, Clint, jumping outside of the Texans in the first round, there was a lot happening in the draft. There were a lot of teams that had multiple first-round picks. Hell, there was a team that had multiple first-round picks that jumped back in to make 3 selections yesterday. What things kind of jumped out to you outside of the Texans in that first round yesterday?
Well, before I get to the teams that had multiple picks, I think the one that jumps out is Ty Simpson climbing the board, going to 13th, I think it was, to the Rams. And I just wholeheartedly disagree with all of the haters on this particular pick. And I'm not even talking about because I was higher on Ty Simpson than maybe some were. I mean, hell, I wasn't standing on a mountaintop or anything. I just thought he was better than top of the second, bottom of the first type. So that proved to be true here. I think I mentioned to you, I believe earlier in the week when we were talking about Ty Simpson, is I would have loved to have seen him gone to a quarterback needy team in Pittsburgh and then have him sit behind Aaron Rodgers and learn and kind of and have a couple of years, a year or two to pick up the NFL game. I didn't think, that the Rams would make that decision, but I love it even more. I mean, to sit behind Matthew Stafford, who's got 1, maybe 2 years left, beyond this year, the team's already in a really, really good spot on both sides of the football. Some would argue that it was the best team in football this year. And so I think the way they're doing it, I think I heard somebody, I think it was Dan Orlovsky, said, good teams draft players before there's a desperate need at that position, particularly quarterbacks. I think this is a great move by the Rams, a Super Bowl team right now that's planning for the future and answered. By the way, this week, Jimmy Garoppolo, who they thought would be their best backup, their number one backup option, decided, I believe, he's considering retirement.
Considering retiring, yeah.
Now he can go ahead and either retire, go to a different team, I guess, with Ty Simpson being taken. But I think it starts right there for me. I believe the Rams, I think this is a hell of a job. We talk about it all the time, whether it's free agency or draft. Don't wait until you have a problem and then hope that guy's available, right? Take a swing now, even spill your peanut butter if you don't mind. Now, getting to the multiple pick teams, it's hard to not like what the Jets did, man. They got 3 guys, but it's hard to not like what the Jets did. Got arguably the best edge player in the game in Bailey. Then they went to Sadiq, the best tight end, and then one of the top wide receivers. They got him at 30, I think, in the draft. So they added 2 weapons, true weapons on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, Omar Cooper from Indiana.
That's right.
That guy at 30. Yep.
That's right. And then a guy that I would say is a true, a game changer, obviously off the edge for the defensive-minded head coach, former Aggie, I believe, former Aggie, in New York. So it's hard to not really like what they did. And then other than that, I think I like what the Cowboys did. The Downs kid not only is a great player, but I think him. You and I were talking about in the break. Him and the
Sonny Styles.
It's a great name, by the way. But those two guys were considered to be, since we're in Houston, I'll use Azeez Al-Shaair type, just game-changing, organizational-changing type leaders, I think. So the Cowboys get one of those guys in a very big need position at safety, and then an edge rusher in Lawrence. They've rebuilt their down line. This is the last piece, I think, to play the edge if he's as good as they think he is to play immediately. So I think the Cowboys had a really, really good draft. Of the teams that had multiple picks, I probably like the Cowboys as much or more than any of the other guys. I'm not sure about the Johnson kid with the Dolphins. The Giants had a help getting Reese, and I don't even know how to say his name.
How many edge rushers are they going to draft in the top five?
They got a traffic jam in that DN room, don't they?
Yeah, Thibodeau's top 5. They signed Brian Burns. They signed him, but they just drafted Abdul Carter in the top 3 last year. Now they've got Reese. Yeah. Interesting. They had 5 and 10.
Yeah, we'll see. And I'm probably a little different than some folks too. Had you put a gun to my head and said, "Hey, who's the best? What wide receiver would you take?" I probably would have took the kid out of Ohio State that the Tennessee Titans took.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have. I don't know. I don't know much about the other kid that they drafted late out of Auburn, but.
Well, yeah.
I really like the Tate kid with the size, and when you watch him run routes, man, it's smooth. It's so smooth it almost looks slow. But he just seemed a little bit more polished, I think, than the other guys. So what the Titans did doesn't scare me, but I do like the Tate kid.
Yeah. Jeremiah Love, that was interesting. The Cardinals going after Jeremiah Love. You're thinking of somebody who has a lot. They just said, hell with it, we're just going to get the best player we think in the draft. And they went ahead and scooped him up. And Jeremiah Love, by the way, is the favorite to be the Rookie of the Year. Behind him, Carnell Tate, and then Mendoza as well. And I thought another interesting thing was the Reuben Bain Jr. slide. Clearly, the arm length thing, I think that was much more than the recent revisiting of the 2024 incident that occurred.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the arm thing was really an issue. And he slid. A lot of people thought he was a top 10, top 8 type pick, and he slides to 15 because a lot of people look at that and just like, we've just nobody has ever made the Pro Bowl with arms that short as a defensive end. Nobody's ever had double-digit sacks. And he slid down to 15.
Well, I saw the graphic they threw up there last night. I think the Pollard out of Georgia that does all that was doing the TV stuff. I don't know why the hell he's not anymore. He's good. But
yeah, he was on with Payne and Pendergast this morning.
Yeah, I really like him, man. He was good. He's another short arm guy. I didn't realize it, but he's another short arm guy. I tell you, he did. Talking about Reuben Bain Jr., he did not. I mean, there was some intensity there. Now I don't know if he was pissed off because of the slide or if he was just like that from jump. But
he was heading to a Black Panther meeting.
Yeah, he was hot. Now he was hot.
Him and his family.
The Love thing is interesting, though, Ron. You know why? This is exactly what I was afraid of. I mean, this is for him. You go to Arizona. I mean, for crying out loud, they got Jacoby Brissett threatening to hold out. Of all people, you got Jacoby Brissett wanting a new deal, threatening to hold out, right? I mean, which was better, him or Jimmy Garoppolo trying to retire early? He's like, what the hell are we doing here? But he wants to get that money. He's got him over a barrel, right? He wants that money. But that's where Arizona's at. You don't have a quarterback. I think I saw earlier, you don't have a left tackle. A lot of questions in Arizona. I hope and pray that it's not one of those situations where a good player goes to just waste 2 or 3 years.
We'll see how LaFleur is with him as he's the new head coach there. So, and I think that's right. He hired Nathaniel, didn't he?
Did he? Yeah, he said he was his first choice. What did
Nathaniel Hackett is his OC. Good God Almighty! All right, that's the first round of the draft. Second round coming up in about 47 minutes or so.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up. I wonder if we potentially see the Rockets in T-Mill's best bets. But they are 9.5-point favorites. Even with this updated, we updated it a little bit earlier, but I'll let you know if you're just jumping in your cars. Ime Udoka, the head coach of the Houston Rockets, was on the flagship earlier today and discussing the injury as Kevin Durant showed up on the injury report yesterday, late last night, with a left ankle sprain. He said he was a little bit ginger, went through some things at shoot-around, had some swelling in the ankle. He said, we'll give it a go tonight and see how he feels before the game. He is definitely questionable. And on the other side, Austin Reeves, who has been out and was supposed to be out 4 to 6 weeks with an oblique, he is planning to play tonight. He is also going to go through warm-ups and shoot-around to see if he's clear to go. If he can't go, they will expect to hold him back in Game 4. I don't know why they wouldn't just hold him back in Game 4 anyway, just to make sure when you're up 2-0. But you never know. You never know how a series turns with that. But that is the update on the injury report with the Rockets and the Lakers.
Well, this is about KD. I think the only thing that can make it worse of what we've watched so far, and let's be honest, what KD is going to have to deal with, the only thing that can make it worse is if he's got a little ankle sprain that keeps him from playing or limits his minutes or is something that him or the organization lean into as an excuse to why they're not playing well to any degree. I mean, this thing's about Kevin Durant. I think the Rockets are dead. I think the rest of the series is about, can Kevin Durant save some kind of face by helping by at least getting the Rockets to look like they've practiced all year long, to look like a formative group that can win a playoff game. I mean, right now it is. I mean, it's as bad for KD as it can get, and with these little knick-knack injuries, and then another night of playing poorly as a team, not even as him, but just as a team. That is going to be hard for my man to stomach. He's going to have multiple burners after this series.
He has. There is video of him walking into the building, so doesn't seem like a major limp, but there is video of him walking in. I think I would be surprised if he doesn't give it a go, but clearly left knee or right knee, left ankle, not the combination you're looking for.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. I don't know. This could be a big weekend for Tyler. Tyler could find himself at the Corgi races on Saturday and maybe Sunday. Go catch Sunday or tonight to go catch the Yankees and the Astros. The Yankees are at the Daikin tonight. Lance McCullers will get the ball, and again, one of your trusted starters. I would say honestly, he's 1-1. His ERA is still over 6, but hopefully he can get this thing started. They had a day off after winning that series in Cleveland, and they will face the Yankees. By the way, the lineup, Correa stays in that leadoff spot with Altuve as the DH behind him, Paredes followed by Altuve, Christian Walker, Smith, Harris is in the outfield with Diaz catching, sorry, Tyler, and Bryce Matthews in center. So that is the lineup there for the Astros, and this will be a big one to get against the Yankees. Right now they're 10-16. Clint, they just gotta win series, be consistent, win series, and hope their starting pitching can come together in some form.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, man, it seems like the injuries in the outfield have prevented Alvarez from playing left field more. Like the thought was he was going to play more left field, and now all of a sudden we're getting a heavy dose of Harris and Matthews. But yet, to your point, I guess you're right, boy. You can't, with the injury bug still around the Astros, you can't afford to put him out there. But damn, I would think that Alvarez out there, put Harris's ass on the bench, and put your next best bat in the lineup as the DH. I would think would be ideal. But hey, let's see if McCullers can go out there. Not a big night for McCullers, man. I mean, you 2 of the last 3. You took 2 or 3. In the last series from
Guardians and Cleveland.
From the Guardians. You took 2 or 3, and you had 2 of your 3 starters that went in that series. They were dealing. They were pitching well, and so if Lance McCullers can go out there and pitch well tonight and put the team in a position to win, and you can get 3 of your last 4 outings by starters that were pretty good to really good outings, we could be on a little roll here. Let's see if McCullers can keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a big series here coming up at home. See if they can just keep winning series. By the way, update on Ime from Joe Espada. After his bullpen session today, the next step is for a minor league rehab outing for Ime. A minor league rehab outing, and potentially he comes in.
What time they feed on down there in Sugar Land?
Boy, man. Not in the clubhouse.
Is the weather colder down there, or are we all right?
We'll see, man. Hopefully it's Sugar Land. He might have
Is it Mound Hard?
He might have to go to Corpus.
Oh, is that Mound Hard?
Yeah, I'd teach him a lesson. Get him out there.
Hey,
Fayetteville.
All my boys over at Fielder's Choice, man. I get that mound
North
right.
Carolina out there. So that is the latest on Imai. Is he's in a little bullpen now, minor league rehab. So he is now one of the 100 they have on the injury report. Tyler, I ain't gonna lie to you. Tyler put in the injury list of players. I got exhausted continuing to scroll. I don't even know a Nate Pearson. I didn't even know a Nate Pearson, Tyler. I didn't know that guy was there. Who the hell is that? Joey Loperfido. Good Lord. All right. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets is he had a really good day yesterday. All right. 2 straight days in the green. Now to finish this thing off, he can go in the green for the week after a slow start. So T-Mill's best bets coming up. And we'll dive in a little bit more as the Rockets. Their season's on the brink tonight.
Keylan Rutledge. 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a few minutes as we continue to roll here. Day 2 of the draft. Day 2 of the draft is about 33 minutes away. You can listen to that start up right here behind us.
Three new Texans, right?
There you go. 3 new ones potentially. We'll see what they do. There could be a lot of movement there with those picks, but maybe he wants to move back to recoup. That pick 69 that he missed out on. What is going on? Oh, it's outside. Okay,
it's really about the 69.
I thought something was rolling here. Caught me off guard. But that's coming up in about 33 minutes. T-Mill's Best Bets, as we said, he's on a roll. Heck of a last 2 days. Stay tuned for that. All right, there is this is just hit here within the last 5 minutes. Vanessa Richardson, who covers the Houston Rockets, and a reporter not only for Space City Network, but also for ESPN as well. Clint, she says that Kevin Durant, this is in the last 5 minutes, Kevin Durant is a true game-time decision for the Rockets tonight in Game 3, per head coach Ime Udoka. Durant is testing out his left ankle now. As I said earlier in the last segment, I saw him walking in. He is a true game-time decision. He is testing his right ankle now. So that is the latest. And boy, I mean, it would have to be in really bad shape, down 0-2 at home for KD to have to miss his second game of the series. Yeah, second game of the series of the 3.
I mean, first year with the Rockets, brought the reputation that KD brought with him. Fair, foul, it is what it is. Now all of a sudden you get to the playoffs, and the team during the regular season seems to have taken a step back, losing Dylan Thompson and
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks and what's my man's name?
And Jalen Green.
Jalen Green. Obviously the injury to Fred VanVleet, but the team appears to have taken a step back. You get to the playoffs, the team just cannot compete without you on the floor. Then you're on the floor for a game, you lose it, and then you come back home down 0-2, which you just said, down 0-2, first round of the playoffs. You need a win. The opponent's still shorthanded, and now you're hampered by a ginger ankle. Boy, you'd have to be that thing has to be swollen. I mean, it has to be big as a volleyball for you not to be playing.
Right, and again for me, just the history of Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a guy that balls and plays, and when Kevin is hurt, and when he doesn't play, he's generally hurt. But the point you're making doesn't matter. Nobody will give a damn about that. That will be a tough look, and people will have things to say, and I think fans of the NBA, fans of the Rockets, commentators will have something to say about Kevin Durant if he is unable to go. So if he is able to play tonight, I would think it's absolutely legit, just like I thought it was in Game 1 when we were shocked that he wasn't able to get himself out on the court. So that is one to keep alive, and we will check and continue to monitor. As we said, we will as we are here for another 20, 25 minutes. If there is anything updated with that, we will alert you of that.
What are you gonna do if this wall behind me falls down?
I'm out, man. I'm out. Hopefully we can stay afloat here for the next couple of minutes. If he does play, which I think he will, I really enjoyed what Jabari Smith had to say. I think somebody who really looks up to KD and clearly feels comfortable enough to have this conversation out loud, and I would assume has had this conversation with KD himself. But this is the young Jabari Smith speaking about Kevin Durant and what they need to do offensively.
Then they're trying to stop him, and the other guys got to be aggressive. We got to be aggressive out of it. We got to make the right reads out of it, make the right decisions, and it's on him to find ways to get himself involved and get to his spots without the excluding double team. Just because he getting double team, we still need him to be KD. So there's still ways around it, and we got some fixes to it, and we're gonna be better next 2 games.
All right, I enjoyed him not only being completely honest about what they need to do.
Yeah.
And that is they need to make better plays out of the double teams when they come to them, because they should be getting easy shots from people they want to take the easy shots, and they're not. They're either turning it over or they're playing right into the Lakers' hands, and the wrong person is probably getting open and is open for a reason, getting shots. But as he said there, I felt challenging Kevin Durant. Hey, man, you're one of the greatest players that have ever done it. You're one of the greatest scorers that have ever done it. We need you to be KD. And I think of everything that we've talked about, Clint, with how they approach the getting double teamed, how they approach everything. The one thing that really jumps out, and it really jumped out when he said it in that tape, is nothing looks like they are aggressive or going after it. It feels like this is turning them into being passive, and it's not like in Kevin, go get a bucket, like go make them pay for it. Go get it. It's like, all right, double team me, and you've seen double team. Go be aggressive and make a play, and not just be passive with it.
Yeah.
I hope we see more of that.
Have a plan, execute that plan. Right now, it is everybody in a critical moment. Everybody knows that it's going to be some kind of clumsy way of getting Kevin Durant the ball at the top of the key, and the spacing's not going to be there. So LA's going to be able to double team him and blitz him from a short distance away. It's going to surprise him. It's going to happen so fast that the other 4 guys on the floor aren't in position to be an outlet pass, and it's going to end up in a turnover once again, right? And or an ill-advised pass, and that's we've watched that for a month plus now, and so we'll see if these guys have an answer. We'll see if ultimately it falls on Ime Udoka, because a well-coached team has a plan. A well-coached team has executed that plan, even if that plan is changing and it's different. Even if it's you put a different guy to handle the ball, and now that guy gets stoned as well. Okay, at least you're trying some different things. The most frustrating part about the Rockets is every time I turn on a damn game, at some point when it's a critical moment, I know exactly how they're going to, again, clumsily get the ball to Kevin Durant, and the other team's going to blitz him, and we're not going to have an answer. It is. I will be shocked if it doesn't happen multiple times tonight.
Yeah.
Shocked.
He said they got a plan. We'll see what that plan is. And by the way, like we talked about it earlier, what's the one thing you could change? T-Mill's best bets coming up. Look, I don't think they're going to I don't know that they're going to shoot better. I think they probably will at home. But I don't know if they're going to run great offense. I don't know if they're going to do great against this double team. Can they defend like they know they can defend? Can they defend like we've seen them? That's got to at least be the calling card. All right, man, maybe we're going to turn this thing over, and we're not going to get great shots. But damn it, you all aren't going to either.
Right.
Like that's the one thing that I can look at and say with Houston that they can – that's realistic. I don't think it's realistic to think that they're going to devise a game plan of how to attack the double teams. I don't know. They haven't done it for 2 months. I don't know that it's realistic to know that, all right, Tari's going to just start all of a sudden shooting better. I don't know if it's realistic to know that Ime is going to play Reed Shepherd more the way that you would want. But they can defend. They can defend this Lakers team. All right, T-Mill's best bets. Big night yesterday, trying to close out the week. What you got, Tyler?
I got 4 NBA bets for you on a Friday real quick.
Whoa.
Some of these are tonight, some are into the weekend. First, Suns plus 10.5 hosting the Thunder in that one, of course. Blazers plus 4.5 hosting the Spurs. Spurs and Blazers within that game, the over 217.5. And then your fourth bet is the Rockets tonight. One last time. Maybe. Minus 6.5 for the Houston Rockets. I teased that line as they host the Lakers for Game 3 this evening. Those are your best bets.
I was going to say, I just saw it at 9.5. There you go. Tease away. I don't know what teasing means. I still don't.
You just risk more money to get a better line.
Add a little money to move the line a certain number of points.
Somebody on the text line was trying to come at Tyler, on the base power text line, was trying to come at Tyler about your teasing. You can't tease with one team. I was like, what's he talking about?
I mean,
I said, well, maybe I'm completely lost with the teasing then. I don't know what's going on.
I think I can because I did.
I think you can only tease with one team. I think actually when you tease with one team, it could be considered a tease for both teams. If you're teasing the line, it involves two teams.
Man.
So you're moving the line for both.
I try not to be a tease.
And then you decide who you want to take.
These are actual bets I'm placing, so, I mean, it's getting done somehow, friend.
Yeah, and you won that
Not
bet.
just making it up.
I remember you won that bet. All right, coming up as we will get you ready for the draft, let us know. Texans got multiple picks tonight, including 2 in the second round, pick 38, 59. There are a couple of mock drafts that have the Texans selecting players. Where do you think they should go? 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. YouTube and Twitch you can jump into. Where do you want to see the Texans go tonight? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Tyler just gave you his best bets, and now I'm going to give you.
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, we probably just lost Brandon Scott.
He's getting drunk right now, yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's his vice. Well, what's the breaking news that you have here, Tyler?
Well, calm down, Texans fans. It is not Texans-related news, but it is not great news for your Houston Rockets ahead of Game 3 against the Lakers tonight. Shams Charania just moments ago reporting Houston's Kevin Durant officially ruled out for tonight's Game 3 at Toyota Center against the Los Angeles Lakers due to the left ankle sprain. It's not that knee, it's this new ankle sprain. Shams with the latest. Durant out for the Rockets.
Wow, he is going to miss his second game of the series that has only played 3. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, string of bad luck for Durant. Tendon bruise suffered in practice that sidelined him for Game 1. That one suffered by running into another teammate. Now an ankle sprain suffered in Game 2, holding him out following swelling and around-the-clock treatment after being healthy all season long. You ain't lying. He played 70-plus games, and he is out. Again, if you missed it, Kevin Durant has been ruled out for Game 3 tonight, a critical Game 3 where the L.A. Lakers are in town, and they are up in this series 2-0, and Kevin Durant is going to miss. Your thoughts, Clint?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Look, I would like to, if we're going to go down, I'd like to go down with our full crew, and obviously with our best player. So I hate that this is happening, and whether it's fair or foul, boy, I feel for Kevin. Hell, even more so, to be honest with you, than I do my Rockets. Kevin is going to get the absolutely hell. Beat out of him. Obviously, being social media and through the mainstream media. This is going to be bad, man.
It's already starting on the Base Power text line.
Well, it just the team has backslid from where they were last year after adding you. Fair or foul, that's just the way it's viewed. And now all of a sudden you get to the playoffs versus a lesser team. Your team gets embarrassed and you don't play in Game 1. You play in Game 2. You appear to be fine. Still can't get it done. And now all of a sudden an ankle sprain is keeping us out. That's going to be. That's gonna be a hard one for Kevin to navigate, man. It's gonna be rough.
No, it absolutely is, and it, like you said, it is unfortunate, and we'll see. We said it on the other in the last segment that according to Vanessa Richardson, he was testing it out, and I guess that didn't go right. You got to believe the knee is probably still not 100% anywhere close to that healed either that Kevin might have Game 1, but that is tough. You've had to play 3 games in the series, in which you remember the Monday coming in, Tyler, they were plus 750 to win the series. Plus 750 to win the series.
Who?
The Rockets were.
No, they were minus like 650.
Not plus. Minus 750 to win the series on Monday. Then it dropped down to 650, and now they are somehow
that line was 10.5 with KD playing. What's that line at now, Cheryl?
It is currently. I've got it at minus 5.5.
5 pint swing right there.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It has changed 3 times since Tyler let us know that he is out. It was 6.5 when Tyler was doing best. It was 9.5 when Tyler was doing best bets. Then it went to 6.5 when we went to break. Tyler told us about it. Then it went to 4.5, and I've just checked now, and it's at 5.5.
That thing's moving. Yeah, look, like I said, I mean, down 0-2, if the plan doesn't change, if the plan wasn't going to change, it don't matter whether you got Kevin Durant or not, to be honest. That's awful to say, but I firmly believe it.
And they need him in.
If they change the plan, though, Ron, if they have an answer for what LA's been throwing at them, if they're better on defense, if their role players, who they're starters now, play better, if Ime Udoka doesn't, if he decides to go with Reed Shepherd, Reed can knock some shots down, and it's not the Okogie kid, then I think you still got a shot to win a game. But I just don't think it's.
You would
likely.
think they come out really, really hot, fired up tonight at home, and with all right, Kevin's down, let's go and get this thing rolling. They need Alfred Sengun to play to the level that Alfred Sengun has sparingly played in the second half of the season. They need Jabari to get going. They need Amin Thompson. They need their role players to step up. Their role players, I mean, when you look at talent-wise, are better than what the Lakers are running out there, right? And they got to play to that.
Yeah, we'll see. Look where I'm at. I've said it before. I think the Rockets were dead with or without Kevin Durant. The thing is, Kevin, you'd hope you can overcome the shortcomings of the Rockets with Kevin Durant's just sheer ability. Now that he's not going to be there, I have zero confidence that Ime Udoka is going to change anything. Hell, I'll be honest with you, it surprised me if he changed the lineup and if he decided to play Reed Shepherd more and shake things up that way. So I don't see much changing, including the outcome of the game.
Yeah. Yep. We'll see how long they can carry. I think they'll come out hot. We'll see how long they can roll through. All right. Again, if you missed it, as we head to about almost 10 minutes away, just a little over 10 minutes away to the start of round 2 of the draft. If you've missed it, the breaking news: Kevin Durant is ruled out of game 3 with the left ankle. Tested it, worked on it, and could not go. He is listed as out. So that is one big part of things in the sports store tonight. McCullers, he is going to be on the mound facing the Yankees. And then the second round of the draft, which you can listen to that coverage right here, and they will be following us as Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware was there last night, Robert Hensley, many, many more. Putting that thing together. And this one is a bigger one tonight, Clint, is they've got 2 picks right now in the second round, and they also have pick 91 in the third. So they have the potential of drafting 3 tonight. And they've got you better stay tuned immediately because they've got the 6th pick of this second round at 38. And, Clint, you can look at some of at least Mel Kiper has his best available prospects right now. And most of them are defensive players, Clint. We know they took an offensive lineman in their first round pick. Where would you like to see them go specifically in this second round where they have 2 picks?
Well, look, I'd like to see, you mentioned the Mel Kiper's top 10. The 8 of the top 10 are defensive players. And 1 guard and I believe 1 wide receiver in that top 10. Now, I know that the Caserio's big board probably looks a little different than Mel Kiper's.
Yeah.
But I do think that Kiper shows you. I think the point is this the top end of this second round is defense heavy, and so I'd like to see the Texans here take a shot on a defensive tackle that it's a safe bet because you get a guy that it's a heavy rotational position, and the home run, the grand slam that you hit, if you take that D tackle, if that guy pans out to be a big time force in the middle, then you've got your answer to go along with on a rookie contract. You got your answer to go along with Will Anderson after you just simply can't afford to pay Daniil Hunter and those types of guys around him. So. I go D tackle with this first pick, man, with one of those 2 guys you mentioned.
Yeah, I would lean, in my mind, I would lean that they're going to go defense. There are a lot of options for what they potentially want to fill. You said D tackle, Caden McDonald, and by the way, I've looked at 2 different ones.